We're going to call this meeting to order. Can we have a roll call, please?
Ms. Beebe?
Here.
Ms. Beebe is present. Mr. Bennett?
Here.
Mr. Bennett is present. Ms. Bofi?
Here.
Ms. Bofi is present. Ms. Bradford?
Here.
Ms. Bradford is present. Ms. Dastug?
Here.
Ms. Dastug is present. Mr. Garvey?
Here.
Mr. Garvey is present. Mr. Gio?
Present.
Mr. Gio is present. Ms. Hill?
Present.
Ms. Hill is present. Mr. Lee?
Here.
Mr. Lee is present. Ms. Orange Jones?
Present.
Ms. Orange Jones is present. Mr. Romer? Mr. Romer is present.
Okay, we have a quorum. Can we have our first item, please?
First item is item 2.1 on page 1. Consideration of Type 2 charter applications in response to the 2012 request for charter school applications. The department recommendation is to approve as outlined in the executive recommendation.
Okay. Do we have a motion to approve?
I'll move.
Mr. Gio, second.
I'll second.
Ms. Bofi? Do we have any questions by BESE members?
Mr. Chairman, may I?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much.
Superintendent.
Members, we're pleased to present to you the results of this year's request for application process. We're going to be sharing with you today the recommendations for approval. I'm going to speak really to the overall process of Type 2 and Type 5 charters, even though this item just concerns Type 2 charters. To tell you, we received 53 applications overall that were submitted this year. As you know, that's a record yield, I think in great part because of the legislature opening up more avenues for applications this year. It's fair to say that some of that large number is driven by a couple of groups which proposed larger numbers of charters, and so actually the number of groups, I believe, is 36. Applicants benefited from many new elements in the process this year, including the opportunity to apply for multiple schools. That was afforded in this year's legislative session. The department also conducted its first official partnership, working directly with Jefferson Parish, not just with the RSD, but also with Jefferson Parish on a specifically unified charter process. And as a result, the Jefferson Parish School Board authorized a new charter school last month that is in accordance with the exact same process that the department and thus this board have run as well. In your packet, you have recommendations that you have the NACSA information. You also have an explanation in cases where the department disagreed with NACSA. And that did happen in a couple of instances. I recognize my colleagues from NACSA are here today. I thank you so much for your partnership. Our team is here today as well. And we stand ready to give you our perspectives on all of the applications. As I said, we received 53 applications from 34 organizations is the number. 26 applications for Type 2s. That was up from only 5 last year. 15 of the applications were for New Orleans. But interestingly, 19 of the applications were for East Baton Rouge Parish this year. And 19 were for the rest of the state. We received a large number of really strong applications in parishes where there is not a strong charter school presence right now. You will see that on 15% of the recommendations, the department, which is just a couple of recommendations, a handful, the department and NACSA disagreed. We will share rationale for those decisions. And you are receiving recommendations for 11 approved applications today. I thank you so much, Mr. Chairman, for the chance to talk it through, and look forward to answering the board's questions.
No, certainly. Do we have Ms. Beebe?
Thank you, Mr. Garvey. My first question is, what is the composition of NACSA? Are these individuals from Louisiana, outside of Louisiana? Or I'm sure they have the experience of reviewing and Mr. Gang, are you going to speak to that?
The NACSA is an organization with whom the department has contracted since 2006. The law, as you know, calls for an independent reviewer, and states across the country and localities across the country have turned to the National Association of Charter School Authorizers as a gold standard in this process. And I know many on this board have experience with them. We changed our process slightly this year, scaling back some of the scope of work, seeking some savings with NACSA. But all things considered, they are a gold standard organization that reflects best in practice, and really that's yielded what are, through studies, very comparatively strong chartering practices that BESE has. When you look at states across the country that have chartered in high numbers, like we have in Louisiana, the quality comparatively varies widely from state to state. And Louisiana, according to information from Stanford and other studies, compares very favorably elsewhere. Part of that, I think, is because of our rigorous third-party review process as done by NACSA.
Okay,
They are not based in Louisiana.
And the reason for my question, these are the experts, and they have offered their recommendation, and I certainly thank them for their objective reviews. And I just want to state for the record, I believe in standards, I support standards, and I believe once standards are in place, those individuals who are applying or submitting proposals, those proposals should meet those established standards. And we do pay a fee to NACSA, as I understand it, and I think that we have a responsibility to the process. And certainly, you know, if we're spending these dollars and we're just totally disregarding the recommendation, shame on us. And then when I further review the recommendations of the department and that of NACSA, and we see the conflicting positions, if you will, then, you know, I'm really concerned, particularly when you have charters that NACSA approved and then the department says reject or deny. I think, you know, we're setting up a situation where, again, once again, we're removing that trust from the public. I mean, even as a BESE member, I'm questioning, is it who you know? Your charter may get favorable approval or favorable recommendation based on who you know?
I guess they think the answer is yes. I think, Ms. Beebe, the answer is a firm no. And actually, I'll tell you, if you just look at the rate of acceptance, which is 11 out of 54, you'll start to understand the rigor that's applied in this process. Look, not only is it not stipulated by law that the external review is the decision maker, the department, of course, should make the recommendation to BESE, and BESE, of course, should be the decision maker. So if you disagree with any of the recommendations we've made, you are more than free to get into the weeds with us and ask us about this. But at the end of the day, we are the ones, we at the agency and you and the board, who represent this state's interests. NACSA is an outside reviewer. We have context, therefore, and needs, et cetera, that they don't have. And I think it's more than reasonable to say that's one powerful source of information, but it's not the whole deal. So we're going to give you the best recommendations that we have. If you disagree with them, please ask us questions and challenge us on it. But we'd like our chance to present each of these applications.
Mr. Chairman?
Ms. Dasty.
I think also if we're going to change the process for this, I recall when we built the policy around our charter approval process, Ms. Beebe, that we specifically inserted in that process a step where the state superintendent would take NACSA's recommendation, but still had the authority to bring forth a different recommendation. So that is contained within BESE policy, unless I'm mistaken. So if the board doesn't want to give the superintendent the ability to bring forth a recommendation that is not the same as NACSA's, then the board doesn't need, this is not the time to debate that. The time is debated within the policy that exists. That's just my recommendation. Are you following me? You have a puzzled look.
Well, I just feel that we are paying this fee for the review, and I would trust in these individuals to make the right recommendation. And I hate to say this, but you know, the department, Superintendent White, should trust the expertise on this board.
The previous board felt differently than the opinion you're expressing today. So if you want to bring that policy back up at a future meeting to discuss, I think that would be the appropriate way to do it. But at this point, the superintendent clearly in our own BESE policy has the right to bring forth a recommendation that is different than what NACSA is recommending.
And I know we have the right, Ms. Dasty. My point is, I think we all understand.
Fair enough.
Okay.
But that's just my thought. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Hill.
Yes, I have several concerns. The first concern is with NACSA, in reference to what Ms. Lottie Beebe just mentioned. because we just had a situation with the course choice providers, and Superintendent White, you stated that you guys hired an independent firm to come in to look at these, to do an assessment and evaluate those programs, and you guys would want to stand by that. Now we have a situation where we have NASCA, an independent firm that's looking at these charters and making recommendations, and then we come back as a board and say, well, okay, we're going to do it for the course choice provider, and we're going to stand on these policies, but now it is for the charter, even though they recommend this, we're going to do the opposite. So that's the point that I've always made, the inconsistency within the policies and applying the policies to one group versus another group. Secondly, I have a couple of questions in reference to some of the charter applications. One of them is the East Baton Rouge Charter Academy, grade K through 8. Now, to my understanding, under Act 2, which was went into effect August 1st, the deadline for the charter application was July 31st. So individuals had to have the application in by July 31st. In fact, Act 2 was not a law yet until August 1st. That's the first statement. Secondly, any district that is a DNF school, that the charter have to come to BESE. But if the district is a C school, they have to go back to that local school district to apply for that charter. So I'm trying to get a clear understanding in reference to East Baton Rouge Parish, which is a C district. Shouldn't these charter schools went to the local school board to apply instead of coming to BESE because it's not a DNF district? Could you explain that?
Sure. Let's just pull up the language in the law. The language in the law says, if the local charter system in which a chartering group intends to apply to operate a school has received a letter grade designation of DRF or any variation thereof, then a proposal for a Type 2 charter school may be made to the state board. At that time, they had received, they still have received, and thus it is perfectly reasonable that they came with that proposal. In other words, at the time before July 31st, they had received it. As of August 1, they had received it. As of August 31st, they had received it. At that time when they applied, they had received a DRF charter school, or DRF letter grade.
You mean the district?
Correct.
So, I guess that goes there. I guess my question to you would be that these charters, I'm speaking for East Baton Rouge Parish, these charter schools that are applied July 31st, at the time, East Baton Rouge Parish was a D school, a D district, correct? A DOF district, I'm not quite sure. However, August 1st, which took in place Act 2, the policies that we put in place, the district was the district is a C now, so by them applying.
But it wasn't on August 1st, and it was when they applied.
So it applied when they applied.
It addresses when they apply. It doesn't address sometime further when it changes.
Okay. Secondly, the next one is another Outreach Community Development Corporation. You guys denied that charter. However, NASCA approved the charter. Could you
Sure.
explain why was that the case?
Sure, and I might call on Raphael Gang, who's here from the department, to talk through. The question is which one was it, Ms. Hill? Outreach?
Mm-hmm.
Thank you, Ms. Hill. Members of the board, our office currently authorizes J.S. Clark Leadership Academy, which is in, Opelousas, Louisiana. And the group Outreach Community Development Corporation applied to the department again for a second application for Harvest Leadership Academy, which was to be located in Lafayette Parish. The Lafayette Parish conducted their own review of the application and recommended deny before the application came to the department. And in our review of the application and the group, we've been working with the school over the past few months as they started up. This is their first year of the J.S. Clark Leadership Academy to be in operation. As part of that, we've seen a few concerning elements in the school's operations, We felt that the appropriate action based on our concerns was really to ensure that the school had the time necessary to build their capacity and make sure that they were successful with the first school that they were operating prior to opening up a second school. I think what our lessons learned have been greatly from New Orleans and the other places that we've done chartering in the state is that growth should be done in a controlled manner where groups are able to really demonstrate capacity, demonstrate that they can actually move students academically, which the school has not had the opportunity to do because it's in its first year. And then we should be looking to allow schools to expand. And we felt right now, given some of the operational concerns that we had about the school and the fact that the school really hasn't had a chance to demonstrate its academic capacity, that now is just not the appropriate time. We're looking forward to seeing an application from the group in the coming years as J.S. Clark is able to really demonstrate that capacity.
Ms. Hill?
Yes. I guess my question for you, Mr. Gaines, you say you've been working with this school because they already have a charter school in place, correct? Because of the local school district, they did deny their application. They decided to come to the department. And I guess my question to you would be, you guys already have experience with this group, working with them, and they already have a charter in place, and NASCA say let's approve them, and they already have a track record because that's something Superintendent stated with the course choice providers having a track record. I don't understand why would we deny them. And I'm just looking at the consistency here because we have some charters in here that were denied by NASCA but was approved by the department.
But Ms. Hill, it's because they don't have a track record, and this is not against them. And this is why I think you've drawn out an important distinction between our role and NACSA's role. We have every confidence that Joseph Clark Preparatory is going to be a good school. We don't have a guarantee because we haven't seen them operate but for 3 months. And so it is a reasonable thing based on a strong application. They put together a good application. That NACSA, the external reviewer who has no governance authority over their current school, would say, yeah, that's a good application. We, who oversee their school on a daily basis, know a couple of things. Number one, they already run another school. That thing is in its infancy. And we've seen a couple of operational concerns with it, which isn't to say they're doing a bad job, they're doing a good job. It's just to say, why don't we give them a little bit of time to get at least a year of experience with this school under its belt, and then hopefully we see more strong applications from this group. We hope for their success. We just don't think it's the right time. And that really does call out the distinction between NACSA's role of reviewing the application and our role as actually the agency that oversees the system.
And that's a great point you just made, Superintendent White, because you have some charters on here that have never been in existence. This is their first time applying for a charter. And as a department, you don't know how they're going to govern as far as their budget or their operations on a day-to-day basis. So, I mean, my point of the matter is that if we're going to approve charters or not approve charters, at least be consistent in our process.
Well,
and make sure that the consistency in our process, if we're going to hire an outside agency to do the job, and we apply it to one group, we should apply it to all. That's the point I'm trying to make.
And I guess my point would be they did their job. In the law, it's required that they be an advisor, that they issue a decision that is advisory to the board. But it is only advisory. It is not that they are the actual decision maker. They issue a recommendation. And we have taken up that recommendation. We've brought the best information we have to bear, and that's why we're recommending 11 out of 54.
Mr. Chairman. We have Chaz Romer. Mr. Romer next.
I'll wait. I'll let others go.
Okay. Mr. Lee?
I just, for clarity, that would help me. If I'm looking at this correctly on this item, the recommendation of NACSA, the department agrees with 11 different schools and disagree with 5.
I don't think that's quite right, Mr. Lee. What are the numbers, Raphael? What are the numbers of our agreement and our disagreement with NACSA?
We agreed with NACSA over 85% of the time this year. That stands in line with our historical trend, which is about 10% a year where we have disagreements with NACSA.
I'm looking at page 2. We're on item 2.1, aren't we?
Yes. So are you asking
I'm
which
looking
schools
at-
did we have disagreements with NACSA on specifically?
I'm looking at page 2, and what I think would help me where the department and NASA agree, then you know, we ought to be okay. Only on the items, and it looks like there are 5 items, 5 schools, where the department's recommendation is different. I think if you could just give us a very brief explanation as to why the department's recommendation is different from their recommendation. To me, that would help us.
And you're correct that there are 5 schools specifically that, or 5 nonprofit groups that we have a disagreement with NACSA on in the Type 2 application part. Superintendent White, I'm happy to explain specifics about each one if that would help to clarify things.
Mr. President, Mr. Chairman, would you like us to?
That's up to, I'll let you make that call. Would you like
We'd
more
be-
detail?
Absolutely, we'd be happy to. Yeah.
Sure. So I would call out 2 groups specifically at the start of this, which is the Dyslexia and Literacy Association of Louisiana and the North Shore Charter Schools Group, both of which we're recommending be conditionally approved upon submission of a school leader. This board gave a similar conditional approval last year to the Delta Charter School, which is now approved and opening up this next year in the fall of 2013. And what we saw in these groups was really the same thing that we saw in the Delta Charter Group last year, which is that both schools had tremendous community support, very strong board governance in place, a very determined set of individuals who really have a belief in what they can do and can accomplish. And we were very, very impressed by both groups in that respect. What we didn't fully see at the time from each group was a school leader who we felt was capable of really taking the reins and moving the application and making it a reality. And as part of our application process, one of the key refinements we made this year was really knowing that school leaders are really critical to the success of any school. We asked all applicants to really present us with a quality school leader as part of the process. And so we believe that these 2 groups have the potential to really find great school leaders. And what we're asking the board to do is approve these groups conditionally so that they may present to the department and the superintendent a school leader who is capable of really leading these schools forward and into fruition. And so both of these schools were making that same recommendation where we saw the similar characteristics. Both of them are in very different places. One is in East Baton Rouge Parish and the other is in the city of Bogalusa.
But is that the reason they recommended that it not be approved, is because there was not a leader?
NACSA had several concerns, but I believe that was one of them for both of the applications, yes. Yes, that's correct. If it's okay with you, I can move on to some of the other.
I'm just trying to.
Well, can we ask a quick follow-up question on those, since you just mentioned those 2?
Please.
When must they submit a new school leader or approve? What's their time frame in being able to approve a school leader?
We're asking the schools to submit a school leader to us on the same timeline that we asked the Delta Charter Group to do it, which was February, because we felt any later than that, the school leader wasn't going to have time to really appropriately start the school up and have enough time to hire teachers, find staff, just get the school operational in time. So we're asking that both groups present a leader to the department by February.
We actually have done that more than once before, is that correct?
We did that with 2 groups last year.
Did both groups successfully present a leader?
The Delta group did. Unfortunately, the Leadership Academy from Tangipahoa was not successful in submitting a leader. So what I would say about that is that we still are holding a high bar to every group that is coming through this process, and that we believe strongly that a school leader is the most critical element in a successful startup of a school, and we're holding all applicants to that high bar.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman?
Okay, Ms. Beebe?
Okay, the concern I have is when you look at the executive summary, and I'm not going to name the entity, the charter school, but when you see language like, while the current school has demonstrated some success in improving academic outcomes, it has not yet proven its ability to consistently meet academic performance targets. While the school organization currently operates, has scored an F on its first 2 state report cards, The current state accountability system does not provide measures that align well with the mission of dropout recovery in alternative schools. And then the NASCA denies, and then we get an approval from the Department of Ed. Now, that is my problem.
Would it be helpful, which one are you talking about?
I'm talking about
Jefferson Chamber
Okay.
Foundation.
Would it,
The
rather
recommendation
than,
was
Mr. Chairman, just answering all of these questions one-off, would it be helpful if we just literally walked through each of the 11 and just answered questions? I think that would satisfy Ms. Beebe's concern, and we'll just walk through each one.
Seeing heads shaking yes amongst the DESE members, so why don't we go ahead and do that, please?
Consistency. We're inconsistent, and then, you know, we have these people, I know they're going to walk away with, where is the fairness in this equation?
Well, while
Some are approved, some are not.
Well, I think, yes, as you well know, schools are extremely complex. We're trying to take every piece of information we possibly can. In most cases, the pieces of information line up because different people perceive it the same way. But in some cases, people have different roles and perceive it from different perspectives. So why don't we walk through each of the 11, share with you the situation, where NACSA was, what their rationale was, where we are, where our rationale is, and the board members can ask questions on each specific case. Raphael?
Okay, Mr. Gang? I'm sorry, Mr. Lee?
I thought this is what I was asking, but rather than it being 11, there are only 5 where you have disagreements. So looks to me like if you just give an explanation for those 5, you're in agreement with all the rest of them.
So why don't we do those 5 first?
Sure.
And then we'll go to the other 6
And
if people want to.
And he had started that.
Yeah, and
He
so
had covered 2 of them.
Yeah, the 2 that I covered, and it's actually 6 technically because 2 of the groups are working with the same group, Charter Schools USA, but it's technically 6. But
And
the
may
group
I-
that is, oh, sorry.
May I just speak to these for just a couple seconds? The East Baton Rouge School and the first 2 that Mr. Gang just discussed, and I'm happy that Dr. Laura Cassidy is here this afternoon, who's the chairman of the board, is a school that is going to specialize in students with dyslexia, which in a low-income urban environment is a badly needed piece of offering for children. And it is a particular challenge in that case to locate a school leader when, frankly, specific programs of the kind that the school is running have been predominant in many states, but not in Louisiana. And so this school is having to find the expertise for an instructional leader, potentially somebody coming from out of state to run this kind of program. Secondly, I would add that the school in Bogalusa represents an extraordinary opportunity because it's partnered with North Shore Technical College in a school system that has lagged in terms of its achievement and does not offer a system of choice in any respect at present. And so I think while it's important that, and of course every decision is made on the merits, I want to make sure the board understands the special nature of each of these schools so as to understand the population that they are specifically seeking to serve.
And Superintendent, before we move on, while we're mentioning the North Shore Charter Schools, I would like to recognize Senator Ben Nevers, who's here, and invite him to come speak on this issue if he would like.
Is that one also leadership is the reason they recommended it now?
No, we have a process in place.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and certainly many of you have been waiting a long time to see me on this side of the table.
Welcome.
Let me first thank you very much for the opportunity to speak to you, and certainly let me say to you that Superintendent White, his staff, and many others have helped me tremendously to understand this process. And many of you know that I've had many concerns through the years about charters and other types of organizations. But I can tell you that I believe that in some areas they're as important a piece of education as anything else in this state. And I can speak directly to the North Shore Charter application. It seems as though that there's some difficulty in finding great leaders to lead such a charter group when there's been no approval by BESE to allow for such a charter. So as I discussed that with this group that interviewed us, you know, I think most of them agreed. It's very difficult to advertise for a position when you don't know if, in fact, there will be a charter school. But I know that that's up to you. But I can say that the many children in the city of Bogalusa and that region are leaving every day on school buses, are leaving every day in carpools to go to other school systems outside of the parish, and in many cases the private schools, which I certainly support all. But many children do not have the means to do so. And all we've asked for is to allow these children to have a choice, and for these parents to have a choice. There's no one that's supported traditional public education any more than I have, you know that. But there are regions and there are areas that are crying out for help. And I happen to have one of those areas in my school district, or in my Senate district. So today I'm here to ask you for your approval. I wish there were other answers, and many of you do too. Many of you do as well. But sometimes you have to teach an old dog a new trick. And many of you have taught me that I need to offer the people, and not only my Senate district, in this state, a choice of where their children might be educated. Now, would I prefer something else? Yes. You know that. But I'm here today pleading with you to authorize this North Shore application, because it is probably the only hope many of these children will ever have. It is probably the only way they will get out of the poverty situation they find themselves. And because I have a group sitting behind me that have volunteered their time, some of the probably greatest community leaders that I've ever known, every one of them in attendance here today, because they know that there's no hope for our children without a better educational opportunity. So I'll be happy to answer any questions that you have. I do wish that they would have received the recommendation from the independent agency, but I also understand the concern, can you find the appropriate leader? I have full confidence in Superintendent White and his staff that they will not approve the North Shore Charter System unless they have the appropriate leader in place. And we're willing to do that. We're willing to take that opportunity and run with it. And we've hired Dr. Reynolds to put forth the application process, and she's assured us she has a lot of interest in becoming that school leader that will change lives in the Bogalusa area. I'll be happy to answer any questions, Mr. Chairman.
Ms. Beebe?
It's Senator Nevins, right?
Yes, ma'am, but Ben will do.
Okay. I appreciate the argument you bring forth, but the same could be said of these other charter groups who have come forward today with concerns. And then as we are asked to approve, actually deny charter proposals that have been approved by NASCA, the department has said the recommendation is to deny when NASCA has approved. So it makes it somewhat difficult for me to be fair to all concerned. And I will tell the world how I'm voting today. I'm voting no against this motion. And it's because I'm a person of principle. And what you do for one, you do for all. You have standards, you live up to those standards. So I want you to understand moving forward my reasoning.
Yes, ma'am, and I totally respect that. And let me say that it's been a learning experience for me to go through this process, and certainly I've learned a lot as a legislator as to maybe what we should do to improve the process. But let me say I'm somewhat disappointed that we would call in people from out of our state that have no knowledge of a particular area to come in and judge and to say you shouldn't offer the people in that area a choice, or at least not at this time. So that process was put in place so that this superintendent would have the opportunity to weigh all these facts and make a decision as what's best for an area in Louisiana. And I think you will find that I supported at least that portion of that process, and I certainly admire this BESE board and all that all of you do, and I respect your opinion very much. But I think that we also have to realize that this is our state, and we should look at each region, and we should consider the situations they face and offer the children of that area the best possible education that we can. So thank you very much, ma'am.
Mr. Esther.
Senator Nevers, several years ago you invited BESE members to join you and to visit the city of Bogalusa schools. At that point you were desperate for change and for improvement and opportunities for the children and the families in those schools. I believe that we responded in earnestness. We allocated more resources. We certainly gave them more time. We gave them the best practices we had at the time. And yet the schools have not improved. I've also been before you for the past several years, so it is fun to sit up here for a change. But I've witnessed your frustration and your, I guess, transformation or progress toward understanding that we can support public education, you know, all the way and with everything we have. But at the same time, if we're not successful, we can't hang on to something that's not working and not allow families and children an opportunity for a different life. And so I have no doubt in your sincerity, no doubt in that you've worked very, very hard and you put everything you have into improving those schools, and that this is really a result of frustration and willingness to change your mindset and put children first. And I'm pleased to be able to support the superintendent's recommendation for the school, and I look forward to visiting it when you get it open.
Thank you very much. You were very kind.
Mr. Lee?
I too support this effort, and I understand why I believe the department is recommending approval, even though NASA recommended that it not be approved. But I do think there are some strengths and some weaknesses that need to be addressed. And I think they make some good points in their evaluation and the reason they recommended denial. First of all, the school changed its mission from its first application. And the evaluation indicates that since it's now changed to a K-12 program, that's not been well defined. And that looks like it needs some attention. Also, the plans for transportation, food services have not been defined well. So these are some points that caused the evaluation committee to recommend that it be denied. And I think it's something that the school leaders need to recognize and need to give some careful attention to if they expect to be successful. On the positive side, to have the support of the mayor, the community, the senator, certainly an educational leader in this state that I respect highly. I think they've really got some good things going for them. And I think the department is correct in recommending approval. But it does not need to be taken lightly. It does need some attention, and I just hope that the school leaders recognize that.
Yeah, and Mr. Lee, let me say this, they do recognize it, and I can assure you that they have responded, you know, to that recommendation, and certainly, as I said earlier on, it's very difficult to hire a leader and engage into contracts before you've been approved. So I would hope I could work with BESE in the future and maybe try to make this a better process so that everyone understands and everyone's on the same page. But I have found it somewhat frustrating, and I'm sure that many of you that's been through this process would agree with me, that sometimes we get the cart before the horse, and in this case, we can't hire a leader until such time as y'all approve it. But I assure you, unless we meet the criteria that BESE has set forth and the superintendent's criteria, that I would certainly never ask you to move forward. And I would just ask that you consider giving him the authority that if we meet those requirements, that would allow us to give our children a choice in the Bogalusa area.
And I think you would respect and agree with the department's attention toward improving the quality of charter schools, trying to make sure that we have charter schools that are responsible and are doing a good job and spending the taxpayers' dollars well.
Yes, sir, and I guess the least thing that I can afford in my last term as state senator in this state is to recommend a charter school that would fail, and I don't intend to do that, and I know that none of you want to have any school in this state that fails, but I'm asking for at least a chance and an opportunity to succeed.
Ms. Hill?
Senator Nevers?
Yes, ma'am.
And this is nothing personal against you or anything, but my major concern, when I was elected to this board, my job is to do what's right by all people, even as you as an elected official as well. And as I sit here and I look through this booklet and I read the information twice, and just as they allowed Senator Nevers to come and plead his case in reference to why we should approve or deny your charter, I think we should give the opportunity to each and every individual that has presented their charter, and even if they were approved or denied. And it goes back to my point of the process, is that if we do something for one group and we can bend for one group, we should be able to do that for others. And it shouldn't matter your political affiliation or your zip code or your socioeconomic background. It should matter what's right versus wrong. And that's why I said it's nothing personal against you, but as I sit here and look at some of these charters that were approved by NASCA and some that were denied, and the department is asking us to approve and they're asking us to deny some, within my spirit, I can't sit here and agree with that, because it's not right. And I can say for the board, and I hope the board search within themselves, if you were on the other side, you will want a fair chance as well. And so I hope that Superintendent White, that we'll allow these other charter applicants to come and plead their case as well, and let the board decide on the judgment of if that school or not should be approved. And I'm speaking from Carolyn within me, because if it was me on the other side, I would want that opportunity. And so that's what I have to say.
And I might say your point's well taken, but I did request of the chairman that I be able to speak, so I would assume that anyone else that wishes would have the same opportunity. But I'm here to say that one size doesn't fit all, and that BESE certainly represents all the people in this great state, no matter what race, no matter what gender, and certainly I have the highest respect for the job that you try to do, and it's very difficult. I respect your comments, and they're well taken.
Ms. Bradford?
You know, I want to say that I agree that in the beginning, I couldn't understand why we had NASA come in and then we would go opposing what they said. I was one of the biggest advocates about that, because I felt like, you know, they gave us a decision and we didn't follow through. However, I think that the option to that is to say, okay, we're just going to do it within the State Department, and we're just going to make those decisions. But the reality is that we need that outside eye who has nothing in the game, so to speak, who can give us an objective opinion. But the reality is they don't know our state as well as we do, as someone else said. We made an exception last year that's turned out to be a good one because of the fact that it was an area of the state that needed this. I think that flexibility is the key. And if we cannot be flexible, then we cannot be successful in most instances. And so I just appeal to you that we need to be intelligent and compassionate and at the same time diligent about being sure that we look at the due process, that we look at the opportunities, and that we do afford anyone to come and speak for their school. Because I do think that that is a right and a privilege that we have. But at the same time, we have to have the bigger picture, know what's in the best interest for each area of our state, which we do by having elected representatives from those areas. And then we need to make a judgment based on each individual case for the most part, which means sometimes we're going to agree with NASCA and sometimes we're not. But we are going to always appreciate and value that outside opinion that gives us some springboard from which to go. So I will be supporting this.
Anyone else? Regarding, okay. Senator Danvers, before you leave, I wanted to pass on one recommendation. There's a fellow who settled into the Bogalusa area not too long ago, a couple of years back, that some of the BESE members might remember, who might be a good asset for your board. His name is James Stafford. He has a lot of experience in education.
Really, I don't think he meets the age requirement. Much older to serve on this.
Maybe so, but you might want to give him a call.
I sure
But
will.
thank you.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you for
Chairman.
coming. Okay, Mr. Gang, I think this is back to you.
So board members, I've spoken to you about two groups up to this point, the Dyslexia and Literacy Association of Louisiana, and then also North Shore Charter Schools Group, which both are groups that we're recommending for conditional approval. Moving on to the next group, which I believe Ms. Beebe has already referenced, Jefferson Chamber Foundation Academy is a group that NACSA recommended denial for, and that our office is recommending, the department is recommending approval of, based on their track record. And I think this goes to our point that for groups that are applying to the department with a track record that have data, it helps us in our decision-making process to really understand the context in which those schools operate, which is that when we looked at the data for Jefferson Chamber Foundation Academy and their existing school, we found that across every single one of the EOC tests, this year they made double-digit growth, or almost double-digit growth, and they improved in every single one of them. In fact, in Algebra 1, their EOC performance is equivalent to that of Jefferson Parish school system. Now, that may not seem like a big thing, except for the fact that Jefferson Chamber Foundation Academy serves an at-risk population of students that are primarily at risk of dropping out. And so to see that kind of performance from a school that has an established record in the community, is well supported in the community, has a strong board of governance, has a strong school culture, really led us to look at the NACSA recommendation with a hard look and make the determination that we felt like this is a population, especially in Jefferson Parish, that really did need more help, and that the more options we can create for that population, the better. And so in this situation, we're recommending approval of the Jefferson Chamber Foundation Academy East group, and the school we really feel like has a strong model and is ready to expand, has demonstrated the capacity to expand, and we're excited about their expansion.
Okay, do we have any questions from BESE members? Mr. Lee?
Looking at the NACSA reasons why they recommended denial, they make some pretty strong points. And I did not hear you address those, like for instance, they said this is a fairly strong statement. The current school's inconsistent track record in improving student academic outcomes, and there's educational deficiencies that they don't believe have been addressed, and that there's no indication of allowance for special education in the budget, nor recommended teacher, yet the number of special ed students are low compared to the norm, which would indicate that's not their interest to address special ed. it just looks like they've made some fairly compelling statements about why they're recommending denial, and I have not heard you address, why you're recommending.
Mr. Gang, before you go to that, let me offer, I read through the response that this school sent in to NACS's observations, and they addressed each of those issues that you just mentioned, and they addressed them very thoroughly with very good responses. I can get you a copy of that response if you would like. With that,
Now, are you
Mr.
saying
Gang?
they responded prior to
Each school has a
recommending
chance to
denial?
respond to NACS's recommendations, and they responded to NACS's recommendations after NACSA made those recommendations.
And Mr. Lee, this might be a good opportunity just to clarify one of the key updates that we've made to this process, which is that in the spring, we convened a stakeholder working group with charter applicants from last year's process and past processes and potential applicants for this year's process, as well as just community organizations in partnership with the Recovery School District. One of the key pieces of feedback that we heard from that group was the desire to have more communication back and forth within the application process. And so what we designed were 3 separate instances where applicants were given the opportunity to essentially give feedback to reviewers or to the department. The first instance is where before the interview process, the interviews have actually occurred, applicants were given the opportunity to essentially clarify their application for any questions that reviewers may have had up to that point. The second part is that NACSA, after conducting the interview, gave applicants the opportunity to essentially look at a draft review of the NACSA recommendation and clarify any errors that may have happened. So you said that we were applying for a K-8 school. Actually, we're applying for a 9-12 school, ensuring that every recommendation is correct and accurate. And then finally, to really allow applicants the opportunity to plead their final case to the department, we said that every applicant, regardless of whether they were being recommended for approval or denial by NACSA, had the opportunity to submit to the department a 5-page response that basically was their pitch for why they believe their school should be approved or and move forward in the process. And so we really tried to give applicants that opportunity to really respond to both NACSA and then also make their case to the department at multiple instances in the process. And I agree with Mr. Garvey. NACSA's recommendation is posted to our website, as well as, and we have available the response, the final response that I believe it's also on our website, that the Jefferson Chamber Foundation Academy, where they responded to some of those key concerns that that NACSA raised in terms of it. In terms of speaking to the specifics of the application, I believe we have a representative from the group here who probably can talk in a little bit more detail about all the specifics of it. I don't believe, in our opinion, we believe that the application and the school's current success really speaks for itself, and that they've been sustained. They have, we believe that their academic performance is higher given the population that they serve. And that, I think, then goes to just the fact that the department really does have that local context and understands our accountability system, which sometimes can be a little bit complicated for external evaluators to fully grasp. And we took a very long, hard look at their data to really determine, we really felt like the school was a success. And yeah.
I would just add that it's an alternative school. I mean, it is. And we,
It's an alternative.
yes, yeah. And they've got 3/4 of their kids passing their end of course tests. They're improving year over year. And we don't have good alternative schools, for the most part, that are really demonstrating significant gains. We have some, but very, very few. And I think our perspective is, in our state's largest district, where they're really struggling to serve an overage, undercredited population, if we've got a model that's working with 3/4 of their kids passing EOCs and making progress, we should try to give it a chance. We thought, we took NACS's recommendation seriously. We reviewed the responses point by point. We thought they responded to them well. Is it a perfect application? No. Do we think it's the right thing to do on balance, given the alternatives? Absolutely.
I didn't see anywhere where it said it was an alternative school, but I understand.
I don't think that's mentioned, as you noted, but it is nonetheless.
It's on the fact. Yeah, it's on the fact sheet.
Their average student is 2 years overaged.
Mr. Chairman?
Okay, any other BESE members?
I do. I just
Yes,
want to
ma'am.
follow up, Superintendent White, why then didn't you, we come to the same conclusion as NACSA then? So NACSA works with, has other examples of schools across the country that are alternative education schools. Like, why is there a lack of, a discrepancy there with NACSA? If,
Well, let's talk about a couple of the cases, and I don't want to,
Is NACSA here?
they're there, yeah, and I'm happy to call them down if helpful. I think that NACSA does an in-depth review of the application. They help us do an initial screen, and they participate in the in-person interview. And so what do you see? You see the quality of the application. You see the reaction of the leader and the board to various scenarios and various questions on one day. And they are able to interpret the record and so on. And I think by and large, that's why we agree. I mean, I actually think that the amount of times on which we agree is the more remarkable story. This year we agreed on all but 5 cases out of 54. Last year we agreed on all but 3 cases. The year before, all but 2 cases. 5 years ago, we didn't agree on 7 cases. I mean, but just year over year, it's pretty consistent. It's like several cases we don't agree on. And this year, Raphael's right. We added this one step of people being able to respond back.
Yeah.
And I think probably the reason for the relative increase from 3 to 5 is that we saw these responses back. We kind of saw people articulate their responses. Why? I guess, I worry that the law, and I know we have this discussion every year, the law sets up the perspective that there is a validator, like value-added data, But there isn't. It's just a different set of people who provide an objective lens for us. And that's all it is. And it's not their fault, and it's not our fault or anyone's fault. It's just 2 different sources of information. I think they just contradict sometimes.
And I actually think you're right. I know that there is a need for an external validator, and then I think there's also the need for judgment. I think I'm getting at I'm trying to understand sort of the basis for where norming is off. Why do we think it's most off? So if we looked at past years, we looked at the 5 schools where we disagreed. With NACSA, what are we learning about those 5 schools? How are they performing? Where were we? I'm just trying to understand the basis for sort of norming.
Just to take it, I don't mean to call out one school in specific, but to take the Literacy Foundation School for Dyslexia in Baton Rouge. When I saw the recommendation for anyone that was not approved, I worked with the team on walking through each one. And what I learned is that actually what NACSA had said is the application itself was extremely strong. There was concerns about how the instructional leader had reacted during a scenario. And they thought and the concerns were significant enough to suggest non-approval. Well, think about that for a second. From NACSA's perspective, I think that's a completely rational assessment. Those are the measures they use to make a one-day assessment. Think about our position. We have a set of kids growing up with dyslexia who aren't learning to read. We need a solution. We have a great application with a very qualified board, and what they said effectively is you don't have the right leader. Well, what that allowed us to do is to say, okay, we have this extraordinary need. We can't go forward without a leader, but we also are, I think, obligated to take them up on the need. So if we can find a leader, we should do it. And I just think that those are our competing perspectives. And I don't know that it comes down. In every case, there was something like that. In the case of the North Shore School, it was the inability to find a leader. But to be frank, here you have a school system that literally has an employee for every 5 students. This is a school system, and I mean no disrespect, Senator, but where my last conversation with the board was their unwillingness to make an adjustment where they have an employee for every 5 students. So something has gone wrong systemically. We need a solution. Same thing. NACSA said we have a strong application, but we have not a good plan for leadership right now, so we should try to accommodate. And I guess if we're looking for a one-size-fits-all, that's not the way, as you know, Ms. Beebe, from running your school system. That's just not the way schools work.
Okay, Ms. Dastu?
I think this was such a great conversation. I think it is, for those that, we have members that this is the first time that they're going through this process. Every year, we improve on the process. We identify areas that we think can be improved and that can help the board reach the best decision to ensure that these schools are successful. Our track record lately is very, very strong on improving good schools. But like Ms. Bradford said, there needs to be some flexibility. Last year, we were frustrated with some of the schools didn't have the opportunity to come back and say and address those weaknesses. The board asked the superintendent to create that extra step. From that step will very likely come, for strong applications, a different recommendation, because that's information that the NASCA evaluators did not have. I think to Ms. Bradford's point that the NASCA evaluators are experts, but at the end of the day, we're going to rely on our superintendent's judgment, and we're going to rely on our own judgment, because the success and the failures of these schools are not going to rest on NASCA. They're going to come back to the board and to the state superintendent. So it is our responsibility to continue to work to improve the process, to exercise good judgment, and to be flexible in our thinking and our approach as we look, because every one of these applications is so totally different, but they all have a great mission. So I like this conversation today. I think it was deliberately needs to go slow and be expansive so that everyone's questions can be answered, because I strongly suspect that there's going to be some very good recommendations coming from Ms. Beebe, from Ms. Orange-Jones, from Ms. Hill, from our new members, because they're looking at this with a fresh set of eyes. Those of us have been here a while, we probably are not looking at it as sharp as the new members. So I really I encourage you to engage in this and to bring forth your thoughts and your recommendations, because every year we make this process stronger, and the results show that. So I'm really glad to be here and part of this today.
Mr. Garvey?
Yes.
Mr. Ganger, you have a couple more if you could just briefly review the others that are left.
Sure, if it pleases the board. So I've talked to you about dyslexia, Jefferson Chamber, North Shore. We've talked already about the Outreach Community Development Corporation. The last two that I wanted to speak with you about is the South Louisiana Charter Foundation and the Southwest Louisiana Charter Academy Foundation. Both of which are working with Charter Schools USA as their provider of educational services. In both instances, again, we're looking at the track record of an applicant as a really key factor in whether or not we feel comfortable approving or recommending the application for approval. Southwest Louisiana Charter Academy Foundation is directly affiliated, or not directly affiliated, but it's very closely related to the Lake Charles Charter Academy group, which operates a school already in Lake Charles in Calcasieu Parish. That school made growth academically this past year, and we visited the school this past year as part of our ongoing monitoring of all of our charter schools, and really liked what we saw and really felt like we saw students learning, students engaged. We have confidence in the school leader, who is the former principal of the year from Calcasieu Parish. We really felt as though there was strong work being done in those schools. I think at the same time, we're asking ourselves, how do we do sustainable growth for different entities? And so when we looked at the Southwest Louisiana Charter Academy Foundation, we said, well, this is in Lake Charles. These schools have students in grades K through 8. They're looking to expand so they can continue educating those students in high school. And so we said, that makes perfect sense. We like the work that's being done here. We want to expand the options for this group of students that really otherwise we don't believe would have quality options available to them in Calcasieu Parish. For the South Louisiana Charter Foundation, we had a different governing board, so there was a different nonprofit affiliated, even though they were both working with Charter Schools USA. And we, again, said to ourselves, well, we need to see then how this board's capacity to oversee and manage the schools is going to be, because it's a different board, it's a different region of the state. It's something that Charter Schools USA has not had previous experience with. And so again, what we looked at there was we said, well, how do we do this in a sustainable way? Which is that our traditional option for how we do that is to say, let's give a group one school. Let's let them prove themselves in that one school. Let's let them demonstrate that they can be successful in that school. And then let's look at a plan for expansion and how they can impact greater numbers of students. And so for both of these applications, we looked at the context in which those applicants were operating, the past track record of the applicants and the boards, and we used that to really come to a recommendation that we believe is the right one, which is that allowing for this growth, but doing it in a sustainable way. NACSA disagreed with the department and recommended denial in both cases. But we feel as though this group is doing strong work right now and that it is appropriate for them to continue to expand in Louisiana. We just want to make sure that we're doing it in a smart way. Happy to answer any questions.
Mr. Gang, I do have one. The Charter Schools USA, they operate how many schools in Louisiana?
They currently operate 2 schools in Louisiana.
2 schools. How many schools do they operate total, though, across the United States?
I believe it's almost 50.
50?
I believe it's almost 50.
Okay. Significant capacity there.
Yes.
Okay,
yes.
thank you.
Yes.
I should also just note on these 2 that the organization applied for 6 schools statewide, and we are recommending 2. And so I just say that to highlight that, again, whether the recommendation was yes on all 6 from NACSA or no on all 6 from NACSA, we're kind of balancing the question, as Raphael said, of what does smart growth mean, and not wanting to stretch the organization that much.
Ms. Hill?
Yes, I just wanted to give the opportunity to 2 of the other charter applicants, even though Mr. Gaines has already gone over their application, to allow them to speak like we allowed Senator Nevers to speak. And so they're here, so I hope that we give them the opportunity to plead their case as well.
Yes, Ms. Hill, we have lots of cards on this issue. We're going to be going through them as soon as we get the BESE questions answered.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Astor.
I do have a question about the Southeast Charter Schools USA, their request around specific to East Baton Rouge Parish. Can you tell me what they requested, what they applied for, and what you're recommending, and the thought and basis behind that recommendation?
Yeah. So the South Louisiana Charter Foundation applied for both Type 2 schools and Type 5 schools. And so the Type 5 schools are not appearing on this agenda item, which is why Superintendent White mentioned that the number is slightly higher than what you see in this executive rec in front of you. They applied for 1 school in North Baton Rouge. Then they applied for another school in East Baton Rouge that was a Type 2. They also applied for a school in the RSD, a Type 5 school in the Recovery School District in Baton Rouge, and then also applied for a Type 5 school in New Orleans. And we're recommending that those Type 5s not be accepted. But these
Can you say why? I mean, is this organization more adept at Type 2s than turnarounds? I mean,
we think the school is the group. I don't want to speak for Charter Schools USA too much, but the Charter Schools USA is actually starting to do work with school turnarounds in other states, specifically Indiana. We felt like that work is nascent and is at the beginning point. We'd love to see some more data about how they're doing turnarounds before we make any move in that direction. They have a very strong track record in terms of starting up new schools, which is why we felt like the appropriate thing was for them to continue on their current path of opening up Type 2 charter schools.
But you're recommending one of the 2 Type 2s in Baton Rouge?
That's correct.
And what's the basis for that reason?
The basis is that, again, we want sustainable growth, which is that starting up 2 schools is a daunting task for most organizations. And we also don't have a track record of their performance in Baton Rouge, which we believe is a different community and has different needs than Calcasieu Parish.
Okay.
And so we wanted to make sure that they have a chance to prove themselves in East Baton Rouge first, and then we want to look at, well, what's the plan for the future? What's the plan for expansion?
Okay, thank you.
We also just looked at their past successes in other states. I know that last year there were some questions about the data on Charter Schools USA's record in Florida. We got the data. I think the data are very compelling, but they are with a student population that's not the same student population as is in North Baton Rouge, for example. So approving a school that was categorically for North Baton Rouge as opposed to more broadly for East Baton Rouge Parish, we thought would have been a mistake.
And the population between the Lake Charles School and the Baton Rouge School is very distinctly different also?
If it were to be in North Baton Rouge, yes.
Okay, so the North Baton Rouge and Lake Charles are totally 2 different kinds of schools. Student populations.
In terms of our plan for saying, is it 6 schools, is it 4 schools, is it 2 schools, we felt like we made the best decisions. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I had a follow-up question. Is the second school that was denied, is that in North Baton Rouge also?
That's the school that is being denied under this recommendation.
I thought it was the South Baton Rouge school that was being denied.
I don't believe there was an application for South Baton Rouge.
Just all of East Baton Rouge.
It's the first one is for all of East Baton Rouge, yeah.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Lee.
again, I'm looking at the recommendation from NASCA. They make some pretty definite statements here, and while I hear what you're saying about the success of charter schools, USA, and other parts of the country, looks like if that is important, then looks like that would have projected itself in this application. But what I'm seeing, the recommendation is saying, I'm assuming this is a regular, comprehensive high school?
Yes.
It's not an alternative school.
No, it's not.
Correct? But it says that the application for the high school does not meet the criteria for approval because sections of the proposal were not fully developed. It looks like if they've had a success throughout the country, they would have recognized the need to have the proposal developed. They say it lacks a clear vision for the high school education plan. And it says the existing elementary school has not been adequately tailored for a high school. It says descriptions for school climate and culture are vague and incomplete. It says they were unable to articulate how the education plan and school culture will be impacted by absorbing 100 new ninth graders. Says the evaluation team had additional concerns with the plans for teaching, the budget, and financial management. All of these, to me, are fairly serious statements and would not reflect what you would think of an organization that has, quote, been successful in other parts of the country.
I think when we looked at the application, we did a couple things. One, especially for the high school, we looked at the data on Charter Schools USA's work in other places with regard to high schools. And the data there shows that improvement and shows that they are working with populations somewhat similar to what they have in Lake Charles, and that really they are making gains with those students overall. I think, again, this is part of how we're thinking about sustainable growth, which is that we've seen in our work on the ground with the Lake Charles schools there real progress and a real track record of having strong school leaders, people with curricular knowledge, well-organized schools that are clean and safe for students, in a place where, frankly, there just aren't a lot of options for at-risk students. And we believe that the school's current track record with those schools helps to demonstrate the reasons why we believe that they should have this high school and should be able to really grow and expand. And the issues that are raised by NACSA in their evaluation recommendation, we spoke with the school group actually separately and asked them and followed up about many of these issues. And we felt as though their responses to us and their response as part of the application process, their 5-page response, really helped to clarify for us their plans and helped to give us confidence that they were going to be able to meet the standards that we were going to hold out for them. So we had separate conversations with them in that same respect.
Let's move on to the speakers that we have now. Can we have Scott Hughes come up, please?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Scott Hughes, the Alliance for Education in Shreveport. Just real quick, I wanted to come and thank you for your process. I think many people, as the laws were developed, questioned whether we would have integrity or have hard standards for creating new schools and charter schools. And I think there was a misbelief that anybody with a piece of paper and education degree could open a school. And I think we're learning that it's not quite that easy to open and run charter schools. And I'm not familiar with all the applications that you have before you, but I did look at the ones from Northwest Louisiana. And I wanted to just start by saying we had 8 applications from Northwest Louisiana. We have no applications you're recommending for approval today. So that means the only new charter school that will be opening in Northwest Louisiana will be one, ironically, that was chartered by the Caddo Parish School Board. That is the Charters USA School, Magnolia Charter. It did come before you. Caddo did approve it. It's scheduled for it to open next fall, and we're following them very closely. But the 8 that came before you, I have to agree with your assessment. I only thought 3 were worthy to go forward with an application. I thought that 5 of them probably didn't even merit an interview, and I think that's kind of what the process held up. The 3 that went before you, I reluctantly will agree, none probably deserve to be approved based on the applications and the comments that were made. I do want to comment, I did send a letter of recommendation on 1 because we thought 1 was a unique idea. It was an attempt to just address dropout students, which is something that we're sorely in need of, particularly in Caddo Parish. And so I think some things have come up in the process, and I think you've talked today a little bit about I can't even say the word, dyslexic school, how that's unique and different, and how alternative schools are unique and different. And I think in the Caddo example, the one that was applied for, hopefully that will either come back to you or go to Caddo Parish because there is a huge need. It is different in opening that type of a school, and hopefully your process will understand that as you go forward, and maybe we might need some different types of evaluators looking at the alternative schools versus evaluators who are more specific with general ed. That said, I would encourage you, particularly with the Northwest Louisiana schools, to move forward with your recommendations, and would encourage you as you move forward to look again. When you're 0 for 8 as a region, it's kind of hard to get into a discussion with your school districts and your community about what choice means. Because now choice doesn't mean charter schools to our community. And some of you are familiar with Northwest Louisiana. We have already 95% of every child in public school. We're very proud of that up in the northwest corner of our state. But it presents problems as you begin to move forward with new governance and new choices as how we get new authorizers online. We've only had 3 in the history of Northwest Louisiana, all in Caddo Parish. The 2 that are currently there now, Linwood and Lanier, and we went through the same situation. There was one application that was sort of stronger before, and there was one that was clearly weak. It was a community organization that did not have any strong support behind it, and it failed. You're now running that as an RSD direct school. The only one in our history is one, those who have been around a while remember Right Step Academy, that was an abject failure about 20 years ago. So as we move forward, I would encourage you to look at regions of the state, and we're one where you're not having a success in bringing in new choice and new option for kids, and ask yourself why. And we'll be glad to work with you and maybe hold some meetings. We're not necessarily huge charter supporters, but we do see this as something that's offering choice for kids. And I will mention this in closing, specifically in Caddo, where the 3 applications came from. We see a lot of problem in the elementary area. Caddo has a large choice plan in its high school areas, put together, quite frankly, by a member of your board when he was the Caddo superintendent years ago, Mr. Lee. And so a high school student in Caddo already has tremendous choice options amongst our 11 high schools. What we're lacking in Caddo is clear choice and options in middle school and in elementary school. And so I'll just close with saying I would support your recommendations, and we look forward to the board helping our part of the state as we move forward find some quality charter operators who can come and set up in Northwest Louisiana. Thank you.
Okay, next speaker is Shakisha Scott. And please correct my pronunciation of any names that I butcher while I'm up here, please. And while we have Ms. Scott up here, can we get Tiffany Lewis to come forward and be ready to speak?
Hi, I'd like to thank the board for allowing me to speak. I would like to speak on the application for Education Explosion Incorporated. We were denied by NASCA for reasons outside of the standards. I've contacted the State Department to get their reason for why our application was denied. I have not got any answer. I reached out email and phone, have not received an answer, but I do want to speak on the NASCA report. We have strong, NASCA has rated our application as strong in our education program, finance, and most of the components. Very similar to the Bogalusa application, but the difference is ours were our application.
Ma'am, could you have some kind of electronic device on you that might be causing this?
Raphael, you could turn off
No.
those 2 other mics. That would help.
Okay.
Thank you.
Our application was denied. Others were approved based on conditional, them meeting conditions. So my question is, why, if we had a strong application as far as the quality of the school, why isn't our application approved or based on meeting certain conditions? Baker is a struggling school district. They've been struggling for nearly a decade. They have no other choices. Most of the private schools that were in Baker have shut down. Only one remains. We're the only group that has put forward a charter proposal, and it's been rated as a quality charter proposal. However, NASCA denied it based on concerns of salaries of the leadership team, which did not impact the school's budget, surplus, or contingencies, or quality of the school. So I'm coming to get questions since I wasn't successful in reaching Mr. White, getting the answers from Raphael and his team as far as why the department did not recommend our application with conditions if the overall school is of high quality versus others.
Let me just say a couple things first. First of all, thank you for your application. I agree with your assessment of the situation in Baker. I've reviewed the application. I think there is a lot really positive about it, and I'm going to ask Mr. Gang to speak to some of the specific reasons in a second. Before Mr. Gang speaks, I do just want to be clear about this. You did speak with Dave Lefkowitz, and you did correspond with him in writing as well.
He didn't have any answers. He said that I was asking fair questions that he thought should have been answered, but he did not want to speak on why it was not approved.
Okay. I just wanted, it sounded from your comments like you didn't get a call back or anything, and I think you did, but I appreciate what you just said about it. Why don't we hear from Mr. Gang, and let's share some of our rationale.
Yeah, and board members, just to be clear, we made sure to both email and call all applicants, regardless of our recommendation, as we finalize those recommendations, just so that you know that we made contact with every applicant and that we made contact with also the parish school boards of any applicant that was applying in their parish as well. When in this situation, as in most of the situations that are applications that are in front of you as type 2s, we agreed with NACS's assessment of the application in terms of concerns around Ms. Scott and her husband being married and being co-leaders of the school, and how that could pose some conflict of interest issues. And then we were also concerned about very low staff compensation rates that were being proposed that we didn't believe were sustainable, or NACSA did not believe we were sustainable, and we agreed with them. And then we also looked at the NACSA's review also had issues regarding student engagement and making sure that students were engaged, attending school, coming to school. And then I think one point of clarification is that while NACSA, in our conversations with NACSA, they repeatedly reiterate this, which is that an application really needs to be meets approval across the board in order for it to meet their standard in most situations. And what I would note is that in none of the categories, culture, teaching, leadership, governance, school operations, in none of the 8 categories that we had as part of the evaluation did the group actually meet the standard from NACSA. So this was a situation where we were on the fence in terms of really thinking that there was a lot of potential with this group, and that we are looking forward to seeing a future application from the group, but that we did agree with NACSA that they are almost there, but that being almost there does not mean that the group is fully ready to actually open up an application, especially in as high a need area as Baker, where the challenges are extremely high, and also knowing that this group does not have a history in terms of actually school leaders running the schools. They have a history in terms of operating a program that deals with young students. We think that's great. We think that is an incredible start. But we would like to see the group develop their application a little bit more, address the areas of concern that NACSA had in their summary, and come back to us in the future with a stronger application and ready to really successfully launch a school in Baker, which we desperately believe needs more options for.
And actually, he brought up the point I was making as far as almost there. And actually, we did meet expectations in half of the categories versus North Shore did not in any of the categories. So again, one gets approval with conditions, and we had a higher rating and still did not get recommended. And NACSA, I've been in conversations with, again, the VP from NASCA, and I brought forth some errors that was in the NASCA report. They misquoted the report in several areas, stating things that were in the application that was not true. I provided the department and NASCA with supporting documentation referencing the page numbers where it specifically shows where they misstated the application, where it's black and white. We submitted it to them during our draft response. It was ignored. They issued the final report just as they did the draft report. So that's when I contacted, again, the VP to let them know of those errors. It's still not corrected. It still stands. So basically, we have a NASCA report that's issued and published online with incorrect errors that the department and NASCA ignored. So on paper, the department has this checklist where we have all of this opportunity to respond and give feedback, but it's more of a rubber stamp if it's being ignored. The letter that they told us to address to Superintendent White, making our final plea, I'm still waiting on a response. I did not get a response for why, for none of the documentation I sent. It's more of submit it so it can appear that we're doing everything possible so that we can appear like we have a voice when we do not. So, and I've asked the department, what's the point of submitting supporting documentation, outlining the errors, highlighting the errors, if they're not going to correct it, and if the report is going to be issued as is? I did not get an answer for that either.
Okay, Ms. Hill?
And, well, just to state that this school is in the district that I represented, that I represent. However, I guess for you, Mr. Gaines, and maybe you can answer this question. As I sit here and read the executive summary in reference to what NASCA reported, as far as the curriculum, because I look at the education and the curriculum of how the school is going to sustain and be able to educate the students, since we always say we're serving the students. So education and academic is the foremost for me. And as I read this report, NASCA states that the strength includes a solid education plan that provides a clear, comprehensive description of the curriculum framework, strong support for special education students, and the list goes on and on and on. And so, but then we just approved some schools where NASCA said that their curriculum was weak, that they needed stronger curriculum, they needed stronger academic components. And so, I just have a real problem, trying to see how can we justify this. As a board, we approved some that the leadership, they have issues with the leadership, they have issues with their curriculum, they have issues with, transportation, and the list goes on. And the only thing that I see here that is an issue, according to NASCA, is, their rates as far as pay, salary, which can be adjust at any given time.
With conditions.
So, help me to understand that.
Can I, I'm sorry, go ahead. It struck me on reading both the application and the review that a serious issue was the fact that, and I don't mean to disrespect just from a typical governance perspective, that a serious issue was the husband and wife management team, and that is something that is just typically not done in government with public funds. What is the response to that? What was the response to that element of the NACSA review?
Right. And as I talked with, again, Mr. Half on this issue as well, we had internal controls in place to mitigate the risk of any conflict of interest. We had a dual reporting structure to the board, which NASCA has also referenced. Our board is competent, strong, and understand their roles. Also, we put in the response specific examples of where husband and wife teams have demonstrated success across this country. One is BESE charter schools in Tucson, Arizona. Now they've been recognized by Newsweek, the Washington Post for their success. They started out with one school. Now they have 8 school campuses. Harlem Link, that has been recognized by a well-respected charter school consultant. They have demonstrated success. Their students are outperforming students across the country in their district on the Terra Nova exam, who and that was the start of a husband and wife team. The U.S. Department of Education has also recognized back to BESE charter schools. They call them the brainchild. They say this school is the result of a brainchild of a husband and wife team. So there are examples out there throughout the country where it has been done successfully. We do understand that there's a higher scrutiny whenever you have that team in place, which is why we put internal controls in place, which was clearly illustrated throughout the application, in the organization chart, and in the interview.
Mr. Esther.
I wouldn't bring this up except that's part of the recommendation. In looking at the executive summary, there's conversation around compensation, and for some people, looking at a school that may have as few as 200 students, having the CEO and principal pulling down $215,000 a year seems like quite a pull on the resources.
That's combined, and that's the
Can you rationalize how that is good for students?
Well, we won't say good, but we do have the statistical data of how we determined it, which met the standard of how you determine salaries. Those salaries were vetted, and we also use a salary wizard tool from salary.com where it takes into factors of location, the organization size, the type of organization it is, and you put in a position and it gives you a range of the salary for those positions. On the bell curve, you have the low end and the high end. That's how we determined those salaries. The NASCA report, they took the high end of the salaries and went with it throughout the report, but didn't acknowledge what was actually budgeted in the budget.
What was budgeted?
It was, I think, $90,000, $94,000 for the school leader, and $110 for the exec director position.
That's what we have. We have $120 for the CEO, $94,500 for the principal.
94, right.
Okay, thank you.
So, okay, and I just want to add to that, and if that was obviously their main concern of why they denied the application, because that point was brought up in various sections of the application, that could have been corrected with the condition, approval condition on the salaries combined do not exceed 6% of the total school budget.
Thank you. Thank you. That helps me understand.
Okay, next speaker is Tiffany Lewis.
Can I ask one more question?
Yes, Superintendent.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman. Can I ask one more question? What is it about the experience of the leadership team that you think best qualifies you in terms of the experience and the record of success that qualifies? What is it? Because in each case where the department has said that there is a deviation from the recommendation, and your response to NACSA's document was compelling.
Thank you.
But at the same time, some of the leadership issues persist in our minds in terms of making the recommendation. The salary structure issue persists in our mind. And just frankly, it didn't jump out at me as it did in some of the other cases where there was clearly a proven history of outcomes, that there was an obvious thing to point to. What is it that for you would say, yes, that this is what you should look at as obvious evidence of that we can make dramatic gains with low-income students?
Right. Thanks for that question. Currently, we are a nonprofit educational provider. We have serviced nearly 200 children in the East Baton Rouge area, including the city of Baker, in the past 3 years. We have been very successful with raising achievement scores, driving student achievement. We have run different summer reading programs. One of our biggest ones is from Children's Defense Fund, the Freedom Schools, where we've been very successful with improving the reading rates of students. As far as our qualifications, Mr. Scott, he was charged in the application as the educational leader. He's a certified administrator. He has a master's in educational leadership. He's a certified teacher in the state of Louisiana. He has nearly a decade of teaching and leadership experience. I was charged as the finance and school operations leader. I have years of experience, nearly a decade of experience in government internal auditing, accounting, nonprofit governance, and I have an MBA.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
And Mr. Gill?
Mr. Garvey, to respect some of the time and the folks here, I'd like to make a motion that we go ahead and approve the ones that are recommended as being approved by the department, so we can move those along as a group, and then we can address the other ones.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, let me look through our, I'm not sure how to tell from our cards if we have people that want to speak against the ones that are being approved, but I don't think we do. You can figure it out, you can check and see? Okay.
Excuse me, point of personal privilege.
While you're doing that, let's go to Ms.
Yes.
Hill.
I mean, we have another individual that would like to speak, and so I think you should at least give them the opportunity.
And Ms. Hill, would that individual be speaking in favor of a school that the department is recommending to deny?
No, they're speaking on their school because they were denied, and they want to plead their case like we allowed Senator Neville.
We're not saying we're not, that's not what our motion suggested. The motion suggested that those that are recommended by the department for approval, we go ahead and approve those. That doesn't mean we're going to ignore the others, but let's approve the ones the department recommends so that those people that are here for those schools can get on with their business, and we will deal with the remaining applicants. So that's the intent of the motion.
In which case, we would come back to the issue that Ms. Hill thinks there's a speaker that wants to speak about.
Okay, so my question is, if we go along and go ahead and approve the ones that's already in the booklet right now?
No, just the ones that are recommending for approval.
Yes, from the department. If we have individuals that come up and plead their case and we decide differently, then what will happen? We're going to have to do the process ourselves?
No, we'll just address it. We will address that situation as soon as we finish with this motion.
So if
It will not cut off any opportunities to
Okay,
address.
that's why I just make sure no one is cut off and everyone.
Absolutely, yes, ma'am. Yes, Ms. Bophy.
I believe Mr. Fleming has a card potentially for a school that we will approve. So if we could let him speak before we vote on this one.
Okay. Mr. Fleming?
Thank you, Ms. Bophy. Good afternoon. I really respect y'all persistence today, and I really do mean that with all true intention. The fact that y'all are letting people speak is appreciated. I'm Sean Fleming. I'm the Deputy Director of the Louisiana Developmental Disabilities Council. I am also the father of 3 children, one of whom has dyslexia. Was fairly severe dyslexia. Didn't speak to his teachers till he was about 6 or 7 years old. So I understand the frustrations and the need for programming for kids with dyslexia. I live with it. But I'm here representing the council because what's before you today is a school that is the first charter school proposal that is designated to serve students strictly because of their disability. And the council appreciates and respects the attempts of the Dyslexia Association and this group to provide a school to meet the needs of students with dyslexia. But we encourage BESE to not set a precedent of establishing a segregated school based on students because of their disability characteristics, and basically deny this attempt is basically what we're asking for. What is remarkable about this is the creation or the initial proposal to create a segregated school based on student learning characteristics includes students with the most mild disability characteristics. And I don't put that lightly. I live with it. I've spent hours, I know what intervention takes. But in terms of looking at the realm of the range of students with disabilities, I used to serve as the Department of Education's coordinator for students with autism. Disability does not even capture most kids with dyslexia. And yet we're looking at starting with a charter school to create a segregated setting for those students. It would send an extremely strong message by this board and the department if that's where y'all begin to seek alternative environments to teach kids because they're learning differences. Denying this charter would actually be consistent with the direction our state has been going in with including students and towards inclusive education. To accept this would be moving us backwards. It would be setting a standard of recognizing that people, because of their learning differences, should be taught somewhere else. And I don't think that's the message we want to send people. I don't think that's necessary. If we believe and if we expect for every school to serve students, all students, which is what I expect and what I believe, my son is in high school. Does he still have dyslexia? He still does and always will have dyslexia. He makes mostly B's, maybe a C. He's passed the end of course test that he's been given. He's on grade level, and he's in a school that has improved. Years of research have shown us the benefits of including students, not only to students with disabilities, but to all students. So to deny society the understanding that we expect schools to serve kids, all kids, and start separating kids out by disability classification sets a very bad road to start on, and one that we feared in the disability community a lot. We've heard conversations, and this sort of sets it up. So the solution, in our opinion, for serving students with disabilities is to require that all schools accept their fair share of students with disabilities and provide them adequate and appropriate services. There are issues, to be clear. We have a long way to go for all schools to serve all students. But the solution is not to create a segregated school setting. And they're having problems with their leadership in identifying who's going to lead that school. There's a dyslexia school in Baton Rouge. So there is a private school precedent, if you will, where people can send them there.
Mr. Fleming?
Yes,
we
sir.
have a 2-minute limit. Could you wrap it up, please?
Certainly. I'll wrap it up with the council request that you deny this application. It'll set a precedent and set us going down a path that will take away years of progress. And I appreciate your time, and I'll be open to any questions. Thank you.
Mr. Superintendent.
Go ahead.
Well, I just, you are a consistent and very passionate advocate for students with disabilities. But I personally disagree with your assessment that if the board approves the school, that we are sending the wrong message. I think this board has been very consistent in supporting and requiring inclusive education. But your belief, neither your belief nor our belief, should dictate that there may be parents out there who want to choose a different option. We need to remember that we approve a charter school. It's only going to be successful if parents actually decide that that is the best option for their children. So whether you believe that that's not a great option, or even we believe, doesn't mean that we should get in the way of something that parents want and that some students might benefit from. And I'll point out that we are the board for the Louisiana School for Visually Impaired and the Deaf. Those are two schools that serve exceptionalities. We approved the Max Charter School in South Louisiana that was, that school does a very important job in serving children with dyslexia. So I just beg to differ that this is contrary to your beliefs or our beliefs, or that even our beliefs trump what some other parents may want for their children. Thank you.
Okay. May I ask, Ms. Cormier, do you need to speak to this item at this time? Okay.
Christy Cormier. I'm the statewide coordinator for LaTeach, and I am a person with dyslexia. So I have very intimate understanding of what goes along with this. I do have to agree with Mr. Fleming that I believe it would set a precedent. I do agree with you, Ms. Dasdu, that we should never put our own beliefs over some people's wishes. But what I do know is some of the unintended consequences that are probable if not just this school, but other schools like it for this disability or beyond could happen. And those would be kind of the things that have happened with things like the School for the Visually Impaired and School for the Deaf, where school systems across the state have trouble finding providers for the types of services that a child might need. There's a shortage of interpreters in the state, and one of the things that's been said is that because most of those who go to school to be an interpreter or something end up here in Baton Rouge to work at the school, which leaves parents in regions where those services are very limited or don't exist with the option of if they want that service to happen, they send their child here to Baton Rouge. And so I guess what my concern is first of all that NASCA has said that their recommendation is to deny the school, first of all. Second of all, one of the things that was very concerning within that report was that there didn't seem to be any initiative to even learn beyond the knowledge that they did not have. That's also a concern for me. And then, another concern is that there was no type of understanding about special education policy and beyond. I just, I don't want for those unintended consequences to end up having decisions made for one reason, realized in families and in households in a different way. And I think that sometimes we have to look a little further down the road. So it is a precedent, whether we have to agree to disagree or not.
And we almost always agree, so I respect your position, I really do. But I would note that out of the standards, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, this application meets 7 of the 8 standards and approaches the standard in the other. So this is probably one of the strongest evaluations that we're seeing, as far as from NASCA's perspective. But I'm going to stop there.
Yeah. And I'll just wrap up
I
by
respect your opinion.
Yes, ma'am. And you know that I'm always good with agreeing to disagree. I think some of my best relationships come out of things like that. But
we're going to get along just fine.
I just really hope that in your short time of deliberation for it, that you really think beyond just today and the awarding or not awarding of it for today, and how will it actually affect the capacity of the surrounding school systems to serve the children who are currently in the schools, because there are some parents who would choose to keep their children in the school they would be in if they didn't have their disability. And if the awarding of a charter system were to hurt that in some way, then we've just had the opposite effect. Okay. And I don't think that that would be your intention either. So that's all I have to say.
I guess I would just say quickly, first of all, your viewpoints philosophically, I think, on the question of how to set up a system that treats children with disabilities equitably, and how creating exclusionary environments should not be the operating philosophy. I think I agree with. I think the votes of this board overall have reflected total agreement with. I guess out of roughly 75,000 kids across the state who have IEPs for a disability, the idea that opening a second charter school to address the needs of students with dyslexia in our largest metropolitan area, be the first one, strikes me as not really likely to have a kind of cataclysmic effect on the system. And I guess second, Christy, to the point around surrounding schools, I actually think it could be a chance to really develop best practice in a way that invites educators in from other schools. I mean, we've talked about this a little bit. As an English teacher, no one ever came to me and told me how to address what were clear instances of dyslexia in my classroom, and there was no place to go. And I recognize that in an ideal world, you wouldn't have to do it because there would be that expertise located at every school site. But I don't think, provided it's a choice option, not a mandated option, that it has a negative systemic effect. And actually, the chance to develop some expertise for this student population could be a positive. And I think that's the thinking behind it.
Yes, Mr. Fleming?
Thank you. You know, the most previous gentleman who sat here before I did made the realization of the message acutely clear. And it's nothing against, you know, his position or his belief structure or anything. It's just, he said he wishes there are more schools for kids with disabilities that will be set up. That message will be clear when you approve this school, okay? It's not our belief structure, it's just, it is. It is the message. To build the capacity of schools is Ms. Cormier pointed out, is to not take away the best reading specialists, the people who know how to deal with the kids with the most reading problems, and centralize them all in one location. The best way is to have them so they can be across the hall and a closer resource in the schools so that our kids are identified early. When I think of identification and identifying these kids as early as possible, and when you think of the population that this school in particular, and this isn't about the school, this is a philosophical point I made, but specific to this, the centralization. By taking the capacity out of local communities and making people go to one place, you're not building the capacity in the local community. You're actually taking the teachers who would be that and moving. You are. It does happen, and it will happen in this instance.
Mr. Chairman?
You also, and Mr. White brought up the issue of RTI. A lot of students with reading problems should be addressed through the RTI process, and probably don't need the intensity that a kid with organic dyslexia issues has. A parent may not know that because this school starts at kindergarten. So you're relying on a parent to recognize their kid as a reading disorder, something going on, and sending them to this school. And you're sending the message to all the other schools, this is where you go with this problem. So I appreciate y'all time. I don't think it's a belief structure that I alone share, unfortunately. I believe it is one that is communicated across this state. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Jones? Okay. We have another school that is in an unusual situation that some of their applications have been approved or recommended for approval, and some are being recommended for denial. That's the Charter Schools USA. Let me ask you, you have 3 speakers on your behalf. Do you feel a need to speak in favor of the schools that are being recommended for approval? Okay. Then we, same group. Then that concludes the speakers on the schools that are being recommended for approval. So now we have a motion on the floor to approve the schools that are being recommended for approval. Do we have any objections to the motion?
I object.
Roll
Ms.
call.
Beebe objects?
I second.
Ms. Hill objects?
Yes.
Any other objections? Hearing none, do we need a roll call vote, or can we
No.
go with that? Okay. The motion carries then. So now we go back to the items that were recommended for denial, and we have some more speakers on that issue. Ms. Tiffany Lewis.
Hello. Good afternoon. I want to say that Ms. Dassu said a great comment this morning, that she was happy to be a part of this process, and I too am happy to be a part of this process for the 4th year.
9 for me.
But you definitely have the experience there. In our case, I'm representing Outreach Community Development Corporation. My name is Tiffany Lewis. I'm the executive director. As the department said, we are currently running a charter school right now, J.S. Clark Leadership Academy in Opelousas, Louisiana. We've had great successes in the 4 months that we've been open. We were the first school in Louisiana to open this year. We opened August 1st, 2012, and we are experiencing great success with our students. Last year, we came before you with 2 charter school applications for J.S. Clark and Harvest Leadership Academy. We were asked by the department to choose which school we wanted to open. Both applications were approved, and the NACSA recommendation said that we needed to choose one because of our capacity. And they thought it would be difficult to open 2 schools at the same time. Well, we certainly agreed with that process, and after much consideration, we said we agreed with that, and we went forward with the recommendation to open J.S. Clark Leadership Academy. This year, we came back for Harvest Leadership Academy because of the outpour from the community from Lafayette Parish. NACSA approved this application. We met every single standard. There was not one part that did not meet standard. Yet the department is saying deny. And the reason for their denial is financial capacity. I've had an opportunity to speak with the department about this financial capacity. I was not presented with any information that could substantiate such an erroneous accusation. And therefore, I'm asking the BESE board, on behalf of Outreach Community Development Corporation, the students and parents in Lafayette Parish, to approve this application. Someone on the board just said that the process or the board should not get in the way of what parents want and students need. And if there is any other case in this process, I think that this is the perfect storm for that. NACSA approved, and the department had one single line that they do not approve.
Okay. Next speaker is,
Mr.
we have questions?
I just was wondering if the superintendent could speak to the department's recommendation, because if if you look at this, they do meet every standard for NASCA, so
Yeah.
if you would be willing to speak to it.
I think that in our conversations, it is clearly a circumstance where we want this group to get to a point where it's operating more than one school. You know, we believed in the promise of the application last year. It was selected. Now you've been up and running for 4 months or so. We see good things. I think that we have, frankly, some specific concerns about internal controls that we see on the accounting side. And I can ask my colleagues to speak to it in greater detail. But I don't think that the NACSA review would fully capture that. Insofar as the NACSA review captures the specifics of a kind of application, it doesn't capture the complexity of a school's current operations. And we have concerns about the accounting dimensions that we see or systems that we see in the school's current operations. That doesn't for a second mean that we don't want this ultimately to be, as you said, a school that replicates. We think it should replicate, and I think Lafayette is a place where it's needed. If that's the right place, then that's fine, but I don't think right now from just a systems perspective it's ready. I believe we have backup that we can read from in the document, but let's name some specific issues.
I just want to say too, earlier when Raphael spoke to this comment, he said the department has worked with us. The department hasn't worked with us on any financial issues, nor has any financial issue been brought to us as an issue. This is our executive business manager, and he has experience in auditing, accounting. We turned in our internal controls. There were no responses back to that there was any difference of opinion with any item. So I'm not understanding where the financial capacity comes from. It just seems erroneous without that backup. We have been in operation for 4 months as a school, and not one person from the department has been to our school, contacted us on any of these issues. And so therefore, I have to say that it seems erroneous to say such a thing.
Well, why don't we hear what we have to say? Let me say this. As a charter school, you're independent of the government bureaucracy. And I think that if we're worried about an issue, that's understandable after 4 months of operation. I mean, you're not going to have everything perfect after 4 months of an operation. So please don't take anything that we have to say here as, oh, you should have done this, you should have done that. It's more just like, look, you're at the outset of what is a long process ahead in the development of these schools, and it's less about us saying, boy, you really got this wrong, than it is about, if we have any concerns, should we be going ahead with and starting an entirely new school, or should we just give this another year through which to mature? And so and I'm sure you have an answer to that. Let me ask Mr. Gang just to name the specific issues, and then I'd like to come back.
And I will.
Mr. Gang.
Let me say this. Our school this school we applied for was not even scheduled to open until 2014, which leaves considerable amount of time for the department to work with us on any issues that you feel we have or whatever the case may be. This is not even scheduled to open until another 20 months, 18 months down the line. And we did that out of concern, not just for this board, but to say we want to look at the successes that we have and look at the negatives that we have, and certainly make those adjustments and improvements, because we could have easily made this for 2013. I'm sure some of these applicants here today have. But the board took time in realizing that they wanted to definitely find out the negatives and the positives of every situation, academically, financially, parentally, and move forward with that in 2014. We're in essence not even really asking for a new school. As you said, this is a replication. We're a type 2 right now. We could take from anywhere in the state, including Lafayette.
Okay. Mr. Gang, can you comment, please?
Yeah, and board members, what I would just start off my comments with is that there's a combination of factors here. It's no one single thing that is the smoking gun. I would say there are two areas that gave us pause on recommending the application at this time. The first is that the school does not have a track record, an academic track record from which for us to move forward, which is that when we look at replications, we look for schools that have an academic track record, that have shown that they can move students academically. And right now, simply because J.S. Clark has not been in existence for more than 3 months, they do not have one. And that's by no fault of their own. That's just something that we then give all the more scrutiny to, because we want to make sure that when schools are replicating, they have demonstrated to the department and to you that they are ready to replicate, because they have shown that they can make those academic gains with students. The second issue, which is I think been the topic of our discussion up to this point, is really around the internal controls and the finances of the current school. A couple of basic things that have concerned us as the school is opened, and these are by no means things that we believe are things that should cause 5-alarm fires or that we need to go in guns blazing at the school. What we believe is that these are just cautionary tales of a school that is in startup and is still working to get its feet under it, and which means that we should hold off on asking that school to replicate and expand so that they are taking on responsibility at a measured pace. So just a few things that we've noted is that the school, in terms of its ability to have clear internal controls, the department, recognizing that setting up financial accounting systems is a very challenging thing for schools that are in startup mode, created what we call an internal controls checklist. And the internal controls checklist is exactly what it sounds like, which is it's a checklist that asks you to do a self-evaluation of your internal controls. J.S. Clark did turn that into the department. The department, in reviewing that checklist, found that 10 different controls needed to be improved, and that those were in 6 different categories that the school was in need of improving. So that obviously gives us a little bit of pause right there. In addition, there was evidence in terms of handwritten checks and just not particularly sophisticated financial accounting systems for making sure that accounts payable and accounts receivable were matching up. I'm not a finance expert, but these are things that concerned our finance department as the school was processing a startup loan that they received as part of the startup process. And all the while, the department has maintained contact with J.S. Clark, has emailed them asking for additional documentation, has asked them for information to help them understand what are the challenges that the school is facing so that we can assist them, give them guidance, and give them the tools that they can use to improve themselves. The second area of concern that the department identified in terms of looking at the operations of the school was with regard to the National School Lunch Program, which is the program by which families receive free and reduced lunch in public schools. Essentially, the challenge that we saw there was that the school was unable to comply with the requirements of the National School Lunch Program in terms of putting out an RFP for their food service provider and making sure that they complied with federal regulations with that regard. And through much communication between Stephen Osborne's team and the student programs, and our team was involved in the communications as well. What was a result was that we found that the school had not or could not demonstrate that they had really complied with those federal regulations. And we asked the school, and the school was unable to receive funding for the months of August and September, which means that the school was not receiving the federal dollars that they were really entitled to because they could not comply or could not demonstrate that they were in compliance with those federal regulations. All of these things were things that came to us as the application process was going on. And so we were working with the school as the process was going on. And this is information that we worked to provide to NACSA and that we asked NACSA to follow up on. When we came to the recommendation and looked at the school, again, what we saw was a school that did not have an academic track record from which to go on to base a replication. And then we also saw a school that was having some difficulties in terms of their internal controls and their basic financial and accounting practices within the school. There's more detail that I can provide, but I just wanted to give you a basic high-level overview of where the school is at. We've had many ongoing conversations with the school over the past few weeks as we've come to this recommendation. Members of our team have spent several hours on the phone with Ms. Lewis, and we are happy to continue those conversations because we are I guess, the second greatest advocates for making sure that the school is a success outside of Ms. Lewis. But at this time, we do not feel confident that the school is ready to take that next step. We're looking forward to seeing an application from the school for replication in the future after they've been able to demonstrate that success.
I'd like to comment.
Do you have any other questions from the BESE members? Ms. Hill.
I had the opportunity, Ms. Lewis, throughout her duration of them opening up the school, which had sent me an email in reference to trying to get in touch with me. I'm sorry, can you hear me okay? Have sent me emails as the BESE rep that represent that area where the department wasn't responding to their emails, wasn't even responding to their calls. I will forward the emails and there was no response. Ms. Lewis will contact me as the BESE rep because the department was not responding to their emails or their calls, and then I'll have to make a call, and then maybe a couple of weeks down the line or maybe a month later they'll get a response. So there was no support from the department. That's first and foremost. I wanted to make that point from my experience and what the emails that I have been receiving from these individuals that I had to interfere in. Secondly, you talk about the academic track record. When we look at various charter schools throughout the state of Louisiana and we look at their academic track record, a lot of them have not shown any growth. A lot of them are still failing. A lot of them are F&D schools. And we're not shutting them down. We are allowing them to open more schools. Prime example, KIPP in New Orleans. Secondly, the next issue I would like to point out, you talk about internal control. You talk about, the lunch program. Laissez Francais. I had the opportunity to go visit their school. Their lunch program, what they were providing to their students, and how the students had to bring their lunch to school, and various other issues. So the point is that if we're going to call out schools, we need to call out all the schools. And we need to be held accountable for each and every school. And we just cannot make one decision for one group of schools versus another group. That's just not right.
Yeah,
and as a board member, I just cannot sit here and condone it.
But Ms. Hill, just to call this, because I think this is the question on this school. First of all, your facts on KIPP, just for whatever it's worth, are so off the charts wrong that it's not even worth discussing.
That, but we don't have to go
the highest growth middle school in the state last year was a KIPP school. Putting that aside. Yeah. The question here is not about closing a school down. The question is just about, should we expand a school that has been in operation for 4 months? Look, this board wouldn't have approved this principal and this business manager run a school if they didn't think these were great people, capable of doing the job. That's not the question. It's not a negative judgment. The question is just simply this. Based on the loan that was extended, as it is to many schools, at the start of the year, we saw some flags. The flags illustrated for us that there might be accounting control issues. We sent them a checklist in 6 categories with 10 specific issues that are accounting issues. And you did name a school where we saw some similar lack of control issues, and it came back to bite us. And so we've got to make sure that those controls are in place. So it's not a question of whether we should, reject this school or close this school or anything like that. The school's going to be good. We know that. The question is this the right time to grant an expansion because we see a lack of internal controls? And that's probably just part and parcel of starting anew. That's the only question in front of the board today on this school.
I'd like to comment on that. Again, internal controls, there are over 120 questions on the internal control. And to say that you took issue with 10 out of 120 questions on internal control. And the other point is that the only reason that the department knew about anything that was happening with the National School Lunch Program is because the board and myself took it to give information to the department about issues that we were having with the department's response to the National School Lunch Program. This department has asked me to serve on charter school committees. You have asked me to serve on numerous committees, and I have done that. I have sat there free of charge and served on those committees, gave my opinions on different issues, on how schools can start up better, how schools can be more proactive. Questions that this department has asked me that I don't work for. And I've done that. And the reason why we let you know what was going on with the National School Lunch Program was just not for our benefit, because we have worked it out, was for the benefit of other charter schools so that they could learn from the process. I've been an open book about every situation that has happened with this charter school so that others could go forward and not make the mistakes that we've made. And yet today you bring this back up to throw it in my face, because I shared with the department some issues and talks that we had. I don't think that's fair. And to say because we didn't get federal funding for 2 months, because we were in close contact with the department about the National School Lunch Program. One item was missed, and which founded in the reason why we weren't supplemented for September and August. But we have worked that out. So that's no longer an issue about the funding of that program. So that's a non-issue. Internal controls, as I said, 10 out of 120 questions that we got no feedback on. Did you receive 10 items?
Did not.
We have not received those 10 items that there was a question about. Today is my first opportunity to hear that that was an issue. But again, NACSA did talk about the financials in this application. That was a question that they had a discussion with the board. And I just want to say, the process has changed every year since I've been here for 4 years coming here. The process has changed. Nowhere did I see that there was a review by the Department of Education in this process. Because if it was, it would seem that the Department of Education would have sat in those NACSA interviews, read those applications, and asked questions of the board member, the financial persons, the principals, and the executive directors to get your feedback. That was not a part of this process. The only thing I'm hearing is on 2 days ago, I get a recommendation from LDE. I don't think that's a fair part of the process. If it is added, let the applicants know that this is going to happen. Have the conversation with everybody at the table. And I'm always one willing to talk about, how this process is improved. And you guys at the department have asked me that.
Ma'am, let me ask you, this is for 2014, right?
Yes.
Why wouldn't it be acceptable to make application in the next round, which would still give you plenty of time, and it would give the department time to look at the performance over the rest of the school year?
That wouldn't be absolutely out of question. But this is a grueling process. Mm-hmm. It is a very grueling process. And to ask an applicant to come back after they've already been approved through the third party that you have, and then get a denial and go back again, when the board can, the DOE can simply put a provision on this charter school application to say, we know you have a great program. Mr. White has said that. And put the condition that we show a track record for approval. And we do have a track record, because in our application and in our charter, it says that we're supporting Eagle. We have had plenty of academic success with our Eagle students, and that's the same thing as what he said with the EOCs. So with the condition, this application can be approved. We don't mind having those contingencies. But to go back through this whole process again for the third time, I think it's just totally uncalled for when we're talking about simply an expansion.
Ms. Dasty.
Very brief question. When you expressed the intent to submit an application for this cycle, were you advised that since you weren't looking until the 2014 school year, that it would be wise to wait and develop some academic track record for your school?
Absolutely not. We've seen schools, even last year, Lake Charles Charter was granted a second school with no track record of success. Many charter schools here today that are startup don't have a track record.
Well, I understand the startups don't. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Okay.
Ms. Gang. Yeah, sorry, just to put a little bit of clarification on this. In terms of the issues that there were internal control problems with, the school was unable to produce a chart of accounts. The school was unable to demonstrate a basic separation of duties within the school. And the school was unable to clearly identify payments and benefits that they were making to teachers and staff at the school. We consider those fairly substantial issues that were reasons for concern. And as a point of clarification, Ms. Lewis mentioned Lake Charles Charter Academy not having results. They were approved actually by this board last year with a contingency that they needed to prove academic growth. And in addition, as we mentioned earlier, Charter Schools USA has a large track record in terms of running over 40 schools across the country. So again, the track record that Ms. Lewis is asking for is simply something that we're asking her school to provide as well. In addition, the financial concerns really don't show us that the school is financially and organizationally prepared to manage two schools at this time.
Okay.
I would like to rebut that.
You're the next speaker. Ms. Bradford.
This is a very hard one, because you were approved, you're very articulate in stating your case, you're not starting up until 2014. Raphael, you have some points, but here's my biggest issue that I see going on here is that, as we were talking about earlier, we had improved our system to give 2 opportunities for feedback, give and take, so that a person could know what was the problems and how to fix it. Now, I'm hearing them say that didn't happen. I want to hear from you that it did, or that what the effort was towards trying to make it happen.
Yeah, and I think that this is a key distinction between by turning over our process to NACSA and NACSA running the process, NACSA is allowing them to respond to NACSA.
No, that wasn't what we agreed on, and that's not what I've heard earlier. And so if I'm wrong, then I've misunderstood. I thought that once NACSA turned it over to us, then we were responsible for making sure that we had it, because we didn't want to be in this same situation that we find ourselves in.
And so I apologize, Ms. Bradford. After we received the NACSA recommendation and we were in the process of trying to ascertain and understand the current status of the school, we had an hour-long phone call with Ms. Lewis, Mr. Poitier, where we talked through a lot of our concerns and asked them a series of questions about in terms of whether we felt like they were going to be able to answer those concerns. And that was really the opportunity we were looking to give them to really demonstrate that they had the systems in place. At the end of that call, we didn't feel as though they really did, and that we needed to do that. And that's why we had that call, and then we've had multiple other phone calls with Ms. Lewis.
So you received that phone call, and you had that phone call, and you responded how?
We did receive that phone call, but we did not receive information about what that phone call was going to be about. It was kind of impromptu.
But did he tell you about the internal controls? Did he say these are the issues?
This is the first time I'm hearing this about these specific issues. We never received this in writing.
Not specific on the call?
We did not receive this in writing. This is our first time hearing.
So the school received
and he did not request a chart of accounts.
Okay, Mr. Gang.
The school was asked to respond to the internal controls questionnaire when we realized that the school was having issues this summer as part of the startup loan process. We sent the school a letter in October, I believe, where we asked the school to provide documentation that they were making in the first week of October, we sent a letter detailing problems with documentation that the school was submitting as evidence for the startup loan guidelines. The letter that indicated all the issues in terms of the chart of accounts, the separation of duties, several other issues with regard to the internal controls, that was sent on November 15th. So there is a challenge here.
Letter and that we sent it.
Oh, yes. And one of the challenges that we've had with this has been obviously the timeline, which is that the school is in startup mode right now as we are in the middle of this process. And so I think one thing that...
I understand, but I think we also are penalizing people who are in startup who want to add a school. It's just been the way we've done it. But I think there is that issue that we discuss every time as a negative, and we don't like it. But I understand what you're saying. Now, you received these letters?
Did not receive an email in regards to any...
Did you receive the letters that he's saying were sent?
No.
Outlining these issues?
No, we have not.
Do we send that by receipt mail?
I believe we did. We've also sent, in August of 2012, so right around the beginning of this process, we requested documentation from J.S. Clark in terms of the startup loan. So
we received nothing from them?
We did, and they were providing us documentation, and that's part of what started some of the concerns from the department's perspective.
Can
which
I
is
add
that the
to that?
documentation that was provided was not sufficient to really alleviate our concerns.
Could I make, oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Bennett.
Well,
Just-
they've asked for a chance to respond, so can they respond, and then we'll see the thought?
I believe that we were one of the first schools to access the charter school loan. This is what I was told by this department in years. And so when we first got the charter school loan, they didn't even know the process. They didn't even know what to do to get the loan. We waited almost probably 5 months before they figured out what the process was. When they asked us to submit information about the loan and the payments that we had made, they didn't even know the process. So they didn't send us anything specific to say, this is what we need, this is the documentation, this is the format that we wanted in. We were left to send them what we knew we had.
But what I'm hearing is that the internal controls were bigger than this loan. They were accounts receivable, they were reconciliations. Those
No.
were the kinds of things
This was the
I'm
only-
hearing the documentation has. So
They did send an internal control audit. We did fill it out. I'm telling you that we did not receive any feedback on that internal control
can
audit.
we produce that
Can we,
letter? And
Mr. Bennett.
Sorry, I ceded the floor, I'm sorry.
Here's what you have going for you. You got 7 sections with NASCA saying met the standard, every one of them. One of those was budget and financial management.
Absolutely.
Okay, it comes over to this department. In your behalf, also, it seemed like you self-reported regarding the school lunch program. Pat on the back for you, good, want to help others out. That's a good thing. More specifically, the department sees some things, no school track record, that's not your fault, of course. But we had some internal control problems, 10 to be exact, is that correct?
10 out of 119.
A lack of sophisticated accounting procedures, basically. And I understand, I'm hearing this term that you kept saying about, you know, I keep hearing all this, and you're talking about opening in 14, 15, so you've got another way to go, but I heard the term grueling process. So is there any way that we can modify what's going on, what's happened, and what she's done, and all the work that they've done, and work with them specifically into these things, and modify this thing and make it work for 14, 15? Does she have to go through the same grueling process, or can we mitigate this situation to try to back away some of the work that she's already done and been successful with? That's the
Why
question for you.
don't, perhaps, board members, we could defer on their item, and what I would, given that you don't have to vote on items in December. In other words, we can vote on a charter approval at any time. Why don't we just put a hold on your application, which would basically ensure that the group members would not have to reapply, no more grueling process. But we give it till the end of the year. At the end of the school year, we'd review the application again in light of, you know, more months of history, and the board could make a judgment then.
That sounds
So do we need a motion to that?
We would need a motion to that effect.
So moved. Second.
Well, if
January
he changes
meeting.
his
No, he said
recommendation,
he made a
then
motion.
I'll make the
He
motion.
makes the motion, I'll second.
Okay, we have a motion to defer on this issue until January's meeting.
I was thinking until
End of school
the
year.
end of the school year. I apologize.
So that would be
Till
June, come back in June.
April or May.
the end of the school year. Okay, that's the motion, and that's the second.
A second.
Okay, do we have any questions on that motion?
I just want
That would
to
be the June meeting.
I just want to be sure we're clear. They do not have to reapply. All they have to do is show that they are addressing the deficiencies that have been noted.
That's the way I understand the motion.
If I could just say, I don't think that what we're saying is that there are new conditions on which the board is to consider something. I think it's saying that the department is going to reconsider its
Correct.
recommendation at that time.
Right, right. And then
Based
the
on-
board will act on the department's recommendation, consider the
Based on-
department's
Correct.
recommendation at that time.
It's based on that, what I think the tension that Mr. Bennett is calling out is, what we're saying is, we think there are deficiencies in the application, but we also think the deficiencies are mainly because you're in startup mode, natural stuff. So why don't we wait until the end of the year? You will be out of startup mode. We'll be able to make probably a better assessment. Maybe we'll have more collaboration over the course of the year, so we'll open up lines of communication. We'll see what happens. And that wouldn't affect your timing because, as Mr. Bennett said, you're not starting for another 19 months anyways.
So would that be an approval with contingencies?
No, it's that we're deferring and we're going to raise your application again with this board at the June 2013 meeting. But you said that the issue was that you didn't want to go through a grueling application process. This means you don't have to go through a grueling application process. On the other hand, it's not asking the board to make a judgment based on what is incomplete information on both sides, our side as well as yours.
In June, you'll be exactly where you are today, except possibly could be a favorable recommendation.
Could we possibly move that to either July or August, just so that we have time to look at the accountability data from the latest round of accountability?
I think that's a pretty short, well, I guess if it's this year, yeah, let's still have time, yeah.
Do you understand? Lady?
By the June meeting?
Lady? Lady?
Ma'am?
Do you understand?
We'll have scores.
I do understand. I just would definitely like to have what, the details of what we're going to be looking at in June or July. If we're looking at the academic success track record and the internal controls, and that we're not going back through a full process of evaluating every single piece.
Why don't we agree to a follow-up discussion, and we can have a follow-up discussion, but the board is going to hear a recommendation, and we will be transparent with you about what the terms that we're making that recommendation on, but we're going to continue to maintain the latitude that we need in order to make that recommendation. Okay?
I have a comment question. I just want to
Ms.
clarify
Jones?
the accountability point that was just made. That doesn't actually seem pertinent to the issue on the table here, so I want to make sure we don't start to conflate issues. Like, when we come back in June, my understanding is we're going to be addressing the concern that held us back today, which was about the financial management of this organization. I don't want to start to open up a process where we're looking at accountability data and other variables that were not actually the thing that held us back from making this decision today.
But don't you think that at any moment you're always looking at every piece of relevant information? I mean, what if we come back and, you know,
Then
the
we're
school,
going back through the process again.
no one was tested on grade level? I mean, just to raise that point. I'm not suggesting, I don't think that'll happen, obviously we wouldn't be here, but don't you think that would be a relevant point?
I think we need to be careful. We need to hold this organization to the same standard that we're holding all other organizations to. And I want to make sure that the thing that we're delaying is what we address in a world where the sooner they get their decision, the sooner they can move forward with their plans and be able to move. That's my own personal thinking on it.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Do we have any further questions? Do we have any objections to the motion?
Could you repeat the motion again?
Okay, staff?
On motion of Mr. Bennett, seconded by Ms. Bradford. The motion is to defer until the June meeting to allow the LDE reconsideration of the application.
They've asked for a later date.
Is that what you mean?
Okay, we have a motion, and we have a second. Do we have any objections to the motion? Hearing none, motion carries. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, could
Yes,
I
sir.
ask,
Mr. Guillaume.
could we take these one at a time? And
The
just-
remaining ones?
Yeah, just knock them off, starting at the top and.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'd recommend that we take them in Globo, and if anybody wants to pull one out, they can.
Well, we have some speakers remaining. So we can either hear the speakers on an issue-by-issue basis, or we can hear all the speakers all at once.
You're the chairman.
Let's hear the speakers. Marcia Peterson.
We have a speaker for the one speaker for the first school.
Okay, who's the speaker for the first school? Marsha Peterson.
For which school?
Good evening. My name is Marsha Peterson. I'm a board member from the Amachi Charter School Association of Louisiana. This is our second time coming before you. We came before you in 2010 when we applied for a Type 2 charter in Orleans Parish. At that time, we received a favorable recommendation from NACSA, and then when it came to the LDE, you all did not agree with the NACSA recommendation because we were looking at using Edison Learning as a CMO. So we went back because we did understand that what was going on with Edison in Louisiana. So our board went back. We spent a year working to develop our own board strength and leadership development, and we came back again this year with an application stronger, and now NACSA, because we do not have a CMO or a member of NACSA to represent us as a management, and we decided to self-manage, that NACSA reversed their decision in our application. And this year LDE agreed with NACSA. And I sat here today and I've listened to all the inconsistent decisions and the contradictory statements and the conditional approvals based on leadership. And in our conversation with LDE, the leadership was the factor because they did not feel like our board and our recommended school leader had a track record. Collectively, we don't, because Amachi Charter School Association is a new charter group, but every member on our board has served in education or in nonprofit management. Our board chair, who is resigning to be the school leader, has 17 years of experience and a PhD. She's a certified educational leader. Two of our other board members have PhDs, work in education and urban studies, and teach on a college level. Another one of our board members has 37 years and a master's degree and has worked in Orleans Parish as a curriculum director and supervisor for schools pre-Katrina and since Katrina. I have a master's in business administration, 15 years experience, and an accountant and in nonprofit management, and currently operate a community development corporation in the area where we're looking to do a charter. In addition to that, we have secured a $250,000 credit line from a local bank. We have a facility brand new being built, and we also have $1 million in books from McGraw-Hill, which is an approved curriculum by the state that has been sitting in storage while schools that are being approved and reauthorized don't have one textbook for students.
Ma'am, we're going to need you to wrap up.
I would like the same amount of time that everyone else has.
You've had 2 minutes, which
No,
is
most
the amount
people
of
have sat
time.
here, I've been here since 12 o'clock. I know how many minutes you've given people.
When we have questions and answers, they have had more
I'm
time.
getting ready, I'm getting to my question.
Please wrap it up.
So I would just like to say, based on the LDE's decision today and in having meetings last night in New Orleans with the U.S. Department of Education, I would like you all to look clearly at our application again, because I've sat here, I've read through other applications that you have approved, but I do not feel, in my opinion, that are as strong as ours, and they don't have the resources in place. And I would just like you all to reconsider approving us conditionally if leadership is an issue. Our proposed school leader says, if I'm the issue, I will step down and let you all find another leader. And based on that statement and the fact that how you all can sit there in good conscience and allow not even a new elementary school in the Desire, Florida area of New Orleans be established, when we're asking you probably for the least of any charter applicant that you've approved today, I would like you all to reconsider and I would like to know your reasoning if you don't reconsider.
I'd like to move to support the department's recommendation to deny this application based on the fact that they didn't meet the standard in 7 out of the 8 of the NACSA recommendations, and based on the fact that the Department of Education agreed with that denial.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
I second that motion for the
Ms.
same
Volpe?
reason.
Okay.
And I would, in hearing your response, I think that you should ask NACSA how could they 1 year give us a favorable recommendation and come back the next year and reverse that decision when it's the same board members, the same leadership, the same resources in place. What made them reverse that decision?
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. We have a second. Do we have any objections to the motion? Do we have, Mr. Gill, you'd like to speak?
I'd like to hear from Mr. Gang.
Mr. Gio, do you have a specific question, or is, I mean, all I would say is that we agree with NACSA's recommendation and recommendation.
Can we hear from, is NACSA here? I would like to hear the answer to the question that was raised, which is why did the recommendation change from 1 year to the next? I'm not familiar enough with the process to know why that would happen.
Well, I mean, in a very basic sense, it's a different application. The application that was submitted in 2010 involved an education service provider, Edison Learning, who at the time had I would say, a very poor track record in Louisiana. This application does not have an education service provider. This application is with the community group. And so really it's two completely different applications, because one is an application that has an entire other body that's involved doing all of the operational work with the school, and this is an application where the community group really would be directly managing the day-to-day operations of it. And so I would not consider these the same application. I think these are two completely different situations, and the evaluation process is tailored to deal with the fact that if a group has an education service provider, we're looking at the track record of that education service provider. Whereas if it's a group that is a community group, we're looking at the track record of the pro school leader, of the board members, and we're looking very closely at that plan to make sure that it's one that we believe will be successful.
And that would be NACSA's?
And that is NACSA's evaluation process. Yes.
Okay, so if that's the case, by your own admission, you did not want Edison to do it.
Okay,
You said Edison was bad. So we took Edison out of the equation. We have the same board members, the same budget, except for the 18% we're paying Edison. We have all the same resources, the same leadership. So what's the problem?
Okay, we have a motion on the floor, and we have a second. Do we have any objections to the motion? Hearing none, the motion carries. The next item would be, or the next speaker,
Is it for the
Children of
next?
Faith, Children of Faith has one card.
Rachel McGee Johnson.
I don't want to stand before you long. I just wanted to say that I know our application wasn't as strong as it could have been because our system had crashed out a couple of days before the application was due. But I did want to speak to the process of this charter school application. And some of the things that I found were the inconsistencies between what the application was requiring and what NASCA was requiring. And then even when we contacted the Department of Education to get clarity on some things, we were told things that were contradictory to what the application said. Now, I believe that is an unfair process, and it does put people in a position to make it a little bit unfair. But the main thing that I had was during mainstream of our process, they changed and said, no, you have to have a school leader in place before you can even complete the application process. The other issue that I had with it was during the clarification process of our application, we received a one-page response from NASCA with minimal items, leading us to believe that our application was okay, good enough. We just need to keep tweaking it, because understanding that an application is just that, it's a plan that will be modified as you get closer to opening up. But then, even during the interview process, there wasn't much discussion about the application. It was more discussion about the church and the religious organization, which, you know, I expressed to them at that time, everybody wears multiple hats. and understanding that we understand how to separate things between church and state. But to me, they spent time on the wrong things instead of focusing on their application to give us the opportunity to strengthen it, which should have been done during the clarification process as well as the interview process, lead us to believe that everything's okay, to then all of a sudden get hit with BAM, deny, does not meet, which I'm okay with at this point, because after speaking with the Department of Education, it's going to start back over in January, and they did tell me that it takes a couple of times before it's approved. I'm fine with that. But
I need you to wrap up, please.
I just wanted to say that I just wanted to share with you the inconsistencies in the process. Thank you.
May I ask a question?
Thank you. Mr. Romer.
Ma'am, may I ask you a question? Were there any other specific instances in your case that you felt like you were given two different responses? I mean, you specifically listed the one about a school leader.
Correct.
Was there another specific that you could tell us
Well,
about?
the other thing that they slammed us on was about the lease. They were concerned about religious activities. Basically what it is that we have a property that we secure.
And I was most concerned about the application process,
Okay.
because I wanted to correct, if there are things that NACSA is asking for that's different from the department, we want to make sure we get that
Okay.
consistent. So specifically on that, on that specific issue, it was that in one instance you were being told you had to have a school leader. Is that correct?
That was by the Department of Education. That's correct.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
I appreciate the testimony, but I would move to support the department's recommendation on denial of this application.
I second.
Okay, we have a motion by Mr. Romer, a second by Ms. Bophy. Do we have any objections to the motion? Hearing none, motion carries. Next item.
Children's College Foundation, we have no cards for that charter.
Okay, do we have a motion?
So moved.
So move to accept the department's recommendation. Mr. Gio?
Second.
Second by Ms. Bophy. Do we have any objections to the motion? Hearing none, motion carries. Next item would be?
We had a previous speaker regarding education explosion. She's already spoken, I believe.
Okay. So we've already heard from that speaker, and we have no other speakers on that item?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I'll move that we accept the department's recommendation.
Okay, Ms. Dastu, we have a second. Ms. Bradford, do we have any objections to that motion? Hearing none, motion carries. Next item.
Greater Grace, and we have a comment.
Claudette Aubert.
I want to thank you for allowing me to participate in this process. It's been a very interesting day, and I want to thank Raphael Gang and all the others for helping out with the activities preceding the application process. In the interest of time, I'm just going to try to highlight some areas where I saw that there were some inconsistencies. In the type 1 application that I submitted to the parish, this was in February, the information submitted was 120 students, whereas the type 2 charter school, and I had the documentation to produce it, my executive summary shows that it's actually 150 kids. So, and I repeatedly sent that to them, this is the wrong thing. You're looking at the type 1 information and you're grading me on the type 2. So the numbers are wrong. Another aspect of this, they made reference to my founding board members. I had some teachers on board in the beginning, and I made reference to the Secretary of State's website. Those teachers are not there, and they keep penalizing me for this, saying the teachers are a part of the board, the present board, and I asked them to document. Look back at that, and you see, and I even have a sample of one that I brought. Wrong information, again, is being quoted. You can also find that in other documentation that I've shown. I even have the list of the board members that are presently there. But I sent that, and the NASCA board keeps saying, you know, just like overlooking this. Also, everyone's reading it, they're not seeing that. Another aspect of this application, they made reference to my board members. Dr. Hill, I know most of you may know him, especially the Max Charter School. He's on their board. We have Bayou Community Academy. We have a board member from there. So we have board members that have experience. We have persons from the Central Parish School Board who's skilled in supervising accountants. We have leading people in the community, but I'm guilty, according to what they're telling me, because I'm too familiar with the board. I mean, what's the process? I am a pastor, and they made note of that in the area. I have some concerns about that. We tried to secure a facility in St. James Parish, but the board chose to sell the facility for $150,000 rather than lease it out. They said some assistive living community was going to get into that place, or perhaps a Head Start. So the only facility that was large enough, in which I'm not a part of the
Ma'am,
board.
can you wrap it up, please?
Okay, yeah. And I'm going to keep track of the time also. I'm not a part of the board. I've checked with them. I've also spoken with several legal advisors, because they said I didn't have a lawyer on board, but I have a memorandum of understanding from a lawyer. I'm not teaching religion, okay? The budget, fourth sector, who they admit has a track record. We've been hearing that word a lot, track record. They have a track record of dealing with budgets. They're going to be the person that's supplying that. And I got approaching, and I got all these other things, but tell me why, with the information I'm giving back to you, that you're not giving to me. Mostly because I have time, I have to hurry up. They kept talking about the IT person. I don't have an IT person. I've supplied them with a memorandum of understanding from Dr. Lori Sully of Nicholls State. She graduated from LSU. She's a doctor of philosophy. She has a major in educational technology.
Ma'am, I'm going to have to ask you to wrap it up, please.
I have to say this. They kept saying about the blended program. When they read through her resume, she is an expert in that area. It says solely, and she gives her information, free and low-cost tools to enhance her teaching in online and blended learning experiences. We have the person who has the technology in teaching that, and to also do our professional development. We've also extended our pre-opening opportunities and our guidelines for that. So these are things that I would like them to revisit, and I'm asking the board to look at this again. We've met these areas, and it's been documented. But when we get our information back, it's like nobody ever looked at it.
Okay.
I really appreciate you. Thank you.
Mr. Romer?
I appreciate your comments. Mr. Gaines, how did you consider her responses? Did you make written responses?
Yes.
Were those considered?
Oh, yes. We reviewed every single response that we received at the end of the process, and we made sure to look over them. I think fundamentally we didn't believe that there was enough evidence to justify going against NACS's recommendation in this situation. We agree with their overall evaluation of the application, even if certain details may be slightly.
Slightly, that's a big difference. Type 1, Type 2, that's big things.
But we believe ultimately that the capacity of the group to oversee the school, and especially the model that they're proposing, we agree with NACS's recommendation.
Because they have not seen a blended program, but we have evidence that's done.
I appreciate your sending in the responses and you looking at them, Mr. Gang, and I'm going to support the department's recommendation for denial. But I do hear somewhat of a consistent theme. I think we've gotten this process better than it was previously. I do want to make sure that the opportunity to respond is done diligently, and applicants are given every opportunity, and they're given clear information. And I think this board would agree with that unanimously, that we want to make sure that's part of the process. I've been on the other side. I've been a charter school applicant that had been denied. Okay, many moons ago, before anybody knew what a charter school was, I applied and was told no. So I feel your frustration.
That is not the part being told no. The part that concerns me, I'm giving you the details, I'm giving you the specifics, but there is not justifiable answers.
Because he did say he looked at your responses. I asked him that, and it did not meet satisfaction of the department. So I'm going to side with the department on this. It doesn't sound like you were ignored, but you might not have been communicated with it well enough.
But they need to also get that communication back.
So I'm going to make a motion based on the information presented today that we support the department's recommendation on denial of this application.
Okay, Mr. Superintendent, were you going to speak?
I'll wait until after the
Okay.
motion is heard.
Do we have a second?
I just have a question, actually.
Well, let's get a second, if we can. Mr. Guillo, okay, Ms. Jones, Orange Jones?
Just, I want to clarify, do you think that NACS's initial recommendation was based on missing information? That
Yes.
What we're hearing is,
Yes.
I know that's what you you've expressed, and I really appreciate your perspective. I'm wondering if that is the opinion as well, Mr. Gang, that you also think of NACSA's original recommendation. Was information missed?
We believe that the overall recommendation is the correct one. And we believe that the process has multiple layers in it that are designed to help catch this, which is the applicants get to respond to NACSA's draft recommendation. And that was a specific thing we implemented this year as part of our response to feedback we received from applicants who said there are things that were showing up in final recommendations that weren't completely accurate. And as our commitment to making sure that every recommendation is as accurate as possible, can I guarantee that every single word of every single recommendation is perfect? No. But what I can say is that we agree with the overall evaluation of the capacity of the applicant to really implement this program, and that the evidence that we were presented at the end of the process through the response was not compelling enough for us to disagree with NACSA in terms of the overall evaluation.
NACSA says there's no blended program. I have evidence that the IT person, they had a big issue over that. The IT, excuse me, the IT person does have experience in that. She would be a great person to work with. The fourth sector group that we're using, they manage 5 charter schools. Track record. And that's been a theme today. Track record. And so why is all this stuff being omitted in this particular application?
Just to sort of raise some context for those of us for whom this is the first time this process is going on. It used to be that when a applicant submitted their information, they received ultimately a recommendation on the part of the department and on the part of NACSA. Now, NACSA issued its recommendation, and then there was a 3-week period that elapsed so that applicants could articulate the exact same things that we're hearing today. So a lot of these issues that are being surfaced are not new to the department. They were factored into the department's recommendation because we put this extra period in. Now, at the same time, that adds greater complexity. It just adds more process, and I think we're continuing to hear that today. But I want you to know that we layered that process on top of the previous process so as to create greater deliberation before arriving here.
Sir, excuse me. It's just incomprehensible. You have a state website.
I understand your perspective. My other perspective would be that you have an instance where the school did not meet, for whatever reason, a single one of the requirements. We happen to concur with it, and we think it's a open and shut case.
Ms. Bopey.
I want to make sure that I understand that the feedback that the group is getting back from NACSA has errors in it.
Yes.
Is this the case? Okay. So having that said, we see this as an issue. Is this an issue? Yes. There's information that's wrong.
We do not believe that this is something.
I'm not asking whether or not it affects your decision. I just want to know if they're sending back information that when they're reflecting on an application, that they're reflecting on it and putting information in there that's not factual. Is that the case?
It's not that it's not factual. It's that sometimes, in the type 1, type 2 question, yes, there was a typographical error. But
not a typographical.
There's also times when they say that there wasn't a blended model. Who knows? That could be a question of interpretation. So that's why we opened up the time for further iteration, so they can come back and say, actually, that was wrong, and we can hear that.
So I just want to offer to our board for us to start considering alternatives to NACSA.
Please do. Thank you.
Okay. We have a motion on the floor, and we have a second. Do you have any other questions from BESE members? Hearing none, do we have any objections to the motion? Hearing none, motion carries. The next item.
Inspire Charter, we have no comments.
Okay. Do we have a motion?
I'll make the motion to deny.
Okay. A motion and a second. Do we have any questions from BESE members? Hearing none, do we have any objections to the motion? Hearing none, motion carries. Next item.
Northwest Louisiana Community Development, no cards.
Okay.
I'll make the motion to deny.
We have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
We have a second by Ms. Bradford. Do we have any questions? Hearing none, do we have any objections to the motion? Hearing none, motion carries. Next item.
Pathways to Education, no comments.
Okay. Do we have a motion
I'll make the motion.
to accept the department's recommendation?
Yes.
Okay. Do we have a second? Mr. Gio, seconds. Any questions? Hearing none, any objections to the motion? Hearing none, motion carries. Next item.
South Louisiana Charter Foundation, we have one comment.
Okay. Mr. John Pierre. can we get some clarification? Is this the Baton Rouge school, or is this?
This is for 3 schools: North Baton Rouge Charter, East Jefferson Charter, and West Baton Rouge Charter.
Okay.
I
Thank you.
signed in
And
for
we have,
this item number.
sir?
I signed in for this item. I'm also on the board. Yeah.
Okay, well, let's go ahead and get all the names in, and we have 4 people speaking on this item: Bridget Nealon, Richard Page, Judge Jean Thibodeau, and John Pierre.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Good afternoon, members of the board. We want to express our disagreement with the denial related to essentially multiple schools. You have done us a great service here this afternoon by voting for the approval of one school, but actually the board and Charter Schools USA had made applications for several schools. And we believe that there's a great need in Baton Rouge for additional schools. And what we would like this board to do is to allow us an opportunity, subject to some conditions, allow us an opportunity to at least look at the possibility of having a school, a second school in Baton Rouge, preferably in South Baton Rouge. We looked at the Baton Rouge market. We believe that the need exists in Baton Rouge, and we want to bring something to the table that we believe is missing in Baton Rouge, especially with respect to facilities. Our goal is to build a new school in the South Baton Rouge area, and we think there's a great need for that new school in the South Baton Rouge area. We understand there's a lot of complexities. We have been dealing with complexities of trying to look at facility sites and so forth and so on, but when you look at this process and when you want to talk about building new charter schools with quality facilities and inputting the right kinds of folks, time is of the essence. So essentially when we looked at our application, we talked about schools in 2013, but we also talked about schools in 2014. And what I specifically want to, and the rest of the board members and the representatives here will talk about, is the opportunity to open a school, to get the approval to open a school in 2014 with the conditions that we successfully opened that first school, and specifically in South Baton Rouge, where we think there's a great need, where we can bring new facilities in that area.
Okay. Ms. Nealon?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Bridget Nealon, and I'm the Vice President for the South Louisiana Foundation Board. Again, we appreciate your recommending approval for one school in Baton Rouge. We absolutely respect the process that this board utilizes to only bring in the highest quality charters. Our board is committed to serving at-risk children and providing high-quality educational opportunities. We have a facilities issue in this parish, as in many parishes, and we are proposing a new facility or a refurbished facility that is technology-rich and based on the Governor's Academy model. We need approval this year so that we can have the building built and ready to begin school operations in 2014, and that's why we are here a year in advance. I know that our request is somewhat outside of your normal process, but sometimes creativity doesn't follow the straight line. So we respectfully ask for your consideration for this school approval for 2014.
Judge Thibodeau?
Yeah, good evening, board members. I know that you all are innovative by this time, so I will not hold you too long. I'm from Lake Charles, and I bring to this board my experience as the president of 2 charter school foundations in Lake Charles, which are now successfully running 2 K-8 schools. And my advantage to this board is that I bring experience in site identification and facilities development. We built our first school through the issuance of $15.5 million of tax-exempt bonds. It's a state-of-the-art facility. The school was budgeted for $9.4 million. We came in at $9.1 and on time. And in order to effectually open the school in 2014, it's necessary and advisable and really preferable to use, I think, that same process, the issuance and the sale of tax-exempt bonds to fund the acquisition of the property and the construction of the building. We can't do that if it's approved next year. If it's approved 18 months in advance, we have time to identify the site, get our 501c3 designation, make application for bonds, come before the bond commission, get our bond, the investment underwriter, probably Ziegler, to actually go out on the market, open market, and sell the bonds so that we can construct the school. State-of-the-art facility. We had the experience in Lake Charles of our second school, which is now in a temporary facility. And we're in the process now of putting the financial package together to build something very similar to the Governor's Academy in Tallahassee. It's a state-of-the-art pod facility. We're very proud of that. So that's what I bring to this board, and that's why it's absolutely necessary to get this approved in advance so we can go through the facilities development process.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from BESE members? Ms. Dastu.
Really, it's more of a question to the superintendent. Superintendent White, if we were to defer on this until tomorrow's board meeting, do you believe that you would be in a position to bring forth some type of provisional approval language that would allow the school, and whether that language would be sufficient to allow the school to be able to move forth on the facility but still have to meet some type of performance criteria or other items because again, we're looking at a school that is not planning to open until the 14-15 school year. Can you see yourself getting there tomorrow in any way if we were to defer on this?
I would need an opportunity to confer with my team. We have been through first of all, we have great respect for what the board in Lake Charles has done, Judge. We have great respect for Charter Schools USA, and I've spent some time with the results in other states, and I think it's positive. When you think about establishing we're talking about one school, but if I'm correct, in the next session, we're going to hear another school, is that right, for approval as well?
That's a separate.
So we've already approved that one. We're thinking, yes.
That's a totally separate.
So I think the question as to whether it's 3 out of 6 or 2 out of 6, which is the discussion that we're essentially having, is that right? I think we need to confer about that.
Yeah, I'm just too pragmatic to be able to walk away from the possibility of a new school facility for children. But at the same time, I don't want the board to make a decision that is not
I think in our
the best interest of children.
In our estimation, there are two primary factors. One, we have, there's the NACSA's original recommendation, which was mixed.
Okay.
Second is, while the school is establishing a strong track record in Lake Charles, and it is, we haven't yet seen a track record that, for example, in New Orleans would have said, yes, we should immediately replicate 3, 4, 5 schools. And third, we have concerns about the long-term sustainability of the financial model of the central organization at Charter Schools USA.
Okay.
That led us to make a moderate recommendation, but not an all-in recommendation. And I'd be happy to confer with our team. If you'd like to defer on the decision until tomorrow, I'd be happy to confer with them in the interim. But I don't want to commit to a provisional recommendation.
And I think that's fair enough. I'd like to make a motion that we defer until tomorrow on this decision. And Superintendent White, I would like you to bring forth your best recommendation tomorrow.
I'll second that.
Motion is second. Mr. Thibodeau.
From a historical perspective, that's the exact thing that happened in Lake Charles for our second school.
It's starting to feel familiar. I probably made the motion. Can't walk away from a new school.
Well, I think there are things that I hope are different, and I think the things that are different, we have a greater evidence that have a really positive track record right now in Lake Charles, which is great. We have a mixed review in NACSA, and I do think we've probably spent more time focusing on the financial model at Charter Schools USA than we had before. And I'm not saying that it's suspect at all, but I'm saying that we see some areas of concern in it that give us concern for what happens under the possibility that a financially unsustainable organization leaves a local board, financially unsustainable out-of-state organization, leaves a local board in the possession of a school facility. And I'm happy to confer with our team, but our recommendation is within that context.
And that's fair enough. And it's recognizing that this would be a Type 2 charter school, no admissions criteria. This would be a new facility available to students in East Baton Rouge Parish. And I don't know when the last time there's been a brand new school facility with the innovative kind of model replicated, from success. into a parish that we shouldn't at least take another look at. And I will, and I look forward to your recommendation.
Yeah, and we'll confirm.
Mr. Chairman?
Okay, yes, Ms. Beebe was first.
Okay, go ahead, Ms. Beebe.
I just can't believe what I heard, and I'm questioning Ms. Dastube. I mean, we turned away people. They left the room with somewhat viable programs or proposals, and here, what is the difference? What is in the equation that we're going to defer?
Ms. Beebe, I'm not interested in arguing with you, but we've actually...
I don't care if you're interested. This is a matter of principle.
Ms. Beebe, this is a matter of principle. Those of us who've been on the board more than a few months...
No, but I think it's the people of prominence.
No,
Senator,
it's not.
Judge.
No,
Yes,
Ms.
ma'am.
Beebe.
That's what it
we
is.
have been through the process with Charter School USA. We actually know a little more than perhaps you do.
It's a recommendation to deny.
I am making a motion to defer. You're more than welcome to vote against
Well,
it.
this is just ridiculous. I'm wasting my time sitting on this board.
Mr. Guillaume.
I'm curious, you've done this once before, and you've had had to have the bonds and the time frame. How did that process work for you that time?
Ridiculous.
You had approval prior to selling the bonds?
For you, how can you
No,
sleep at
we
night?
had the mechanism in place, but we did not have the approval. We were approved in December. We were working with the bond underwriter under the assumption that it would be approved. And that's how we got it done for school one. That didn't happen for
So
school.
the board approved it prior to construction starting?
Yes.
Mr. Chairman?
Ms. Hill. And then Mr.
I
Lee.
just have to sit here and agree with Lottie. And in reference to, I'm just appalled that we would even sit here and approve this when NASCA say deny. The department
We're not
say,
approving
wait,
it, we're deferring
wait,
it.
The department say deny. We just had a group of individuals come sit in front of us, plead their case in front of us. And as a board, we're gonna allow this to go on. We let Senator Nevins school be approved. Now we have a judge and a lobby representative sitting in front of us. We're going to approve that. This is unacceptable. And I'm angry and I'm upset because we are sitting here and we're playing with children's lives. And we always say, for the best interest of the children. And I don't understand. And it's a disgrace that we would sit here and Ms. Dastu as the board president to even defer this item.
I made a motion to defer. You're more than welcome to vote against
I
it.
will finish my case.
I'm not operating.
But
This is wrong.
board
vote
members,
against it.
let's lower
It's unacceptable.
the volume, please. Okay.
Ms. Hill, just for the record, I never, ever signed in with my title. First of all, that's unethical.
And I
secondly,
apologize, it's
that-
my fault for,
And it's nothing personal towards you at all, or neither one of you sitting there. It's nothing personal. I want you to understand that. It's about being consistent, having integrity, having principle, and doing what's right for our children, and not applying policies for one group of individuals and not versus another group.
And I second that.
excuse me. Okay, we have some more questions from Bessie members, but let me ask a question first that might resolve some of the remaining questions. Earlier tonight, we approved a motion to defer consideration of a charter school until June, when we were thinking we would have more information about the track record of that school. If we were to do the same thing with this school and approve, if it were to happen that way in June, would that give you enough time to build the facility in time for the 2014 school year?
Yes, I think it would. If it was deferred till June, and we're talking about August 2014, I mean, talking about June?
Yes, June of this year, as we did with the other school earlier tonight, it would give you enough time,
I think it would.
if we were to approve it in June based on the track record.
I think it would.
Okay. Just with that information, Ms. Dasty, would you like to amend your motion, or you would like to move forward?
I
with it?
actually think it's better to have the superintendent come back with a recommendation, but, so why don't we vote down my motion and then someone else can make a substitute one? Or vote it up,
Okay.
it doesn't matter.
Ms. Bophy.
I had I'm going through this, it was really clear for me to be able to go for the charter schools that I made the motion or seconded the motion or voted. It was really clear for me to go through and count where these charter schools met the standard or partially met the standard and see it. I'm not seeing it in my backup, and so I'm just going to request that the department help me after the meeting go through the backup so that I have the right information when we consider this again tomorrow if this motion that Ms. Dastuk makes passes. We need a
Okay,
second.
we just realized, staff pointed out, that we do not have a second on Ms. Dastuk's motion.
Yeah, I think there was a second, Mr. Gilliam.
Okay.
We do, okay. Mr. Lee?
I do have
I have the same question that Ms. Holly just expressed. I don't see any information on this. I don't see anything from the department. I don't see a recommendation from the department, nor do I see a recommendation from NACSA.
I don't think the department published information about their recommendations to deny on this South Baton Rouge school. Did the department?
I think that there might have been a clerical error. We submitted, the evaluation is available online, so it's not as though we're trying to hide this. We will make sure to get copies of this to every board member as soon as possible.
Well, now, is it?
Our apologies.
Is it for 3 schools or 1?
The 2 applications, just to be clear, there are 6 applications that were filed with the South Louisiana Charter Foundation, and then there was 1 application that was filed with Southwest Louisiana Charter Foundation, and that is an application that you've already approved for a high school in Lake Charles. So Southwest versus South is the key distinction there.
I'm looking at page 2. That's the only information I have. At the bottom, it shows 3 schools, and it recommends, I guess it's the department's recommendation for denial.
I think that, members, that because Southwest is distinct from South, that this piece has been missing from the binder. We will make a recommendation if it pleases the board tomorrow. Is that, I'm not plugging it, but if we can come back to, if that's easier, or we could defer to another time. One way or the other, we'll put the backup and distribute it to the board.
Can I assume that the recommendation before us today, irrespective of the motions, is to deny the 3 charter schools that's listed here? That's what it appears to be. Is that what I'm seeing on page 2?
Yes, that's correct.
And do I also assume that NACSA also recommended denial?
Correct. NACSA's recommendation was to deny all of the applications from the 2 groups.
Okay, you said they recommended denial of all of them.
Of all applications from
6?
All 7, actually. There's 7 total applications.
I only see 6 listed under South Louisiana Charter.
There's
Southwest.
There's 6 on the South Louisiana Charter. There's 1 with respect to Southwest Louisiana Charter.
And Mr. Lee, just as a reminder, 2 of those applications were for Type 5 charter schools, and so they're not under this agenda item. They're under the next. They would fall under the next agenda item.
I'm just trying to get clarity on what's on page 2.
I apologize for the confusion. It's a little bit complicated.
Okay, Mr. Romer?
Thank you. Superintendent White, I think it is proper to put applications in context. We've done that previously, depending on areas of the state that are underserved and other unique circumstances of the application. My instinct is to support the denial of this particular recommendation because of the original reasons outlined, not because of a judgment. I've been supportive of Charter School USA and their efforts, not only in this state but elsewhere. But my instinct originally was based on capacity, based on the need for outcomes, based on the student population it was serving, that your original recommendation was probably the correct one. But we'll admit I was uncertain. There are some great aspects to the application. There is also a very compelling argument in one of the campuses. The potential for a new facility is certainly an intriguing one, and one that, given the financial circumstances of our state and of the districts around this state, it certainly should be considered. And I think that's what Ms. Dastu, despite characterizations to the contrary, I think that's what she wanted you to make sure you spent time considering. That in the context of the whole, does the benefit outweigh the risk? Now, I will say this, I am one, and I'm a charter school proponent. I don't think anybody here would deny that. I think our challenge as a board is to maintain quality. And that's our challenge, to maintain quality and replicate it when we find it. So I am going to support the deferral because I want you to go back and to consider this again. But I am telling you that my instinct is to err toward quality control more so than anything else. That being said, I want your assessment. We operate, the RSD operates schools here in East Baton Rouge Parish. We're responsible for all the schools, whether they're RSD or not. We have a certain context in this community that we don't necessarily have in other communities, and I want you and your staff to consider that context and come back to us, and once again tomorrow, and it may be the very same recommendation, but I think what Ms. Dastu and I and others are asking is make sure you put this application in its proper context, and that's what I hope you'll do. And then tomorrow we may decide to support a recommendation, whatever it may be. It may be that we defer it until June. We could do any number of things. But the immediate question right now is for you to take a breath later tonight, since it's so early, and put this in context. I think that's what we're asking.
Ms. Orange-Jones?
I just want to, I am trying to see clarity on what the purpose of the deferral would be, on what grounds. So on the grounds where there's a denial at the NASCA level and a denial at the department level, what is the precedent for us deferring to come back, and on what grounds would the department be, specifically in this case, reconsidering or clarifying? What would be different tomorrow?
May I give my opinion?
Yes.
You can get it from elsewhere. First of all, we've done this with this applicant before. Okay, so there was a precedent that we had the same situation previously. Secondly, this applicant, unlike many applicants, has a very deep history in the United States, one that I think we should go back and confirm how they do with at-risk children and similar student bodies. We may find out that record's not as strong or not yet determined. I think that's what your original assessment was it's not yet determined. That's what we're asking to go back and reconsider. But the other thing that's considered here that is unique that we did not see on any other applicant is the potential for a new facility. And I think we're asking, let's go back one last time while we have a chance, and let's consider this in context. It may be the very same recommendation, but I think there has been precedent, and I think there are a few things that are special in this circumstance that we ought to consider.
And I want to, and we are happy to come back with a recommendation. I want you to know, and this is, I think we should always urge patience and deliberation and reconsideration when necessary. We agree with you that the facility is a tremendous opportunity, especially in a district that is constantly, understandably, talking about overcrowding. A facility and the model where you have a big investment from the management company and then a significant management fee taken back also represents a significant risk if you think that A, the organization is scaling and that might pose some risk to quality, and if you think there might be some instability in the central organization's financial model. So I want you to know that we will take into account the facilities question both as an opportunity and a risk. And I say that not to say anything bad about you all, because I totally understand how a well-capitalized organization developing facilities is a tremendous asset, as you say, Ms. Dastu. I just want to know the risks that we see in it, and that's after some pretty careful analysis of it. We want the organization to increase its presence in Louisiana because it's doing so well in Lake Charles. We just wanted to make sure it's a measured decision. We didn't think that 7 represented a measured decision. But I'm happy to get with the team, reconsider that, and bring back a recommendation. I just want you to know,
as the maker of the motion, I will honor that recommendation, letting you know that.
Might I say, add one last thing,
Romer?
Mr. Garvey, then I'll be quiet. What you just articulated, the fact that you deem not only there to be somewhat of an inconsistent, although we need to review record academically, you also pointed out that there could be some financial risk here to be considered, that as compelling as a new facility is, it does come with some inherent risk. We're just asking, I think what Ms. Dastu's asked for, and I see no problem in asking for it, is to make sure you go back and put this in context and see if you in fact in reflection, would come back with the same recommendation.
Mr. Lee?
I need more clarity. The motion and the speaking to the motion seem to address facility. But it appears to me we're talking 3 charter schools that we've not acted on. Now, are we talking about new facilities for all 3? Or are we talking about new facilities for one of them? Or are we talking about new facilities for any of these 3?
It's just one. It's just one. In other words.
And that's the North Baton Rouge?
No, our plan is based upon the approval, assuming that we get the same thing tomorrow, that we would do something in North Baton Rouge. That's our plan.
Is that the one that you're considering a facility for?
No,
well, where's the one the facility is being considered for?
We would like to have a second school, and that we would place in South Baton Rouge. That is essentially, in other words, when we look at the process, there's certainly all kinds of variations of the process. We have to also think about planning. So in planning, we said, okay, we've got one school that we believe we will get approval for. We hope we will get approval for.
All of this confuses me that much more.
Let me see if I can help, Mr.
wait,
Lee. I think I know where the source of the problem is. We have one approval or recommendation on approval from the department for the East Baton Rouge Charter Academy.
Yes.
That is going to be located in North Baton Rouge?
Yes.
Okay. We have a second recommendation to deny a North Baton Rouge Charter Academy. That would be built in South Baton Rouge, correct?
That is what we want to do.
I'd like to make a motion.
If I have the floor, there are 3 charter schools that we are considering. 3 that's listed here.
Yes.
By the department.
Clarity.
Yes, North Baton Rouge.
North Baton Rouge.
East Jefferson and West Jefferson.
And West
Wait.
Jefferson.
Can I make a motion?
We have a motion on the floor.
Wait, now if I have the floor, I have the floor.
Mr. Lee has the floor. There's a
None-
point of information, was what she was asking for, which interrupts a speaker on the floor.
None of these 3 are under consideration for a new facility.
Thank you.
The North Baton Rouge Charter Academy is under consideration. It's being proposed for a new facility by the applicant.
That's not what I thought I just heard the gentleman say.
Yes, it will be built in South Baton Rouge.
I thought he said it would be South Baton Rouge.
It was. It's the North Baton Rouge Charter Academy, which will be built in South Baton Rouge.
To clarify, Mr. Chairman.
Now that makes it even more confusing.
It will be built where land acquisition is available. We are also looking in North Baton Rouge. And when we say South Baton Rouge, we are looking specifically in the Gardner Lane area where there are no schools and where most of the gunshots that happen almost every day in our city are occurring.
Can I make a motion?
Well,
Mr. Lee, I don't want that to be confused with Southwest Louisiana. We've been approved. We're okay.
Mr. Lee,
let me sounds to me like that's not really going to be clarified according to what I see in
we
print.
may just need to take it as it is.
But then I would have a question. What about East Jefferson and West Jefferson? Are they a part of this?
Those are being recommended for denial, and I don't think the applicant is challenging that recommendation.
No, we're not.
So the motion on the floor does not address the last 2?
Well, if you'd let me make a motion, it would.
Mr. Lee, would you like to
Would you like me to
relinquish the
revise
floor?
my motion, Ms. Bovee? Would you like to ask me to revise my motion?
I would really just like to offer a substitute motion to get the ones that are in the Jefferson Charter Academies off the table.
Well, that,
I think that would provide clarity.
Does it have to be done that way? Is there
Is
another
that,
way to
is
do
that
it?
a substitute motion? Right, substitute motion would take its place.
Okay.
The substitute motion would be to consider only at this time the East Jefferson and West Jefferson Charter Academies. Do we have a second?
Wait.
I'll second.
Okay, we have a second. Do we have any questions on that motion?
East Jefferson and West
Yes,
Jefferson.
I have a question.
Ms.
I have a
Beebe.
question. Ms. Dastu had a motion to defer.
Yes, this is a substitute motion.
And so the substitute motion is
to deny the East Jefferson Charter Academy and the West Jefferson Charter Academy.
Okay, I second if you don't have one.
Okay, we have a motion and a second already. Do we have any other questions on the motion? Do we have any objections to the motion? Hearing none, motion carries. Now, we still have another item, the North Baton Rouge Charter Academy. Do we have a motion on that item?
Mr. Chairman?
Ms. Destu?
I'll make a motion that we defer on this item until tomorrow pending recommendation from the superintendent.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second? We have a second by Mr. Gio.
I have a question.
Question, who was that, Ms. Hill?
Yes, because it does reflect the area that I represent. Now, the Recovery School District and EBR have an agreement. And within the agreement, how would this impact the agreement, Superintendent White? EBR and the RSD, the agreement that they just agreed upon as far as the achievement zone. So how would this impact that agreement?
I don't think it would, because those buildings are, those are EBR buildings. This would not be going into an East Baton Rouge Parish School building. This is not, in other words, there were 11 buildings named in that agreement, and these are not one of them not going in those buildings.
Okay, so the charter school that they're trying to implement in North Baton Rouge, where they're going to house the school? Is there a facility out there, you guys?
We have searched and identified facilities that are not part of East Baton Rouge Parish School System facilities that we are working diligently to secure, so that will not be an issue.
Those are,
Because,
sorry, go ahead.
because, I mean, that's my major concern, because if we're trying, and I've been working with EBR, I've participated in those community events that they had, and the feedback from the community. I know the Recovery School District has been working, they've been working together to show some kind of collaboration among both parties, which we need in that district. And so now I'm just thinking, here they come up with an agreement to try to make some changes in the schools in that area, in which the agreement was mutual. Now we have independent charter trying to come in and charter it out. I'm just trying to figure out,
Well, I think that would be an additional option in that part of the city. It wouldn't take away anything that we're planning on doing, and I think that would be a positive element of the proposal.
Okay, so I guess my question would be to the group. Now, you said that you want the North Baton Rouge, but you guys are proving to be in the North Baton Rouge Charter Academy, but you're trying to go to South Baton Rouge?
Essentially, our goal is to have 2 charter schools in East Baton Rouge Parish. What happened today, and as a result of this process, is we were approved for a charter named East Baton Rouge Parish Charter. Okay? Now, obviously, in our internal discussions, we said, where do we think we could really get that charter started in 2013? This is the critical thing about timing. The charter is approved for August 2013. With our research that we have been diligently involved in, we said the best place to start would be in North Baton Rouge. Because when you look at between now and August of 2013, you're talking about essentially a 10-month period, or really a 9-month period. When you start talking about all the permitting and all the issues related to facilities, you've got to hit the ground running. In our research, we determined that North Baton Rouge had more places where we could feasibly start and get off the ground than South Baton Rouge.
Okay. So my concern would be, if we're going to approve North Baton Rouge Charter Academy, it needs to be North Baton Rouge Charter Academy. When South Baton Rouge Charter Academy come up, then we need to come to the board and present a new application, because you're talking about 2 different locations, 2 different sides of town. And so I think that if you're going to focus on North Baton Rouge now, focus on North Baton Rouge, and then whenever you do your needs assessment or for the South Baton Rouge area, then present it, because I can't see approving North Baton Rouge and then you tell me you want North Baton Rouge and South Baton Rouge. And the need right now is greater in North Baton Rouge than it is in South Baton Rouge, so I would say that if we approve, we need to approve North Baton Rouge and not, because put the factor in South Baton Rouge, because those are two totally different.
Okay, Mr. Lee.
Mr. Chairman, it looks to me like we need, if this is deferred until tomorrow, we have on page 2 a recommendation for denial,
tomorrow yet?
but we do not have the backup. That I'm gonna
That's
wait
the-
till he's listening to me.
Well, I'm Superintendent, I'm listening, and we will have the backup distributed to the board because there's just an omission in the binder.
Okay,
We will then bring up.
but what I'm asking for is the backup that was a result of this recommendation, and then
Yes.
also the backup from NASA. That because they
Yes.
also denied.
We've got it, and we'll distribute it to the board. In fact, we might have someone on the team distribute it to the board right now.
I just want to be sure we have the information that would back up the recommendation that we have.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, my
Mr.
motion is
Esther?
to defer, and I think with this information, the board, and then whatever the superintendent's recommendation is, the board will make the decision about the school tomorrow. The motion on the floor is just to defer this until tomorrow. There'll be ample time to discuss and make a decision on the superintendent's recommendation, whatever it will be. So I call the question.
But that will be additional
Okay.
information.
Any
Sir?
further questions?
That will be additional information.
Additional information. Do we have any further questions? Hearing none, do we have any objections to the motion?
I object.
Ms. Beebe? Ms. Hill, have objections? Any other objections? Hearing none, motion carries. Does that conclude this item after 2.5 hours? Okay, we've done one item. That's all right. Very good.
Except it was 3.5 hours, not 2.5.
Okay.
Says the staff person.
At this rate, scary. The next item is on what page?
Next item is 2.2, page 54. Consideration of type 2 charter applications in, is that where we are now? I'm sorry.
Type 5.
It has not. Consideration of type 5 charter application in response to the 2012 request for charter school applications as recommended by the State Superintendent of Education. The department recommendation is to approve.
In order to redeem myself, I'm going to make a motion to approve.
Okay.
An effort to redeem myself.
What page are we on?
We're on page 54. Do we have a second?
I'll second.
Ms. Brophy? Do we have any questions from BESE members? Okay, hearing none, maybe we don't need a presentation from the department. Do we have a speaker on this item? Megan Turner?
My charter application received 100% approval and recommendation by NACSA. However, a week ago, I received a phone call from the Department of Education and with a recommendation to deny. Through the process with NACSA, we had a very transparent section process talking about their criteria that which we are going to be judged upon, looked on. The entire process went through. I actually have never heard from the Department of Education. I had no feedback from them during this process. So within the 6 weeks of the initial NACSA recommendation for approval, I heard nothing from the Department of Education. Unlike some of the other charter applicants we've heard from today. So I am just challenging this recommendation for denial. I believe that the brief that I heard was that the experience of the leadership team and the track record of the organization. And I would like to challenge this on the fact that there was no actual criteria for supplementary leadership members. We actually have looked at them. And we do have some targeted, but that was not part of the original criteria.
For clarification, who are you representing?
I'm representing
Innovative.
Linear Innovation Charter Schools.
Innovation And where is that? That's on page...
They're not in here
Page
because
54?
there are no you don't have to approve recommendations to deny for type 5, so the backup may not be.
There's no backup in the packet, but there's,
Should,
Superintendent?
and again, I don't want to discuss board business, but perhaps last time I thought it was fruitful when the board considered all of the applications for approval and subsequently had speakers speak to any issue regarding one that was not being recommended for approval. With respect, this is not one of those applications being recommended for approval. Thus, maybe it'd be better to hold on this comment for a second until the board has considered the motion, and then go ahead.
Okay, would someone like to offer a substitute motion?
There's a motion to approve.
Okay.
No, you don't.
there's a motion on the floor.
Okay, we will consider the motion to approve, and then we will come back to discuss the schools that are being denied.
I have a question, Mr. Brown.
Ms. Turner, if you could hold your spot for just a minute. Ms. Beebe?
Okay, do we have, I didn't see the denials.
Exactly. The denials are not contained in the backup. There's a tradition, it may be a short tradition for a policy, I guess it is, not a tradition, for the superintendent for type 5 charter schools not to bring backup for the denials, but to only bring backup for the approvals, the recommendations for approval.
Members, perhaps I could just speak briefly to the docket of approvals, just so you have a sense of what it is that we're talking about in the immediate, then we can deal with advanced innovative education. These are Recovery School District schools in New Orleans and in Baton Rouge. And just to set the context, in New Orleans, these schools that are being approved will be taking over the management for schools that in most instances have in some form or fashion either been phased out or where management will have been changed. So they are type 5 turnarounds in an ongoing process. They are principally taking over for past charter schools. In the one instance where you have a all of those, are lean schools. All of the schools that are up today are lean schools. The other area in which there were applications primarily was East Baton Rouge Parish, and that is one of the applicants is in front of us here, having nothing to do with these docket, but there are 5 schools up for type 5 approval. I'm happy to talk through any one of them, but they are proven operators who will be replacing lower performing schools in Orleans Parish.
Okay. Do we have any further questions? Okay, do we have any objections to the motion? Hearing none, motion carries. Now let's go to discussion on those schools or those applicants that were denied. And we have a speaker here. Ms. Turner, can you continue, please?
Yes.
I need to get clarity on the name of the school.
The name is Lanier Innovation Charter School. Do I have that right?
It's actually Louisiana.
Louisiana. That's okay. That's what we have written here. I thought I heard you say Lanier. Louisiana.
For Lanier Elementary.
Lanier Elementary. Okay. But it's Louisiana Innovation Charter Schools.
I think the question that needs to be answered by someone on staff is
Why were they denied?
the disparity between the NACSA recommendation and what was presented to us, and then the period of time where there was apparently no communication. What happened? I think that's the question that's on everybody's mind.
Well,
Did I articulate that properly?
Yes. Thank
and
you.
so why don't I set the stage, and then I'll allow Superintendent Gobard to give his perspective. In terms of the context, now we are starting essentially in the Recovery School District, we are starting over again in Baton Rouge. You have been a part of the removal of 5 charters in Baton Rouge, I guess 6 charters in Baton Rouge. We in North Baton Rouge now hold the governance of 7 schools, each of which Superintendent Dobard and his team are direct running. And so as part of this achievement zone concept that Ms. Hill you mentioned before, we are opened up applications for charters for this process. We yielded a number of them. We did not recommend any of them. And I'll ask Superintendent Dobard to speak to the details on this particular applicant.
Thank you, Superintendent White, committee members, Mr. Chairman, and community. Good evening. It's been a long day, so I'll try not to belabor the point. So, as the superintendent pointed out, for schools that are what we consider RSD outside of New Orleans, RSDLA. We're being very strategic and mindful, particularly in Baton Rouge, of a couple of things. Number one is that we've already approved a number of charters, giving opportunity several years ago, and unfortunately, the majority of those schools have not done well, and they're now under the direct control of the RSD. We've decided to go into a different direction as far as working towards a stronger partnership with East Baton Rouge Parish schools and their desire to try to work along with us in a framework to how can we effectively manage a system of schools in New Orleans with the ultimate goal, if they're chronically have been low-performing schools, to use a chartering strategy. So EVR has recently committed in a joint plan with the RSD to looking at them working with us on either them type 3 in the school, type 5 in the school, or some other type of grade configurations, and just working more in a concerted strategic effort. So with that in mind, what we wanted to do in the RSD is ensure that we bring in the highest quality of proven providers for the North Baton Rouge area. So it's one, to give time for the planning to develop of what schools we would want to see, and then two, to get some proven operators to compete for the privilege of educating kids. What we saw with this application really didn't give us any confidence that it would be something much different than we had just a few years ago in Baton Rouge, and particularly around the point of not having strong, proven leadership identified. We can't afford to make some of the same mistakes or judgment calls that we have regarding schools in Baton Rouge. And so that's why I think the superintendent, and we've talked about this, you know, it's an extremely complicated matter, but when you really spend a lot of time delving into it, we have to always take the approvals or non-approvals in the context of the area of the state and what's best for that region. And so that's why we wanted to make a recommendation opposite of what NACSA, and again, NACSA is but a step in a process, and my recommendation, our team, to the state superintendent was that we would deny this one, and then we would encourage everyone to know that, one, the bar of quality is going to continue to be raised, and we would want to pursue having much stronger proven operators in the future. I can let Mr. Gang, if needed, speak to as far as process or anything, but I think that pretty much clarifies it, hopefully.
Okay, do we have any questions from the BESE members?
Yes.
I do. Could I just make sure I follow up?
Superintendent?
And if we didn't, then it was a mistake on our part. If we did, I just want to make sure and this is not to lay blame on anyone, I just want to understand what the situation was. Did we have contact with the applicant, Mr. Gang, do you know, after they reached out, or Superintendent Dobar?
As far as we're concerned, the applicant was able to submit their response to NACSA's recommendation, and then at that point, the RSD initiated conversations with the school regarding their final recommendation after the fact. What we try not to do is interfere with NACSA's process to make sure that there's integrity in that process and it doesn't feel as though there's any undue pressure being exerted on that process.
So Superintendent Dobar, was your team, did your team speak to the applicant at any point during the process?
I believe David Shepard with the state there.
Yeah, so our team reached out with the final recommendation coming from the department. At the end, as I said earlier, we communicated to all applicants what the final recommendation coming from the department was over the phone and via email this past week.
And you're suggesting that there should have been some interim step?
Well, yes, I received a phone call that told me that you were denied. And my question here is that NACSA gave me 100% approval. I'm not quite sure if I'm the only one out there that is in the opposite situation that some of these other applicants who did not get NACSA approval just got approved in. But during that time period, if you did have concerns, I welcome the conversation to have them. I think that some of the concerns you had, actually, I am able to address, and I wasn't given the opportunity to do so. And so when we really start looking at this process and how it works, a phone call to tell me that I am denied is not necessarily a working process to make the state understand where I'm coming from, to give any further clarification on criteria or matters that actually are outside of the NACSA criteria. You know, if your NACSA criteria was that if you do not have a proven operating record, do not apply, then that's fair. But in order to have a track record, people have to be given the opportunity to make one.
And let me, first of all, I think that's a fair point. And members, if I could just articulate my impression of the situation, and tell me if you think I'm getting this right. Because you received a very strong review from NACSA, there wasn't an imperative on your part to respond saying, well, this is wrong, this is wrong, this is wrong, as there was with some of the other people we've heard. So we didn't at the same time reach out and say, hey, we've still got a lot of concerns. And I think that probably why that is that, and probably why you're hearing from us that the track record issue, is to Superintendent Dobart's point, members, we feel like the challenge in North Baton Rouge is one that is of the highest level of gravity. And we think that's true for the effort for the achievement zone. We also just think it's true for the significance of the challenge that the kids are bringing to the classroom. And if we didn't reach out and have that conversation with you, I think we should have. Let me just ask here, just so we have it in this context, do you have a record of performance with the hardest to serve, most low-income kids in a way that should persuade us that you will do so in North Baton Rouge?
Right. So I personally worked at Lanier Elementary during the first years of turnaround. During that time period, I was not responsible for the academic changes or growth, but I watched a series of mistakes and also very, very great things happen at that school. And so during that time period, I've actually started working with the teachers, many of which are from Teach for America, who have now left the state because they weren't supported in the right situation. I've worked with Nick Tampone, who is a founding member of Harlem Village Academy's founding principal and has been their chief academic director up until a few months ago, when he's now going to be my actual personal coach in this matter. I'm working with Joe Keeney, who, in regards to the Baton Rouge area, has only been involved in the financial management and operations of schools, but at our larger level has been the CEO for Harlem Village Academies as well, and has in other charter networks overseen hundreds of charter schools that have successfully shown academic growth. So do I have a traditional track record of a large name behind me? No, I don't. But I have a lot of people working with me directly, being part of my educational management organization, that know how this is done right, have seen it done right all over the country, and greater levels than what we're even seeing in New Orleans. So I do challenge the idea that my simple track record isn't just that. And on top of that, I actually do know the students of Lanier Elementary. I know these kids. These are faces that I see every day. So when you are choosing to not allow any schools in Type 5 to make any changes in North Baton Rouge, I hear you. I was part of the wind down, the changeover. I understand that. I don't want to see that happen again to these kids. But I also understand that these students who are my kindergartners in our first year of operation and turnaround are going to be taking the LEAP exam next year. And when they fail, which they are most likely slated to do right now, we are now allowing them to go down a path of not getting into high school. So every time we keep making changes and pushing this back, we have to ask ourselves if the long-term solutions we're putting in place are going to make the impacts that are now very, very real for me and for the students of Lanier.
I think the dilemma that we're in is we feel like in retrospect, and by the way, you have my apologies for us not doing a better job communicating what I'm about to say on the front end. We should have done that. Is that we feel like we made, as an agency, some rushed recommendations regarding, for the, not to cast judgment on anyone, just in terms of having a holistic plan, and that out of that sense of urgency didn't get this particular challenge right, because it's not a place for one to kind of test the waters. It's one, we think, for a place that needs to be a very solid operation with a proven record of really being able to crank out results in a very hard to serve environment, as you well know. And I think our recommendation, or lack thereof of recommendation, is based in that context, less than it's based on any failings that we saw in the application. We didn't see that strength in the application rather than that we saw any failings, and we should have communicated that earlier.
I'm Joe Keeney. I'm the education provider for this application. If I may, just 2 points on the track record. Megan emphasized Nick Tampone from Harlem Village Academies, who will be the direct provider of coaching and professional development for the school. That school has 100% proficiency in 8th grade math in New York and 88% in ELA. It's one of the top performing charter schools in New York. I've also worked extensively with Friendship Public Charter Schools in D.C., who has operated a turnaround of Anacostia High School, which is considered a successful turnaround in D.C., raising high school graduation rates from around 55% to 75% last year. We do feel like we have the right talent, and we have the right ability to bring talent to Baton Rouge to turn around Lanier Elementary.
Ms. Beebe, I think you said you had a question?
Yes, and just it's been a long day, for additional clarification, NASCA did give you a favorable rating. Am I correct?
I met the standard on every category under that were listed, and I was given a recommendation for approval.
So the reason for denial is based on your lack of a track record?
Yes.
But as the gentleman just pointed out, he has a track record.
Right.
Okay.
And I would have appreciated the dialogue with the state to talk about this, because I do think I took that into account. When I think about these kids and taking on this process, it wasn't a quick or a non-rationalized process for me. I went to New York, I've talked to many different leaders, I'm talking to people about what's working and what's working well. And I don't think there's one solution for Baton Rouge. I don't think that we should be holding back and waiting 2 and 3 and 4 years to start opening schools that are going to allow 1 or 2 grades at a time. And I don't think that the track record, the RSD, also proves to the success rate for these kids either. So I do challenge you to work with me. If you don't think that I have met the criteria on your level, let's talk about it. But I urge you today not to make a decision that's going to impact these kids' lives.
Mr. Rowan?
Mr. Dobar, Superintendent Dobar, one thing I think we have to recognize as a board, and I think you recognize as an applicant, and we've learned, quite frankly, is that Type 5 charters, it's a difficult process. It's by no means an easy task. And quite frankly, we underestimate the task. And we have had that problem in Baton Rouge, quite frankly, with our efforts. While well-intentioned, we certainly have not gotten the result we wanted. And I think that's part of the challenge here is how do we rectify that? We want success. What is the plan currently? Again, I keep saying let's put decisions in context. If this isn't what's done on this particular campus, what is your vision right now for this campus and
Absolutely. So what we currently do, we basically we brought in strong leadership for all of the direct run schools now. And our plan is we're going to continue to direct run it next year. We're hoping to see substantial academic gains this year. And then next year, again, we'll put out the call again for quality operators and make sure that it's implicitly clear, because neither one of them, with all due respect, has even reached out to me to just talk about that and see the overall vision. And as the superintendent pointed out, it was a process that was, sort of, we were really rushed trying to get the schools in and make sure that we put in that call. I think the biggest thing is, again, when we looked at this particular application, and knowing, and they just said that they had a relationship and worked for the entity prior, but mostly that work was done not from an academic standpoint, as she stated, but from almost what we would call back office support. That eroded any confidence that we have as far as what would actually be different from an academic standpoint in a leadership development, in an application, talking about cultivating leadership. But it's hard to do when you don't have that academic track record. That's not to say that that their intentions aren't noble and good. We all want to see that. But I think the thing we have to keep in mind is that as we seek for opportunities for individuals to work with us to educate children, it's not just because that you make it to the point of a NACSA recommendation through the department. We look at it in the totality of what's best for what we're trying to do right now, particularly in North Baton Rouge. And so I think the main thing is us stabilizing the schools as we have them, and then really working to ensure that we have the highest of quality operators that's going to manage our schools. We can't take a chance, again, I want to stress that again, on something less than the highest quality. And I think, and I know that our leadership team for this coming year and even going forward from the RSD's perspective, we've changed to be much better. And I would say that you can go to Lanier today and see that the leadership has been better than what it was last year when we took the school over this year. But also to say that I know that we're going to always have room for improvement. But I think one more year under leadership from RSD direct running and stressing unequivocally we want the highest of quality for the achievement zone is going to be best for students in the city overall.
I have a follow-up. I'm sorry.
Yes, sir. Mr. Roman.
First of all, I want to say I don't have an inherent conflict between what NACSA makes a certain recommendation, and either RSD or the state makes a different one. I mean, I think judgment is called for. Judgment is not called for while we're here. So that's not, it certainly should be a moment for pause. We shouldn't do so haphazardly. But I don't have the same concern. You're hired to do a job, I expect you to do it. That means I expect you to use some of your judgment. I would say the same is true of Superintendent White. So I want to remove that from the table. It is very difficult to see an applicant that gets such high marks, however, knowing the struggles we're having. Why would we not take that individual? I understand there's some history that is not as strong as we would hope. My question to you is this: if we chose not to do this Type 5 charter, what is your benchmark for success on this campus so that when we get back here in June or July or August, what are we going to look at in terms of what should we expect for outcomes? Because I'll be honest with you, I've been very hard on districts around the state in terms of expectations, and I've asked the superintendent of East Baton Rouge and others that have proposed alternative plans to me and others. I've asked them, quite frankly, what are the benchmarks? How do we know we've been successful? So my question to you is, how do we know we've been successful? If I turn these people down, if I look them in the eye and say, I know you got glowing remarks, but my superintendent says he has a plan, what is my benchmark for this campus?
For all of our direct run schools in RSDLA, we're seeking at least a 10-point academic gain on this coming year. We're seeking to increase retention of students up to over 85% of students being retained in the sense of coming back to the school next year.
And do you feel you have a plan currently in place that would get you the 10-point gain?
Absolutely, and that's what our academic team, led by Mark Comenducci, they're working diligently in the schools, and that's the thing. So as we're stabilizing schools, and it's new to Baton Rouge, and one of the things we wanted to emphasize is when RSD is direct running schools, we want to be in position and have strong enough teachers and leadership to make increases while we're in that transition phase. But as you know, as other board members know as well, that's not our long-term solution. And so as we stabilize, we want to see at least a 10-point growth this year, and then we'll put out another call, and hopefully we'll have higher quality, more proven operators to hopefully successfully take the school.
Mr. Romer, could I just raise I think that...
Only if you make it to my favor. Go ahead.
I'm going to make it as offensive as it can be then. I think that I actually, not having talked extensively with you, but having looked at the review, I actually have a lot of confidence that there could be a competent job done by this applicant to run a school. Unfortunately, I think that has been true of people who have tried to run schools in North Baton Rouge and in the Ninth Ward of New Orleans and wherever else before. And this is not remotely to lay blame, it's just to comment on the sophistication necessary with not some of our state's most challenged students, some of our country's most challenged students, to run a school that gets them all truly on level to go to college. This is actually, and I say this with regret because I wish we would have communicated more, and I'm happy to follow up on it. But it's more of a comment on the need for such an organization than it is on this particular applicant. And if we're really in it for the long run, we will approve schools for that. Now, you raise an interesting question, a good question. We don't have any applicants this year to meet that bar. And we knew, and I think we said this when we removed the ABR program from those schools. We said this is going to take some time. It's going to take an intelligent effort to raise funds. We've made big investments in Teach for America in Baton Rouge in ways that we haven't before to lay the groundwork. And we anticipate a 2014 set of applicants coming back who meet the bar that I'm describing. It's not a comment on this applicant. It's more on the sophistication needed.
I appreciate your comment, and this will be my last comment. And for those board members, some context, being that I live here, and I know Ms. Hill does as well. I agree with your sentiment of what you just said, that this is it's a very difficult challenge. We've proven that it's a difficult challenge by having failed, quite frankly, in many circumstances. And I would give credit to, and I see their board president is here, East Baton Rouge is considering some fairly significant changes that have not yet been fully developed but have been outlined. I certainly appreciate that as one that's been trying to move in that direction. I also appreciate that the RSD and East Baton Rouge have quite frankly worked better together most recently. And I think that's a step in the right direction. So as much as I'm pro-charter, as much as I am, let's go, take on the world, in this instance, I actually agree with the recommendation that in the totality of the circumstances, the right step at this moment is to try to see if we can make what's been outlined work. And I regret, that I'm saying that to you because I believe, too, that you could be successful at some point. Also, primarily regret that the communication wasn't as strong as it might have been because perhaps they conclude differently. But that's where I stand. I say that purely for board members who don't live in Baton Rouge, who aren't here in the middle of this debate, who don't understand everything that's happening in this community. And I don't know if Ms. Hill wants to make comment or not.
It's going to sound weird. I got to agree with Mr. Rowe. But I agree.
Because it's late. We're just late.
I'm sorry. But no, I really do agree. And I know Mr. Dobar and the East Baton Rouge Parish Schools has been working together with this plan. And I hope that with the plan that has been put forth from EBR and RSD that you guys can really collaborate and come together and show success with the students within RSD and in EBR. I want to commend, I see the president of the board of EBR here. I'd like to commend her for being here, and Ms. Williams, because they worked really hard. I want to let the board know that they worked really hard on putting in a plan that really included the RSD. They could have did anything, they could have looked over the RSD, but they put a plan together to collaborate with the RSD and to make sure that our children succeed in EBR. So I really do want to commend you guys on that. And I also want to commend Ms. Dobar for actually working with them and coming up with an agreement that you guys can work together to show the community that there is some type of connection and trust within the community with both entities. But I guess I have to agree with Mr. Roma, board members, that I think you guys would probably do a great job. But I think that the plan has been spelled out and is bigger than what some of the board members may know. But I just have to agree with Roma. I said that 3 times. Wow.
3 different
She
items.
put that on record.
My last closing remark is that I understand there's a bigger plan, and I understand that bigger things are happening. I asked you when they are going to happen, and how many children are we going to continue to allow in this day and this cycle. I commend what the RSD is doing. I was never told that the RSD was giving the recommendation for my charter application, nor was I communicating directly with the RSD for that. However, you have 9 schools in RSD-LA, 10 if you include Shreveport. You have lots of schools that have already been identified in the MOU. You go up to 12. There's plenty of schools to continue to work in the Type 3 model. That does not necessarily, I should not be denied on the simple fact that you guys that they have reached relationships with the district. That is great. There's multiple solutions to this equation. There's going to be multiple ways that this could happen, but I do not believe it's in the best interest of Lanier Elementary to continue to deny them.
I have to make a comment.
Mr. Romer?
Now, I appreciate your comments. Now, I'm asked a very specific question from our superintendent, because the insinuation that we're going to sit around here forever and wait is not an accurate one. I asked him very clearly, what's the expectation for this campus in this year? And I was told 10 points. Now, I asked that question for a very specific reason. So when we're back here looking at this, I can pull that out. Because I think most people here would say, I'm not one to sit around and wait. In fact, at times, maybe I've moved with haste.
I would ask that there was some type of criteria that was worked on with the actual department to reach the standards that they've put into my criteria. But I appreciate your comments.
Okay. Board members, do we have any other questions? Okay. Hearing none, we have a, do we have them? We do not have a motion on the floor. We do not need a motion on the floor. We will move on to the next item.
Next item is item 2.3 on page 66. Consideration of the extension of charter contracts for BESE authorized charter schools based on third-year reviews, and consideration of the renewal of charter contracts for BESE authorized charter schools currently operating in the last year of the charter term. The department recommendation is to approve, and there's also a recommendation to receive the report on automatic renewals.
Okay, should we
I
split?
move.
I'm sorry, who was about to say, who was about to speak?
Ms. Bovee.
I was
Ms.
going to
Bowman.
move that we accept the department's recommendation here.
I'll second.
Okay, that is to approve and to receive? Okay. Do we have any questions from BESE members?
If I could just frame
Superintendent?
quickly, and Jim, okay. Just to be clear, that Bulletin 126 outlines very specific criteria and evaluation processes for every school that is considering an extension after 3 years or renewal after 4 years of outcomes. The department's review process for schools up for extension included a review of what schools submitted in response to this process, 2 site visits to the school in the past year, and a thorough review of the school's academic, financial, and legal circumstances. The recommendations today that are in front of you are based on repeated dialogue with schools, are based on the site visits to the schools, and are also just based on the very stringent criteria that are in the regulations in Bulletin 126 regarding these schools. I'm happy to discuss it more, but Superintendent Dobard, Mr. Gang, and Adam Hoff from the Recovery School District team are all here to answer specific questions regarding the recommendations that have been made.
Any more questions from the board?
Ms. Jones, I just want to ask, with the probationary extensions, that's for year 5, is that 1 additional year?
That's 1 additional year, yes, but that is after 3 years. It's granting them 1 additional year until the renewal decision comes up.
But they are excelling or meeting their academic growth target?
They're meeting the growth target, but there is some reason to say, Ms. Beebe, it should just be probationary. It should not be a full-on endorsement like an extension.
Okay, any other comments from the board before we go to public comment? Okay, we're going to move to public comment, and the first public comment is Sydney Bartholomew. And I believe we have, 25 comments regarding BESE.
So possibly if we could use some of the time from the other folks that are slotted for comment. And by all means, I want them to have their time to speak.
Could you speak louder, please?
Sure.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. My name is Sidney Bartholomew. I'm the board chair of Benjamin E. Mays Preparatory School in New Orleans. We want to go on record contesting the recommendation for non-renewal. And what we want to recommend or request, rather, is that we be put on a probationary period of 1 year, given any kind of conditional requirements that the board sees fit. We make that recommendation with, I would say, a ton of context that we'd love to give you guys, but the time frame is not enough. But we do have data to support that request. Our score is probably right in front of you. Our SBS score is probably right in front of you guys. So you know what that is. What I'm not 100% certain of is what score, what condition the school was in when we were granted the charter, what score that school had when we were granted the charter, and additionally how we performed as a school by individual grade since we've been given the charter. Some quick context and background is that when we applied for the charter, we applied for pre-K through first. At the request of the BESE board sitting at the time, I don't know if any of you were on that board, we were asked to take on an additional grade, which would have been second at the time. We accepted that responsibility and took on the second grade. That the result of that was that we tested LEAP 1 year early. So I don't know if that information is something that you've had an opportunity to digest. So in that, we were actually penalized because we tested a year earlier than we ever intended to, and then our charter was accepted with. Additionally, we took on the 5th grade last year because the closing of of Carver Elementary and Middle was accelerated by the RSD. That was supposed to be a 1 year transition that eventually Carver would be transitioned out completely. I knew there was some additional information about that may be accelerated. Well, it was. To serve the kids better, because ultimately we were accountable to those kids in that community, we decided to take on the 5th grade last year. Again, that decision, while it was in our best intention, it was our intention to serve the community and the families that had siblings at 5th grade at Carver that would have been displaced throughout the city, and we decided to take them on at Mays Prep to help everyone out. It ultimately was something that penalized our score. So I want Shauna to speak, she's our school leader, to speak a little bit about what our 3rd grade students tested, how they tested in the LEAP, and what the result of that would be, because I think that's ultimately the case of students that we had from the very start that when tested, there's proof that we are doing our job and we're doing what we were tasked to do, and that's improve school performance.
Thank you.
So going back to what Sydney said and thinking about our original class of 1st graders, our original class of 1st graders gave us 2 years to prepare them for ILEAP. And taking that into account, last year on 3rd grade ILEAP, 62% of our 3rd graders scored basic or better on ILEAP and ELA, and 63% scored basic or better on ILEAP in math. So that goes back to having this idea and this notion of being given the time to not only grow children academically, but to also grow them culturally and emotionally and socially. I think it speaks volumes that Mays Prep is not just a charter school. It's a community school. It's a community school in which I grew up, so I take it personally. Many of our kids have been disenfranchised so many times on so many decisions that have been made, and we felt it necessary to make sure that we provided an exceptional education, and we felt it necessary to tackle all of the things that are not necessarily academic, i.e. tackling the fact that many of them come to school with no uniforms at all and taking away that excuse, or tackling the fact that many of their parents are in prison and tackling that excuse, or leading or giving them examples of exemplary role models, much like myself, who's a 1st generation high school graduate, college graduate, and graduate school. Our kids didn't have that before. So we want you to look at more than just the numbers and to understand that we have kids that up until now were suspended on a regular basis. And our parents and our teachers and our kids were here earlier to tell you their story. You need to understand that some of them were at some of the big charter schools and were suspended every day. And now at Mays Prep, because of all the love and affection that they're shown, that they're able to actually excel because they feel comfortable and safe for the first time. Some of the other data also show that our 4th graders who have been with us since 2nd grade outscored 4th graders that we had taken on for the first time last year by 25%. So again, that's given us time to really get this thing going. Some other things that you need to understand is that there's been a lot of significant changes in Mays Prep. I am not Mays Prep's original founding leader. I took on midway through the school year, and as such, we've made a lot of changes to the hiring process.
Ms. Gentry, just take one more moment, and then I want to make sure we have an opportunity to hear from.
No problem.
I want to kind of hone in on something, piggyback on what Shauna said. What we did was we took the data from the 3rd grade class. We plugged it in and found out that had we been tested solely on that class, which would have been per the charter that we applied and were approved for, we would have gotten a 73 in an SPS in year 1. Based on the grades. Can you say that one more time? If we took the LEAP score testing results of the class that would have been with us from year one. And in our first year of testing, that would have been the only class that we would have tested. But because we tested a year early, we took on kids that had come from Carver, that had previously been taught through Carver for 2 years before they came to us. That was at the request of BESE. That was the early, the additional class that we took on. That group would have tested with an SPS of 73.
Thank you.
So what the result of that was, we had a high grade, a high testing result with that class, and we had 2 other classes with a negative testing grade. So we want to make sure that the board is clear that Mays Prep has proven results. It's just not showing up in that collective SPS score.
Thank you for that. Does anyone have any questions? Superintendent, were you going to ask?
Are there more people?
Yes. Patricia Walker. I'm going to go ahead
and let me say something in closing.
Sure.
I would be very interested in 2 things. Number one, someone on this BESE board asking me for that data. If we're going to move on and that's the end of our comments, then
I thought we would basically have everybody have the chance to speak, and then I'm sure the board will have comments or questions.
All right.
Okay. Thank you. Unless the board has questions now. Okay, I just thought it would be helpful to actually have them. Okay. Ms. Patricia Walker, please. Hi.
Good evening. My name is Patricia Walker, and I'm a founding teacher at Benjamin E. Mays Preparatory School. I currently teach 2nd grade to 24 fantastic boys and girls. Since being at the school, I have taught 2nd and 3rd grade with great success for my students. I'm here because I'm not quite certain if you know who Mays Prep really is, what we do, why we care, and how we continue to do the work we do each day. Now, I know you've probably heard stories hundreds of times like this, but I don't think you've heard the story of Mays Prep, coming from a teacher. I have been given an opportunity to express a little bit about our community school. We are Mays Prep, a school that lives the values of hard work, excellence, respect, discipline, determination, and leadership each and every day that we are there. Our mission is simple: to prepare every student for success in high school, college, and beyond. We understood, and we still understand, that problems exist in schools, and there's no easy answers, which we've heard plenty about today. Yet Mays Prep faculty and staff have built a team of members that are committed to improving our school while inspiring, developing, and advancing student achievement with our energy, with our enthusiasm, with our wisdom, and our knowledge. So what do? We teach a rigorous curriculum that meets the needs of students that we serve. We have extended ELA every single day. We have extended math every single day for a longer school year than most. We have an exceptional reading interventionist, 2, that serve our children to make sure that all students receive the services that they need for reading. We teach daily strategies for our lower performing students, and so that they can feel confident about reading. Mays Prep students know the pressures of the outside world, yet our counselor provides small focus groups as well as whole classroom groups that help cope with the pressures to choose the best of the better paths.
Ms. Walker, thank you. I'm going to ask you to wrap up so that we could keep hearing. I want to make sure we hear from your team.
I want you to understand that Mays Prep is not your typical charter school.
Thank you. Ms. Kia Chanel?
She's not here, they left, they were here.
Ms. Jasmine Graves? Good evening.
Good evening, distinguished board members. My name is Jasmine Graves, and unlike a lot of people, I was trained as an attorney. But my job as a teacher is an important one. I came to Mays Prep at its founding in 2009 and have held many positions. As a teacher, however, I have changed lives like I never thought I would as an attorney. We make sure that our kids eat every day. We make sure that their families eat every day. We make sure that in wintertime, they have jackets. We make sure they have shoes. We make sure that if they're having legal problems, we help them. We make sure that we serve not only the child, but the whole family. Mays Prep, as the superintendent had said, serves a sophisticated community. We're a Type 5 charter school in the 9th Ward. We do the most. I do the most. I've forgone a traditional legal career to serve this community, and I'm not from here. I'm from Cleveland, Ohio, and I have never been in a place that I love more than Mays Prep. I've never taught children that I love more and respect more than the children at Mays Prep. I don't have the same issues they do, and we meet every last one of them. To close Mays Prep would to do a disservice to not only the children, but their family and the entire community, because we're here to do a job, and a job is to advocate for the community.
Thank you. Thank you. Ms. Reneka Grayson.
Good evening. My name is Christina Grayson, and I'm going to stick to my notes and out of respect to y'all's time and your willingness to listen. I'm from Cresskill, New Jersey. I graduated from the University of Pennsylvania with a degree in Urban Studies and Community Development, magna cum laude, Phi Beta Kappa in 2010. I'm the granddaughter of a black man who grew up orphaned in one of New Orleans' poorest neighborhoods, in a school that worked against him. And he graduated high school first in his class, promptly to leave a city that offered him no opportunity. I'm a proud alum of Teach for America's 2010 Greater New Orleans Corps. And more prominently, I am a teacher at Benjamin E. Mays Preparatory School, my original placement school with TFA. I'm incredibly honored to serve as a reading interventionist for first, second, and third grade students. I work primarily with students who have not been successful generally in their gen ed classroom settings. I work with small groups, and I've also worked with students who come in on average 2 years behind from other schools. About 6 months ago, with the completion of my 2-year commitment to TFA approaching, I took inventory of what my next steps would be, and while a lot of my peers have left teaching in New Orleans, I had no question that I would be staying for another year at Mays Prep. It's where I belong, and it's where my students belong. And I can't say that I've always had this conviction. Coming off of 5 weeks training in Atlanta, I had an exceptionally difficult first year, during which I constantly questioned whether I should be in the classroom at all. Where I had questions about myself and a teacher at Mays Prep had answers. This school is not just a school, it's not just a place where students are data points and teachers are data points and nothing else. They're people with needs first, and that goes for the students as well as the adults in the building. Shonda Gentry, who was then the director of curriculum and instruction, saved a first-year teacher who was drowning by seeing something I didn't even see in myself, and without coddling me or relinquishing the high expectations from me and my students, she took my greatest concerns about serving students accessing literacy and turned it into a strength. The school offered more than just professional development sessions. It offered love and belief. And I'm currently pursuing a graduate degree in literacy specialization because of the belief that she had in me, and it allowed me to take that belief and transfer it to my students. And I'm here for all those students who have helped me realize that this is not just about the data points, it's about the whole child. I'm here for Tyshawn, I'm here for Chavez, I'm here for Kyla, and I appreciate you hearing our concerns and remembering that Mays Prep is about more than just the data points, it is about a community doing right by itself.
Thank you, Christina. Troy Young.
We don't have 25 people.
You don't?
Our students were here to speak.
Okay, so I'm going to keep going and you'll let me know. Garland, Dupree, keep going. Iris, Duplessis, okay. Danina Henderson, okay. Brandon Harper, okay. Dante DePhillips, Christina, sorry. Bridget Burns, no? Martin Montolo, okay. Bliss Rayfield, Shenril Hogan, Jonathan Klein,
art teacher at Mays Prep. Before I came to Mays, I worked for RSD for 3 years. I saw children every day who were so afraid to come to school because they're going to get beat up. They're going to get beat up in my classroom the minute I turn my back. Literally, I had first graders fist fighting every single day. I don't have that now. I never see that. I see children who come to Mays Prep for the first time lose that anxiety within weeks, not months, weeks, where they come to school and they're so anxious and are so ready to fight. And in 3 weeks they go, oh, I can just come to school. I can relax. I can learn. And, you know, we have a culture that is so beautiful. And Shauna Gentry has taught me more about being a teacher than I knew before. When I worked for RSD, I'd ask other teachers, what do I do? How do I do this? And they'd say, threaten them. Show how crazy you are. Instead of saying, tell them what they're doing right. Say, I like the way you're doing that, and watch the other kids do it. I would ask, I had administrators who, everybody had their own culture. Some classrooms were crazy, some classrooms were together, some teachers were great, some teachers weren't. The principal would walk around the school once a day, and that was all she did. Shauna Gentry is on top of everything all the time. And so is her assistant principal, Ms. Brown. And that's all I can say.
Thank you. Okay. Sadaka Jones. Sadaka Jones. Danielle Samantha Ganville. No? Keep going. Monica Solomon. No. Rashad Hamilton. No? Okay. Malika Amadi.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Malika Amadi. I am a mother of 2 Mays Prep scholars. I am a resident of Orleans Parish. I am a native of the 9th Ward community. I am a licensed clinical social worker for the Department of Veterans Affairs. And I just want to tell you that I pass up 2 academically acceptable schools in my area to drive my children to Mays Prep. I am also a wonderful example of what a good education can afford, because I was surrounded by educators who encouraged me that with my education, not my test scores, with my education, I could do anything. I wanted my children to have that same experience, and I thank God every day for Mays Prep. And I am not the only one. I sit here with a petition of over 600 signatures and counting of parents, of community leaders, of just simple folk in the New Orleans area who are fighting to keep this school open. And this has been just since Friday that we've received these signatures. I want to encourage you today. I want to implore you today that you listen to us. I would be very disappointed if this board chose to close this school just based on what you're seeing on paper. I want you to understand that Mays Prep is not just a school. We are a family. And I want you to understand that breaking up this family may be a detriment to our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Seaman Pounds. And Angelique Williams. Okay, I think those are all the cards at this point. Okay. At this point, I'm going to take any questions or comments from board members. Ms. Dassau.
I would like the opportunity for you to present to us, talk to us about the tables and the results that you want us to be aware of. I think your point that Your third graders are really the evidence of the education that you're providing, I think is compelling. We do often ask schools to do things that they did not come to us prepared to do because the circumstances, demand it. And often educators agree to do that because they are educators and they're never going to turn down a group of children or a child. So keeping that in mind, I do want you to, show us what is happening. So, I mean, you have a wonderful community and a great school leader, and but we need to hear about your academic success.
Definitely. So you were passed out a folder with charts on one side and an action plan on the other. The first set of charts, which says third grade versus fourth grade. So this is based on iLEAP and LEAP scores from 2011-2012 school year. And it's going back to talking about taking on those original first graders versus second grade. So if we were to look at the charts, you see that the third graders who are in blue significantly outscored our fourth graders, who we'd only had a year or so to prepare. Specifically, if you were to look at the last column on your right, where it says percentage of approaching basic and above, that represents 93% of our children in third grade scored at approaching basic or above on iLEAP last year in third grade. And of that 93%, of the ones that are actually approaching basic, they were within points of basic itself. The only children on this whole chart that scored unsatisfactory, there were approximately 3. Of those 3, one child is in no condition to take an iLEAP exam anyway. And the other 2 are kids who have been identified with special needs, and we have made provisions to deal with those. Another thing that bears mentioning is if you look at our third grade versus our fourth grade, specifically blue versus red, under basic, you'll also see that our third graders outscored our fourth graders. You'll see that there are a higher number of fourth graders who scored unsat than there are in third grade. If you were to move over the other side of that chart, the same holds true for math as well. So our third graders outscored our fourth graders in ELA and math. And the reason why we made this comparison is because our third grade class was that class that we had in first grade, and we had the opportunity to really cultivate their learning and to really be given a chance to show what it is that we can do.
And Shauna, additionally, speak on the fifth graders that we took on and the fact that we wound up with more fourth graders.
It also bears mentioning that of those fourth grade students, we ended up with 79 kids last school year. Part of that is, like Sydney said in the beginning, we took on fifth grade. We took on fifth grade because Carver closed down and our families begged us to. They didn't want to disperse their kids throughout New Orleans. And taking on fifth grade, we assumed that we were taking on 50 fifth graders. But after the summer leaf scores were published, we ended up walking 27 fifth graders back down to fourth grade. So in that fourth grade number, you're not just considering fourth graders who are traditional to fourth grade who were at Mays Prep. You're also considering 27 fourth graders who were at other schools the year before that who were taking the LEAP exam for the third time. So that also bears mentioning in terms of the difference between the two grades. If you were to move on to the second set of charts where we have 2011 versus 2012, you'll also see that third grade is now encompassed in that red bar, so that's third grade through fifth grade. Even though there are more children that were tested in our second year versus the first year, we still show growth. In spite of the fact that we took on fifth grade, in spite of the fact that we had to walk down 27 fourth graders, we still show growth. And that's what the charts are there to kind of demonstrate.
This is very good. I have one more question, then I'll give up the floor. Can you talk to me about your suspension rates and also your student and family retention rates or some type of experience, whatever you have?
We have wholeheartedly absorbed Carver Elementary. And what do I mean by that? I mean that at least 80% of our student population was previously at Carver Elementary or their siblings were at Carver Elementary. We have no expulsions at all. Zero. Wow.
Carver Elementary was transitioned because it had a 29 SPS at the time, so it was, can you imagine?
No expulsions?
No expulsions.
What about returning students, your retention rate?
Our
Your families?
retention rate is not very high.
No, what I mean, how many, when I say retention, I probably is the wrong term.
How many kids do we keep
Are
from
you
year
keeping
to year?
are you keeping your families in your school?
80%.
80%.
80% of our kids we keep from year to year,
Okay, thank you.
particularly those that started in pre-K and kindergarten.
Your strongest is there?
My strongest is there.
Okay.
And we also serve a lot of large families. And so one of our families left, but it's not unheard of to have 6 siblings at Mays Prep.
Wow.
It's the norm at this point. There's an average of 4 to 6 kids in a family that we serve at Mays Prep, anywhere from pre-K to 6th grade. That's not unheard of.
Okay, do we have any other questions from BESE members?
I do. I have questions.
Ms. Brophy?
This is for Superintendent Dobart or whoever on the staff that he'd like to answer. This is probably the hardest thing we do, Superintendent. I need to know if you made this decision because of the policy with where the SBS is, and how comfortable you are, because I know as an educator you understand the dynamics that affect children. So tell me what's best for the kids.
Ms. Buffy, you hit it right on the head. This is like some of the most extremely difficult situations, especially when you think of the love and support that individuals give to their children. But with that said, we have a number of schools that come up each year for renewal and extensions. And it's very clear in BESE policy, Bulletin 126, the benchmarks that this board has set. And I would like to make sure we put it in proper context. We have a large number, almost a majority charter district in New Orleans, where the competition and the level of quality is rising all the time. We just recently had data where we saw that the percentage of African American students 5 years ago was about 23% of students going at basic and above, and today we're over 50% for the first time, surpassing African American student counterparts statewide. So we've closed that gap. And a large driving force has been the strong accountability standards that this board and your predecessors has put in regarding when we talk about renewal and extensions of charters. What we're trying to do is ensure that we have the highest quality of seats throughout a system of schools in the city. And so with that, Mays Prep in particular didn't meet any of the Bulletin 126 extension requirements. The SPS for year 3 is below 75. The EAI is below, for year 3 is below 75. And we can go on. It was one of, I believe, 4 schools that was started through New Schools for New Orleans incubation a few years ago. And 2 of those schools have been successful, same demographic of students, making tremendous growth. But we also see Mays in another school that hasn't done the same. And we see other schools throughout the city that's made significant progress. So it's extremely challenging, particularly when we talk about families. But at the same time, we've been steadfast in ensuring that we wanted to have the highest quality. And we feel with this one in particular, and all the ones that we're making the recommendations, we feel what's best for children and for families is to ensure that we follow what we have in policy, but we also know we have much better performing schools in reasonable proximity. I have a list of schools in reasonable proximity and alternatives that will be strong for families and ensure that children will not only receive, good education, but an even greater education. And we're pushing that throughout the city of New Orleans, and we'll continue to do so. We'll see this next year, the following year, because as the bar and the standards keep going up and the rigor keeps going up, as I shared with the board when we met, we're talking about a possible extension for meeting the bare minimum we've set as a state at 75. And I know it's challenging. I'm from the city. I know how difficult it is. And it hurts. Because I also know that we've had schools in the state that have languished for decades, where we never had a system in place like this where we can hold accountable not only ourselves, but those closest to the children in the buildings, that would say, we're not going to let things languish for more than, a certain time frame. And I think that's why, we feel confident. Is it easy? No. It's very difficult, but at the same time, we feel as though it's going to be in the best interest for our system that we have.
Thank you. Can I respond to what was said just now?
Yes, ma'am.
So it is true that we were one of 4 charter schools to start under NSNO, but it also is true that I was not the original principal. and that I have not been there entire 4 years as a principal or as a leader. I originally served at Mays Prep as a director of curriculum and instruction, and I took on this challenge. This is now my 2nd year, and since taking on this challenge, I've made several changes to staff and to how we do things. We're not asking to lower the bar. We're asking for more time. We're asking for the opportunity to show you guys that we finally got it right and we can prove ourselves. So we're not asking to lower the bar. We're asking you to give us time. And we're not even asking for a lot of time. We're just asking for 1 more year, because we're so confident that we're finally at a place where we have things together. We're finally at a place where there's consistency in leadership, there's consistency in the structure of the school, and there's definitely consistency in the adults that children see every day. So we're not asking for you to lower it, we're asking you for more time.
Would you mind if I just made a couple of comments?
Superintendent?
Are you okay? First of all, I want to echo what you said, Mr. Klein. I've had limited experience with Shauna, but she and I spent some of a morning together last year, and I do think it's pretty obvious you're a very good teacher of teachers, and there's no more important job for a principal to have than that. And I don't think that, honestly, this recommendation reflects on any one of the individuals involved. I don't doubt for a second that you all have been dealt a very, very challenging hand. You're right across the way there from Carver, took on Carver, no doubt about it. You just look back on it, it was a very tough situation. I do want to recast the decision a little bit for the members, because what this board has done is to create regulations that basically make it incumbent upon the board to accept the recommendation unless it decides not to. So in other words, it's not like they're considering to do something that's not in the rules. The rules put them in a box, and then they've got to make a decision to get out of that box in this case, which to me means that the case that you all make isn't one of, yes, we've done the right thing and we deserve a shot. You do. You have done the right thing. It's more, is it definitively going to be better for children? And I just need to say that the statistics that you've shown, and I know it's not all about stats, it's not, but we get the best information we can. We try to spend some time in the schools, but we got the best information we can. Even with the kids that you guys have right now who are coming up out of 1st grade and who just tested in 3rd grade, even those kids, more than half of them are on level in math. And look, I know it's the hardest thing. You're dealing with a very, very challenged population. But when the data that you're showing us that are your best case data show that for kids who are in their 1st year of testing that you've had for the entirety of your time as your showcase data show that more than half of them aren't on level, that to me doesn't make the case that this board should say, yes, definitively this is going to be better for kids. Because what this board does have is the ability to say, we're going to take this in a different direction. It's not like they're saying no to you in the absence of anything else. They can provide alternatives for the children. And so, board members, I'm asking you to take that context into account. That, A, I don't think we've heard, in spite of what I think are some extremely high-quality people here who are committed, obviously, to children. But I don't know if we have definitive evidence that it's going to be better, as you say. And I think the data show that, in spite of what I think was Mr. Klein's right assessment, which is you've done a good job. But I don't think there's a definitive guarantee for this board that it's going to be better for children. And the rules say, for that reason, they've got to go that way. And that's our recommendation.
If I can, I don't want to keep everybody here any longer, but I do want to say, I think you're doing exactly that. I think the data we have here is similar to data that other schools are getting probations for. It's similar to what other schools are getting approved for. I know it's not the SPS. I realize that, but it is data nonetheless, and it's proof. It's something that we tested. It's a test that's given around the state, and we have results for them. It's not something that we did at the school to walk in here and tell you that we're doing a good job. Okay, so I think you've done exactly what you just said in other cases, where schools do qualify for probation and they're getting it. What we did was go a little bit deeper than the information that you're sharing with BESE and say that there's more information underneath what they're getting in that SPS. So I think that That, along with the fact that we do qualify on Bulletin 126, we do qualify for probation.
Let me make this statement. I believe, and Superintendent, you can correct me if I'm wrong, that right now, and I'm not ascribing blame, I'm just trying to state a condition, that the school is the lowest scoring, on SPS, it is the lowest scoring elementary school in the parish. Is that right? Okay. So it is the lowest scoring elementary school in a parish that still has a lot of DNF schools.
Right. It was one of the lowest in the state when we took it.
Understood.
Okay.
I'm not blaming anybody for that.
Right.
All I'm saying is that for a board that is looking at, do I have a definitive guarantee this is going to be better for children? In a system that still has a lot of F schools, and the school is the lowest of all elementary schools, and the bar was 75, but y'all are about at 50. I have to say, not as a personal decision, but as just a matter of policy, it's a very hard thing to say, we as the policymakers can guarantee those kids it's going to be better, because it hasn't been.
This is the last thing I'll say. And you don't have a guarantee. None of this work comes with a guarantee. I've sat here for hours and listened to different people talk about their charter applications. There's no guarantee when someone applies for a charter. There may not be a track record. Okay? There's a process. You follow a process. But there has to be some human capital involved. There has to be some thought given to other factors involved. And I know that's the case with you all. I know you all put a lot of time and effort into this. But in response to your statement, there is no guarantee. You're not guaranteed in any of these other cases when you've given them the opportunity to continue their work. So that's what we're asking for. We're asking for the same exact opportunity. And there is no guarantee that we'll succeed, but we believe we can, and we have data to back it up. And the only other thing I would add is that, Superintendent Dobar mentioned that you all have a 10-point growth plan within the direct run schools. How about sharing that with us and working with us a little bit more involved in coming in and doing a renewal review and help us follow that exact same plan? Because we're not that far at this point. We have grown. That's all we've done since we've been open is grown, SPS score-wise. Why not provide us that same information you have since you have the solution, and let us achieve it and not displace the kids? Allow them to continue. They've already had a transition from Carver. This would be a second one in 3 years. We're just asking for the opportunity. We're asking for a 1-year probation. And I think, given everything you said, Superintendent White, everything Superintendent Dobar said, there's still room there for us to have that opportunity. I just don't want to close the door on that. There's some improvement we need to make academically. I'd like to shore the school up, give it this academic support it deserves, and let's go forward.
Staff student?
I'd like just to clarify something. I took notes when you were speaking, and I thought you said that 52% of the third graders were at basic or above in ELA, and 63% at basic and above in math. Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Okay.
I said, yeah, I said that in ELA, you had 62% or above.
52?
62.
62 in ELA.
Yes.
Okay. And in math?
It was 53%.
53. Okay, so I had them reversed. I'm sorry. And I guess I'd recognize that, we're really proud in the RSD that we have moved from 20-something% to over 50, right over 50% of our students overall performing basic, but knowing that the elementaries are really bolstering the high schools, right? So from an elementary perspective, the school is still below.
Yes.
Very below, okay. A couple of questions I have is, one is, what other options are there for families within the 9th Ward for K-6?
So there are 24 open enrollment school options in the primary zip code that the Mays Prep actually serves. So they have students from over 6 zip codes and some others, right? And so there are about 37 open enrollment schools that are about 15-minute drive from.
And there are seats available in those schools?
Yes, and we will give priority options to families, yes.
Okay. And I guess the third question, Mr. Superintendent White, this is really for you, is I've heard other school leaders who have taken on some of the challenges we've asked them to take on say that if we don't get some recognition for the fact that, we're taking, these schools, and we did not originally agree to do, will that discourage schools from doing the right thing? For example, taking all the kids from Carver? I mean, if we don't recognize maybe some extraordinary actions, would that discourage good people from doing the kind of tough stuff we ask them to do every once in a while? And I hear, I hear this in the RSD meetings all the time.
I think it could. We've taken some strides. For example, the T.
We do the T,
the
right.
T letter grade model. We've included a bonus in our that would actually capture a lot of these kids in our SPS calculation each year. That I think is a positive step for rewarding it. I guess I would say that I think that it's true that I think the Carver closure, the accelerated Carver closure, had a disproportionately large impact on your school. It's not the only school in Orleans where that kind of closure has been the case. So I think it's a fair characterization that yes, that was a direct impact, direct hit. I'd also say you're talking about young kids, and you're talking about a situation that's happened elsewhere. So I think everything you've said is right. I just do want to say I don't think it's the only instance in which that's happened.
That's fair enough. And then the last one, and then I'm going to let someone else decide the direction of where we're going to go, is on enrollment sort of history. I mean, do you fill all available seats, or what is the parent preference for your school? I mean, because typically we believe in this open choice environment that we've created, that parents are going to choose the best options for their children. How are you doing recruiting families?
We're fine. Actually, I know that everyone's talking about zip codes, but we serve particularly a specific neighborhood. We serve the Abundance Square neighborhood or the Desire community. So a lot of our kids come from literally down the street. In terms of enrollment, we're at full capacity in kindergarten, pre-K, first grade, second grade, third grade, fourth, and not sixth grade, but not fifth. And it just had to do with the fact that we projected possibly more kids going from fourth to fifth, and we haven't filled that space. But fifth is the only grade that we have seats left, and when I said seats, less than 5.
Okay.
I don't think Shonda's mentioned that you talk about choice. Her children attend the school. We have other teachers and faculty and staff that children attend the school, and the testimony that the parent just gave that she drives past 2 schools. So I think that speaks volumes. We are open enrollment and invite everyone, and as Shonda said, the community in which we serve is considered at-risk, disenfranchised, low income, et cetera, and we accept all of those folks.
Okay.
Okay, Ms. Bophy?
As an educator, I feel that it's important for me to explain to you why I am going to vote the way I'm going to vote. You present a very compelling case, but at the end of the day, we have to have high standards. I've listened to each one of you as carefully as I could possibly listen, and thought about your students, and thought about the potential impact on your students. And as troubling as it is to think about the transition that this is going to require for the students and the adults, I'm thinking about you too, and I understand that this is going to be hard on your lives. But just because something is hard doesn't mean that we shouldn't do it. And so I'm going to vote to deny the extension, and I am going to push on Superintendent Dobart to make sure that each and every one of the children that's in your school has an incredible opportunity, not just to be proficient, but to excel in life. And I think that it's important for us to continue to stick to these standards, because if we say it's okay now, then we're going to be in the exact same position that we've been in for decades. And so I want you to know it's a hard decision, but this is my decision.
Ms. Jones?
I just want to say I know this is hard, and I want to acknowledge how hard it is for all of the teachers and faculty and parents who came here today to speak on behalf of your school and your kids, and I know how hard you've worked, and I know how much love you have for your children, and I know how much effort you put in. I know your teachers personally, many of them. I care about them. And I have been thinking about this for days, and have been, and certainly have had the opportunity to meet with members of your team and your board. So really think about this. And I just want to say that I think really what's in tension here is the fact that there's so many ideals at play when we think about what education is for children, right? We do absolutely need to think about what the school community is for our kids, and we need to make sure that we're creating the kinds of environments that extend way beyond academic achievement. And it's clear that you have been able to begin to create that in your school, and I know that you are such a unique school leader, because everyone I've talked to has said that, and I've done my homework. I just want to name, though, that when I think about this state and I think about our city, and I'm speaking as somebody who is in this with you, I'm in your schools, you know this, I am there every day supporting teachers. The burden of proof for us in New Orleans is to maintain an extraordinarily high bar for achievement. It has to be true. We as adults have to maintain that bar. And I think that it's possible for us to begin to sort of compromise that bar in light of other things also being true. And what I think we need to be able to do is recognize that it is possible to have an extraordinarily high bar for achievement and create communities where kids want to come to school and are happy and parents are engaged. Our kids deserve it all, right? Not just one versus the other, and sometimes we speak in binaries about the two. And so I think this is a very, very, very challenging decision for this board. I don't think anyone on this board should take it lightly. I think whenever we're talking about decisions that impact the future of children, it should weigh heavily on us. And at the same time, I just want to recognize that we have to create the kind of environment where the bar of 75, which frankly is not even competitive across the rest of this country, is the bare minimum. As adults, we have to do that for our kids. And I know that that's not something that's easy for me to say, because especially in this situation, I have to reflect too. Because I know I have supported many of the teachers who actually have supported children and taught and loved children in your building. But the reflection that I have personally is, how do we as adults take even more responsibility? And what can we learn from this, where this is not an example of a school that is so extraordinarily failing that it would be so clear that we would walk into the building and say, let's just shut it down right now, right? And Superintendent Jobar and I have had those conversations about other schools. This is not that example of a school. And so this is about how do we hold the highest standards for the kinds of schools that we believe will ultimately create the kinds of transformational experiences that our kids deserve, and how do we reflect on what happens when we are actually not there yet. And I think that the burden of proof in New Orleans, in the model that we have, where we say we are going to give and empower school leaders with real autonomy to do things as they see fit, also means that we're held accountable to standards, and accountability is going to be the burden of proof ultimately. And so while this is immensely hard, I really have to urge the board to consider supporting the DOE's decision to basically recommend that the extension does not happen, because I think it's actually about us as adults modeling the kinds of standards that we think ultimately will be right for all of our kids.
Okay, do we have any other BESE members with questions on this particular topic? My understanding is that we have another issue that falls under this motion. No, this is a separate.
Same item, but different school.
Okay, so we should hear these speakers under this item. Okay, Sean Fleming.
Thank you. I'm not in support or opposition of this recommendation per se. I have on my thing, share a recommendation. In RSD New Orleans, the department has putting together some policies and practices to centralize admissions and expulsion procedures to try to prevent exactly what you said about whether people were being encouraged to not do the right thing, to make sure that kids were accepted into all schools, which wasn't happening. The data wasn't reflecting it. And anecdotally, we were being told people were being counseled out. So I commend the department for addressing that in New Orleans. And what I'm about to share is not, the issue is not specific to charter schools, but it is apparent when I look at the data. I don't look at the data and say, what's the SPS score? Did the kids show up, attend? How many dropped out? And what was their performance score? The first thing I look at is who were they teaching? And Superintendent White, you hit the nail on the head when I think you asked them, how well are you teaching kids who weren't performing before? That's the question. And I represent kids with developmental disabilities, kids who are this, 1.5% of our population. And it varies, but a lot of charter schools, I kept wondering, why are they not allowing those kids in? The accountability structure disincentivizes schools, all schools, not just charter schools, but all schools. And so when I see the Baton Rouge paper and I see that they're planning on expanding the magnet programs, I think of what happened to RSD in New Orleans before it was taken over by the state, basically. Orleans kept 5 of their magnet programs. Go look at the population bases of students with disabilities in those magnet programs, and it's less than 1%. Similarly with Baton Rouge. Go look at the scores, the top 19 scores of the schools in Louisiana, and they're all selective admission schools. My point is we are creating a system of selective involvement.
Ask you to wrap it up, please.
Thank you. So my recommendation is to include in the accountability structure that which the charter school was designed to do. And it was designed to serve at-risk students. And among the at-risk students include students with disabilities. And so I commend the department and BESE for putting together that in RSD, but it needs to happen across the state. And my recommendation is to put in this accountability structure, put in the SPS score. Who scores are we looking at before we even look at them? That's what I look at. Because it's, anyway, that's it. Thank you very much. And I really respect y'all. It's like 8 or something. I'm starving.
Veronica Brooks.
Hi, I'm going to be quick because I think both Ms. Bofi and Ms. Orange-Jones have already sort of reiterated what I'm about to say. But you have some very tough decisions to make as a board, and I just want to commend you for taking the time and listening and whatnot. But I also like to remind you that across the country, charter schools actually have fairly mixed records. That's not the case in Louisiana. There's actually pretty substantial research that says that our charter schools in the state are performing at significantly higher levels than other charter schools around the country, and especially compared to their traditional counterparts here in the state, and that's specifically in math and reading and for low-income students and students of color. And that's not a coincidence. That is a direct result of the quality authorizing that this board does. And authorizing is not just approving new schools, but also that process of oversight and monitoring, and then making those tough decisions about extension and renewal. So we would just encourage you to remain steadfast in those decisions and keeping children first in terms of what that looks like for our kids long term and not just in the short term. So, thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Brooks. Do we have any further questions from BESE members? Thank you. Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Do we have any objections to the motion? Hearing none, the motion carries. Next item.
Next item is item 3.1 on page 87. Consideration of revisions to Bulletin 126 charter schools to clarify enrollment preferences and lottery exemptions for charter schools. Department recommendation is approved as notice of intent.
Make a motion to defer. Is that it?
We have a motion to defer.
We're deferring on,
Bulletin 126?
yes, I believe that the RSD has taken the counsel of some of the charter school leaders who were unsure about one element of the policy, which is the feeder pattern element of the policy. However, the early childhood, the pre-K to kindergarten articulation element of the policy we are recommending, think should remain as considered by the board this evening.
So what's your recommendation?
Effectively,
it's late in the day.
This is it's not day anymore, Ms. Dastig. The recommendation is, there were two recommendations.
Yes.
There is now one. I suppose we would need, if this remains, there would need to be a substitute motion, I suppose, but the recommendation is that students who have enrolled in a pre-kindergarten program, if it is a publicly funded program, have articulation rights into the kindergarten of their school. And at the same time, if a school enrolls privately funded pre-kindergarten students, that the department have the ability to determine whether or not those students who are paying should get a share of the seats in that kindergarten.
Okay, so I'll make a motion that we defer on the portion of Bulletin 126, Chapter 2709, but that we approve the portion of Bulletin 126, Chapter 2711, lottery exemptions.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor. Do we have a
It just took me a little
second?
longer than usual.
Defer until when? I'm sorry, till January?
We defer until January, and that should give time for you to meet with some of the other charter school leaders and reach some consensus.
Okay, we have a second from Ms. Bradford. We have questions from BESE members.
I just
Mr. Guillaume?
just a clarification of the implications of what we're voting on.
My name is Gabby Fighetti. I'm the Executive Director of Student Enrollment for RSD. What we are seeking to do is allow students who are enrolled in a pre-K program at the schools participating for this year in our centralized enrollment process. And I think for type 2s, Mr. Gang, for type 2 charters, if they're enrolled in pre-K, to receive a lottery exemption to continue into kindergarten. So essentially they get treated like continuing students, and they are guaranteed the right to remain in that school. If the school has some students who pay tuition for pre-K, we would work with the school to set kindergarten targets that ensure that we also allow access to the kindergarten seats by at-risk students who are not in the pre-K. So that's just a little bit of a difference of approach if the school does have tuition-based pre-K students.
Is that the part that's been waived, or is that what we're voting on now?
That's what we're voting on now. The part that was waived had to do with
It's deferring, not waiving.
right,
Deferring.
deferring, going from 8th grade to high school, I believe.
Just a point of information, okay, staff thought maybe there was another revision, but there's not. What's your stance? Okay.
Members, just to frame the issue, the problem is today that a school may run in its facility a Head Start program or an LA4 program or what have you. They enroll in that. But since the RSD has instituted a central enrollment process for kindergarten, they effectively then have to enroll again. And they have significant chances of being removed from the school by virtue of that. This would allow them, once they're in pre-kindergarten, to be educated in kindergarten, unless you have a situation like a couple of our type 2s, or at least one of our type 2s, which also has a paying pre-K dimension. This does not automatically enroll a paying student into the kindergarten. Instead, it allows the RSD to look at the situation and say, should we allocate a share of them to paying students, or would that significantly disadvantage income disadvantaged populations?
I have a question.
Ms. Beebe?
Well, in the situation where you have the majority of students paying tuition in pre-K, then by virtue of this policy, they would be approved to transition to kindergarten. So it really would not be at your discretion if that's the makeup or composition of that pre-K class.
No, they would not be automatically able to move into kindergarten. The RSD would be able to set a percentage whereby that percentage of seats could be held for students who are paying pre-kindergarten students. But the objective in all of this is to ensure that low-income kids who enroll in pre-kindergarten are able to sustain their position through to kindergarten. So just, Ms. Beebe, just a case in point. If you had, say, 100 kindergarten slots and you had 150 pre-kindergarten slots, but 140 of them were paying, to your point. If you allowed just an automatic articulation of kids who were paying into pre-K, you'd really significantly disadvantage the odds that those 10 kids would get into pre-K. We're trying to avoid that situation. It really only exists in one case in New Orleans right now, and in no type 5s, I don't believe, right? In one type 5. And in those situations, we just think the district needs to be able to set a percentage to ensure that low-income kids have access to the kindergarten and that we're not disadvantaging them.
Well, will the department provide updates to the board as to that criteria being met?
We'd be happy to, yes. In other words, I mean, the challenge is that there, in some respects, is no alternative unless we want to continue with the situation where kids are having to leave at kindergarten. But we accept that when you have this mix of paying and non-paying, which is a fine thing, but it creates a challenge where you don't want to disadvantage kids, or you don't want to create a situation where kids can get into kindergarten essentially by paying for pre-K.
Yeah,
and that's what we're trying to avoid.
Good, thanks.
And I'd like to take a moment to express my personal opinion. I would feel more comfortable, and I think this goes along the lines of what Ms. Beebe was saying, if the department were to bring some sort of an equation to the board describing how this situation would be handled, instead of just asking the board for discretion on how to do it, I would feel more comfortable. I don't know if any other BESE members feel that way, but I would.
I guess, and I think we're open to an arrangement like that, of course, Mr. Garvey. I think the challenge is you then have a complexity where you have kids that are partially publicly funded and partially privately funded. And I guess my concern is with pre-kindergarten, we're going to get into just such magnitude of complexity that I'm not sure if there is a formula or a target, per se, that we can hit. Would it be helpful if we brought back, and I'd be, of course, if we want to institute a motion to that effect, it'd be fine, of course, saying that these are the values or the basis on which we will create such percentages?
I wasn't asking for that. I was just expressing a concern that I have. I prefer, formulas or what you just described. I'm not requesting a substitute motion to that effect. I was just expressing it, and I think you understand, or you seem to, that is what I prefer.
We understand the intent, Mr. Garvey.
Maybe in the future, maybe this situation will develop to the point where you can bring us an equation to describe how you're handling it, and maybe it won't.
Right.
But when you can and where you can, I think it's a better way to go.
Okay, duly noted. Thank you.
Agree.
Mr. Garvey?
Yes, ma'am. Ms. Bofi.
If I remember correctly, and it's been a long day, that this was something that was supposed to be for 1 year, and then we would make a decision about it next year. Is this the right thing?
That was the other policy. That policy essentially allowed the RSD to grant schools the ability for their 8th graders to continue on into the 9th grade if it was the same organization managing the middle school and the high school. We have temporarily shelved that policy because we think there's more work to be done on studying what the impact of it would be.
Okay, Ms. Hill?
Just make sure I'm correct, 'cause this is a long day, but we're on 2709 page. Well, we're on the first one, enrollment of student lottery and waiting list.
No,
2711.
Okay. So for the first one, that's the one we're just going to defer into January? I just want to make sure.
Yes.
Okay, do we have any further questions? Hearing none, do we have any objections to the motion? Hearing none, motion carries. Next item. I'm sorry, I didn't know that we had, okay, Jolynn Kang.
I've been so nervous about talking all day, and now that I'm here and I've been sitting here all day, I'm just so tired I don't even want to hear me.
Oh, but we do.
I have this long thing, and I don't even know if I can read it. I'm really concerned about the precedent what you're discussing is going to set. And I'll start this out by saying that I have a child who attends, as James probably knows, a school that has a pre-K program that feeds into kindergarten. The way the program is designed is that all of the children lottery prior to going into pre-K 3, the earliest grade, and they move forward from there. Any child who cannot pay tuition doesn't pay. After they've gone through the lottery, it's determined whether or not they have to pay tuition. It's a very fair way for these children to enter the program. It keeps a very diverse socioeconomic group of children. And in that case, I think it's very fair that all of those children should matriculate into kindergarten, whether they pay or whether they don't. But it's a lot of concern to me that there would be that we would set the precedent for a privately funded program, the majority of which is funded by tuition, and just let those children feed into kindergarten without even, institutionalizing that idea without putting some sort of limit on it. What really needs to happen in that case is those programs need to be made fair. They need to be created in a way that works and is fair to all children. I don't think that we need to be backing into the idea that that tuition paid pre-K is okay to matriculate into kindergarten if the children got there in a way that's not fair. I think it sets a precedent for discrimination. I think it's going to create an adverse impact. And I think if it's something that's institutionalized and allowed to go on indefinitely, is extraordinarily unfair.
Well, I don't, I think you and I probably agree on the risks, but the reason for the policy is not out of a desire to enroll certain kids in pre-kindergarten. It's out of a desire for stability and a more rational model. And unfortunately, pre-kindergarten and kindergarten are funded differently in our state, so we are in that situation. So if it is to be done in the way that it is now, which is that we have a wide variety of pre-K programs, that we have stability, I don't know that there is a better way to do it than to say that publicly funded students shall have that articulation right, and such as it is, those are far and away low-income kids, and that paying students, the district will have the ability to set a limit on it.
But are you going to determine, as Mr. Garvey stated, a limit that is set in stone, or is that going to be on a case-by-case basis?
I just don't know how you could capture in words a limit that tries to take into account every single contingency. And for example, what about students who have a mix of public and private funding? What about when it's 75-25 or 50-50?
Well, I think I just spelled out a way that it works very nicely, and that is if you lottery those children in at the beginning, and every child who goes into that lottery has the same opportunity to get in. So at that point, you can make it work where it's very fair to all children.
You can in an environment where there's such a predominance of paying people that you have a setup where it can be funded well enough, and I think that might be the case at Audubon. But in the cases of the RSD schools, where far and away those kids are coming in through publicly funded programs, whether it's LA4, Head Start, I don't think that probably is going to work. Now, it is a question of how each school runs its own pre-K admissions process. That's not something that we currently have. Maybe, Gabby, you want to speak to that. That's not something over which the board currently has authority. But
for schools participating in the centralized enrollment process in New Orleans, we will be lotterying pre-K 4 seats through our 1-app process, and so they will be given out with the same type of priorities that any, sibling priority, geographic priority, the same rules.
So in some instances then where a school has a completely and totally tuition-based pre-K 3 at that point, the completely tuition-based pre-K3 would have to lottery to enter into pre-K4.
We right now, from the participating schools, do not have a school that has a completely tuition-based pre-K3.
You don't?
Not in type 5, no.
Okay, but there's a type 2.
Yes, but for our centralized process, type pre-K4 will be lottery-based.
Okay, so that's for type 5?
Yeah.
Okay.
Does that get at the problem?
No, because you still have, it still means that you can create type 2s that don't have that lottery-based process, so that children are entering and maybe spending a couple of years paying tuition and then moving into kindergarten with no set way of keeping that from being a discriminatory issue. And I mean financially.
Well, other than the limits that we've set, I mean, that
whatever limits.
Well, fine, but I guess the question is it possible to capture in the policy? And look, I mean, we struggle with the same issue. Is it possible to capture in the policy an appropriate limit? And I don't think, given the contingencies of each individual circumstance that come up, which are the ratio of paying students to non-paying students, and then how you define a student who is blended public and private in that equation, not to mention the number of kindergarten seats, I'm not sure it's possible to set a limit in stone in the policy.
No, and then I guess that's why, again, I'm saying creating a structure much like the type 5 structure sounds great. I mean, you are choosing a spot where it is no longer financially based. There is a lottery that's happening as you go into, but just saying, okay, you can start in pre-K3 and maybe you pay $5,000 a year. Maybe it's completely private. I mean, who knows? Maybe they're paying $8,000 a year. And then at that point, you can stay, and then somebody's going to make a decision how many children get to matriculate into kindergarten. I don't know the difference between articulate and matriculate, but matriculate into kindergarten. And how are you going to tell one set of parents they don't get in? And I mean, that's not going to work either. I mean, are you going to say, okay, well, we have to have a certain number of at-risk children take these kindergarten spaces, so 20 of you are going to go into a lottery and 10 of you are going to get in?
But
it's still the same problem, isn't it?
Not to keep belaboring the point, but that's what I mean, is that we don't know whether you're going to have more kindergarten seats than pre-K seats or more pre-K seats than kindergarten seats. And because you don't have that kind of variable, I think it's almost impossible to account for it in the policy, other than to say this is the value on which the district will set a limit.
Okay.
I have a comment. I mean, I just want to.
Ms. Hill?
Yes, I think I understand. What's your name?
Jolynn.
I think I understand Jolynn's point. I guess you just want to make sure that all children have a fair chance.
I do.
I think, and that was one of my issues in reference to this policy as well. And then I reflect back. I'm sorry I have to continue to use the school because I had opportunity to visit the school, La C Francais, because they do have a school where you have parents that actually pay for their students to attend their pre-K3, pre-K4 program. But then they do have slots for LA4. But the slots that they have for LA4, the students that pay outseed the students that they accept for the LA4 program. And so in this case, they'll be able to be offered a waiver in reference to the students going into their kindergarten program. And so I think to my understanding, I'm going to speak for myself, and that where will be the balance there to make sure that, if it's going to be 50% of the students that are private pay get in, 50%, 50% of the students that's LA4 or Head Start get in, I guess, just to have a secure to say that these are the percentages. You have more greater than the other, and some students may be left out.
Well, I think we're saying if there are available seats, correct me if I'm wrong, then publicly funded kids will get in. And
so there's no available seats?
I think part of what the policy says is that schools will request the lottery exemption from the district, and that we will, in cases where programs are a mix of public and private funds, make a decision about whether or not to allow that lottery exemption. And part of what that decision will be based on is whether or not there are a sufficient number of kindergarten seats to allow for at-risk students to enter. And if there are not, and if the school is not able or willing to perhaps increase its kindergarten offerings or decrease its paid pre-K offerings in the future, we could deny the exemption to that school, and therefore kindergarten remain fully lottery-based. And so I think to reiterate what Superintendent White is saying is the goal of the policy is to give us that flexibility, because every school's sort of story around pre-K and kindergarten is a little bit different. And it is hard to have a uniform percentage or uniform policy that would in every case allow us to ensure that at-risk students have access to kindergarten seats, which is our goal.
So I think.
Okay. Well, I just look for a safeguard.
And I think the values that we have is to ensure that. So we're hoping to have the flexibility in the policy to be able to make those calls on a school-by-school basis. So as is, it would afford us the maximum amount of flexibility to make the judgment value that you're concerned about, having access for all kids. That's what this
Yeah,
will
'cause I
actually
just
do.
don't want to be a situation where we have a school and the numbers are not matching up.
No,
As
not-
far as the students,
Right.
whether they at risk or privately paid. I mean, I just want to just make sure that they all have the same.
Thank you.
Okay, anyone else?
I just want to
Ms.
follow
Beebe?
up. I think Jolynn makes a good point, because I think that how will you make that determination to allow so many seats for tuition? So how do you make that determination if you don't have a lottery in place?
How will you make which determination?
Which tuition which students, those paying tuition, let's say you have 20 seats and you might have 18 students paying tuition.
Then there's
you're not giving the other side, those like LA4 or
Well, you might have children
blended.
coming in from outside, too,
From
who could take
outside
this
as well.
Well,
kindergarten
just to be, so what would happen is, the school would say to the district, we want our publicly paying kids in pre-kindergarten to be exempted from a lottery and have automatic admission to the kindergarten. So the policy effectively prioritizes low-income kids. It then says that the district, the recovery district, will have the ability to set a target or a share of seats for any privately paying kids too. But just to call this out for a second, what if you had 50 pre-kindergarten kids and 100 kindergarten seats? That's a very different situation from if you had 100 pre-kindergarten seats and 50 kindergarten seats, and both of them happen. So what we're suggesting is that there really is no way to say definitively you do a lottery, or definitively you're going to be reserving seats for paying kids, because every situation is just so different. And then when you layer onto it that some kids are both publicly and privately funded, it's very complex, and all we're asking for is just the policy will say that we will prioritize publicly funded kids, but we have the ability to set a target if a student is privately funded, so that they may articulate into kindergarten as well.
But then how do you make that determination? Let's say you have X number of students that meet that criterion. Who determines it?
Well, this gives the district the authority to do it.
Right.
Mr. Garvey requested a formula or values, and if it pleases the board, maybe next meeting we can bring back the framework that we will use on which to determine such decisions. Does that work for you guys? Okay.
Okay, we have another speaker, Jennifer Coco.
We admire your stamina, both of you. Ms. Barrios is used to this.
Good evening. My name is Jennifer Coco, and I am here on behalf of the Southern Poverty Law Center to voice our really strong opposition to the amendments you're considering in Section 2711B. To try and simplify this the way that we see it, our solution here is to just have a lottery anytime you're contemplating enrollment in a public school, when there are more applicants than there are seats. And so for several reasons, we really think that this proposed policy is a bad idea. First and foremost, let's be clear about what's happening here. You're contemplating the quasi-privatization of public education opportunities, and you're promoting unequal access to public educational opportunities. If enacted, this proposal is putting up for sale access to kindergarten at the moment of pre-K, When you waive lottery requirements for elementary school for parents who've already paid thousands of dollars for pre-K, you're creating a caste system within the public schools that you're officiating, by which you are either foreclosing kids' opportunities or you're letting people buy them their options for K-12 education when they are still toddlers. And we just simply don't see this as being free education, and we don't see it as being equitable. Second, the solution to build some flexibility into this by letting LDE decide this, how to apply this on a case-by-case basis, we also think is really bad policy for future enforcement. Public charter schools cannot be held accountable, and they cannot understand their legal obligations when BESE's regulatory framework is not clear, when it is riddled with loopholes and the ability to request special circumstances and exceptions. And how did we get here today? We got here because a charter school promised something to its parents in violation of its contract and in violation of state law. And so what we're contemplating here today is letting one charter school that violated its contract and the law to be given an exception that's not just only for that charter school, it's to be put into the regulatory framework for, you know, the rest of the existence of Bulletin 126. And so if BESE starts setting this precedent where charter schools who violate the law then can come to BESE and ask for an exception out of that, we think is a really bad precedent to set and start setting a really slippery slope, not just for the issue of access to public education, but for the relationship that forms between charter schools and this board. Lastly, we would like to remind you, BESE, of your federal obligations as recipients of Title V charter school grant money. Under statute that I'm happy to cite for you tonight, federal law mandates that when you accept federal grant dollars for your charter schools, you are ensuring that charter schools are free and that they use a lottery every time there are more applicants than seats. It is plainly specified within the law. So I would feel that anytime BESE contemplates regulatory action that starts chipping away at these requirements by letting people exchange money for an exemption from a lottery into a public school, that you are jeopardizing millions of dollars of federal support that you've received, should the Department of Education be notified of these regulatory changes. So therefore, we strongly oppose these changes. We don't think that they are promoting equal access to educational opportunities, and we also think you are jeopardizing your status as a grant recipient under federal law. Thank you.
Okay.
Can I just say something?
Sure.
I think you and I, and probably most of this board, and certainly our administration, agree on the principle of ensuring equity and not ensuring that people are counseled out and that kind of thing. That's why we created the 1F system. There are real realities, though, that come with kids transitioning. This doesn't have anything to do with lycée français. Nothing to do with it. It has to do with low-income kids and why we ask them to transition 2, 3, or 4 times over the course of their pre-K through 12 spectrum rather than once. There's plenty of research to show that when the more low-income kids have to transition, the worse off in the aggregate they will be. And so we're trying to minimize transitions. 2, as we move in our state toward pre-kindergarten actually being thought of as an academic experience, unfortunately we have this arbitrary division between 4-year-old education and 5-year-old education, which is a policy issue to deal with. But that shouldn't be done on the backs of kids and families. So what we're really trying to do here is not find a way to privatize public education. We're trying to do something a heck of a lot more simple and noble than that. We're just trying to find a way to let families not have to go through an enrollment process twice and put their kids through switching buildings year to year. And until your solution accounts for solving that problem, I don't think we're really dealing in the same universe, because yours is a policy universe and ours is a reality universe.
I mean, as an attorney who spends every day dealing with children throughout New Orleans and the greater metropolitan area, I do disagree that I'm not dealing in a reality universe.
Well, what's your real answer for the problem I articulated?
The real answer is that there needs to be a clear standard that applies to everybody, and exemptions cannot be bought with cash to the amount of $4,500 that exempts them from sitting through a lottery. Every child that wants to enroll in a public school, when there are more applicants than seats, there must be a lottery. And I agree with you that stability is really important. I've seen the costs that are borne by kids when they transfer to 8 different schools. So that is why, for example, I didn't say anything about Section 2709 in those proposed amendments. I think that's a great policy. But what you're failing to acknowledge is that the exemption that you're creating in 2711, and I'll point you, it's the 3 sentences up from the end of this paragraph, when you are saying that you will exempt from the lottery, 4 lines up, when they utilize admissions requirements or charge tuition. That is a very separate thing. I want stability too, but I don't want stability at the cost of parents being able to buy that stability to the
Wait a
exception
minute,
of other
the
parents.
policy actually intentionally deprioritizes kids who have paid in. In other words, it says you have an automatic articulation right from pre-kindergarten to kindergarten if you are a publicly funded child, which in our state, as in most, almost by definition makes you a low-income kid, which means if you have the ability to pay, you actually take a back seat to that kid under our policy. All it allows for is that it's not like you did something wrong if you paid into pre-kindergarten, and that if there are enough seats, it should be at least at the discretion of the department. And by the way, the department exercises discretion over high school match targets, kindergarten match targets, 7th grade. So the department is already making admissions decisions, working with schools in dialogue. You should be able to say, you too have the ability to articulate, because you're a child, from pre-kindergarten to kindergarten. Now, I fully understand the desire for clear standards to do that. It's just that I don't think that there's one standard or one formula that can account for the variety of circumstances that are out there. So I think our objectives are probably the same. And I understand what you're objecting to. I just haven't heard it accounted for, because the reality of it is that each circumstance is so different, we have to exercise some discretion.
I think that the discretion you're attempting to exercise here by letting schools come on a case-by-case basis and seek this exemption is just a bad idea for enforcement and for setting expectations on the front end and allowing people to understand what they're getting into. For example, these parents who paid all this money for pre-K with the promise that they were going to be exempted out of the lottery and start kindergarten. We're not just talking kindergarten, we're talking kindergarten through 12th grade. 12 years of education that they thought they were buying up front at one moment with a transaction when their child was 3 years old. And that is what does not sit well with me, and I don't encourage anything that allows that to continue.
I don't see a guarantee in this policy that says if you pay tuition for a pre-kindergarten.
I know, it's really interesting, but...
Well, let me just finish this point. I don't see anything in the policy that says if you pay tuition for pre-K, you're guaranteed admission into a kindergarten.
Okay. Superintendent, I know that you wish you were an attorney, but not yet.
Mr. Garvey,
so we will
I
move on.
Thank my lucky stars every day, specifically that I am not an attorney.
Next speaker is Lee Barrios, or Barrios. We have speakers. No, we didn't vote on the motion yet.
We have a motion.
I don't think we did.
We can, like right now.
Well, I object. I object. I didn't think we voted on the motion.
Oh, we voted on the motion, but I don't care. Let Ms. Burrell speak. More than she sat here patiently all night. Let her speak.
Well, I pulled my vote too because I didn't realize.
I don't think the chair ever recognized the finalization of the vote.
Okay.
So that's what staff is saying.
I don't think you can vote without public comment first.
We do have a speaker.
I'll precede my comments, Mr. Whitewood. There is a solution and there is a reality, and that is that public schools should be public schools. There should be no combining of tuition-paying students with non-tuition-paying students. If that's the only way that a charter can survive is to charge tuition for some of its students, it should not be called a public school. But this proposed revision appears to be the solution for an ongoing problem with Lycée Français Charter School in New Orleans. And it appears it will open opportunities for other schools to manipulate their enrollment to become, in essence, selective. Numerous complaints have been aired publicly and privately over the last year and a half regarding Lycée Français. In addition to ongoing considerable financial and governance difficulties, the police had to even be called to their campus last Friday because of contentious situation between parents, teachers, and administration. They combine their tuition, as you know, pre-K3 and pre-K4 tuition with their non-tuition paying kindergarten through 2nd grade. While DOE and BESE may feel above the law in failing to address the situation in spite of numerous complaints, the U.S. Department of Ed does not recognize the equity or legality of tuition-based public charters that receive federal tax-paying funding. It appears that Lycée has illegally received federal charter startup funding, presumably with the knowledge of DOE and BESE. in that it in effect exempts its tuition-paying K-3 and 4 students from the lottery for kindergarten. And it doesn't matter what the ratio is. If you do that, that's illegal. In this regard, the U.S. Department of Ed inspector issued a report this week of a review of charter accountability and oversight regarding these startup funds. They chose to begin the review with California, Florida, and Arizona. It resulted in citing the Ed Department Office of Innovation and Improvement for its lack of oversight, for millions of dollars awarded to the development of charter schools. The report focused on the poor academic performance and fiscal mismanagement of the department. Even the numerous problems considering the numerous problems we have witnessed in Louisiana, and the denial by this board recently to approve Ms. Beebe's motion for a review of New Orleans charters by the legislative authority, our legislative delegation was asked to consider filing such a request for review of Louisiana charters. Senator A.G. Crow has indicated he will do that. With regards to the failure to intercede in the LeSaye situation, I can tell you that there's sufficient evidence to show that the department is refusing to address this. In fact, there's a Department of Ed employee with a student in LeSaye Francais who has been consistently advising parents not to complain to BESE, and that in fact tonight this proposal will be passed, and it will be passed to their benefit. I ask you not to approve this until you've gotten some sort of ruling on this from the federal government. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. We have a motion on the floor. Do we have any objections to the motion?
I have a question.
Oh, we have a question. Ms. Bofi.
I thought that there were pre-K programs in our traditional public schools where parents would pay, like on a salary
Yes.
basis.
In Jefferson Parish, we do.
Okay. So it's not just our charters where sometimes we charge a tuition, but that's also true about our traditional public schools? Thank you.
Yeah. Okay. Ms. Beebe.
No. I object.
Oh, okay. So we have a motion on the floor. Do we have any objections to the motion? We have one objection. Ms. Beebe and Ms. Hill, do I have any others? Hearing none, motion carries.
Wait. I think I object.
Okay. Please note, Ms. Orange-Jones is objecting to the motion too. Next item, please.
Next item is on page 91, item 3.2, consideration of the creation of Bulletin 134 Tuition Donation Rebate Program. Recommendation is to approve as notice of intent.
Okay, before we take a motion on this, can I ask staff, am I correct in understanding that this is the last item on the agenda?
You are.
Okay, great.
And I
There
might
was
add
someone
there
in
are
the
no
back of the
comments.
room waiting to hear that I was correct on that assumption. Do we have a motion to approve?
So moved.
So moved. Do we have a second? Okay.
Members, just briefly, this was passed into law this last legislative session. This is a tuition tax rebate that effectively the regulations of which are a replication of the statute. And so the the program, as you likely know, allows for the creation of nonprofit organizations that themselves raise money. Those monies then are awarded to students who then seek partial or full tuition scholarships at a primary or secondary school. These students have the same eligibility criteria as are had in the scholarship program, but this is not a department-funded program. All that is existing here is that it is required that we put into regulation a reflection of the statutes, as the department has some responsibilities. It is not education dollars. It is state revenue going to tax rebates for a philanthropic purpose that someone is donating to. We'd be happy to take your questions, and thank you for your consideration, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, sir. Do BESE members have any questions? Ms. Beebe.
I'll be brief. So in essence, the motivation for contributing to the donation or the rebate program, tuition program, is to have a tax break. Am I correct?
Well, you receive a rebate, which is the state, in essence, cuts your check. And that is, yes, I suppose part of it. Part of it is, though, to say that these schools, many of them, private schools, are already creating scholarship funds. We can stimulate the growth of those scholarship funds if we provide a rebate to those who donate to them.
So the implications, then that's certainly going to have a negative impact on state finances, because normally these people would be paying taxes, am I correct?
No, because normally the MFP would have these kids in the count. These are kids who are coming from low-performing traditional public schools in order to qualify for it. Therefore, because they're going to a public school, to a private school, they come out of the MFP count, which means that the $8,500 or $4,000 roughly that the state would spend on that child would no longer be spent by the state on that child, and instead a rebate in a form that is less than the state's share would be sent. So there are state savings on this program. What the state would send that person is less than what the state would pay in the MFP.
But it's just the state's portion?
It is just the state's portion.
Any further questions? Okay, do we have any objections to the motion?
I'm going to object.
Well, you said it
Phoebe?
so fast, I had a question.
I'm sorry, Ms. Hill?
Okay, no, my question is, I know they already have a program like this in place for the pre-K programs, like those private schools, that they can receive rebates in reference to their kids. So is this a spin-off from that?
We have the non-public school early childhood program.
Yeah.
Right.
I'm trying to figure out is that a spin-off from that, like if you donate something, X amount of dollars to one of those private.
To our knowledge, Ms. Hill, that there are no other programs that are like this one. The non-public early childhood development program, that's a program that's funded actually out of the state budget directly.
Mr. Chairman, maybe Ms. Hill's referring to some type of tax credits that the early childhood providers are able to access. This is totally different.
Oh, it's totally different. Okay.
It's different. I'm sorry, Ms. Hill. Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Any further questions? Do we have any objections to the motion? We have Ms. Beebe objecting. Hearing no other objections, the motion carries. I believe that concludes our agenda. Am I correct?
It's about time.
Okay, we'll correct a second time. Motion to adjourn?
I have a motion to, I make
So
a
moved.
move.
Any objections? Hearing none. Motion carries.
Okay.